Chapter 51. Understood. The gap between us. Jean walked into Fourth Master Swan's bamboo garden. Compared to the bustle of the wedding, this place was extremely quiet. Ms. Lawrence, please take a seat. Wait for me for a while. Teddy was very respectful. Jean nodded slightly and brought George to sit on the black sofa in Fourth Master Swan's main hall. Her phone rang again at this moment. Jean was a little speechless. She looked at the incoming call. Monica. Where are you? The person on the other end seemed a little agitated. I went back. Jean did not want to say that she was at Fourth Master Swan's house. Otherwise, she would not be able to clear her name no matter what. You went back? Why did you go back? Don't you know that your actions with Fourth Master Swan just now caused the entire wedding scene to be in an uproar? You have no idea how unsightly your B*TCHY sister's expression was. You easily stole all the limelight from their grand wedding. The other party became more excited as she said, "Damn. Why did you leave at this time? You should have angered Jasmine to death." Jean smiled. It was because she thought of how Jasmine was angered to death. Jean was not a great person. She was happy to see a joke on those who had not let her off easily. By the way, what's the relationship between you and Fourth Master Swan? Monica suddenly became serious. Nothing. Could it be that the two of you got together that night? Monica began to imagine things. No, Jean interrupted her thoughts. I think the same as you. All like anyone else but Fourth Master Swan. Is that so? A familiar male voice was suddenly heard on the other end. Jean was stunned. She instinctively looked at her phone. Jean was sure that she was talking to Monica. I think the exact opposite of you, Ms. Lawrence. I don't like anyone but you, Ms. Lawrence, the person continued. Jean directly hung up the phone. She did not hear anything. At this moment, Monica was petrified. It was one thing for her phone to be suddenly snatched away, but what breaking news did she just hear? She stared blankly at Fourth Master Swan in front of her, watching him hand her phone back to her. Monica was dazed for quite a while before she took the phone. Didn't you want to set me up with Ms. Lawrence? Fourth Master Swan asked her. Monica was stunned and hurriedly nodded. Put in more effort. Edward left after saying that. He left just like that. Monica looked at Fourth Master Swan's back view. Why did she feel like she was being criticized? Jean put down her phone. Teddy happened to walk over. Ms. Lawrence, it's time to eat. He even prepared lunch. Jean could choose not to eat, but George was still growing. She smiled. Sorry for the trouble. Ms. Lawrence, you're too polite. Please come this way. Jean followed Teddy to the dining hall. In the large open-air dining hall, there was a Western-style long table. In front of it was a table full of dishes. At that moment, Jean felt that she had gone to the wrong place. Teddy had stepped forward and pulled out the dining chair for her like a gentleman. Jean sat and said, "Thank you." Teddy smiled and stood respectfully at the side. At the huge dining table, there were only Jean and George. No matter how one looked at it, it felt a little too grand. She said, "Mr. Doolittle, why don't you sit and eat with us?" "Ms. Lawrence, you don't have to be so polite." It was obvious that Teddy declined the offer. Jean pursed her lips. In someone else's territory, guests should follow the host. Jean gestured for George to use his knife and fork. There was too much food in front of them. Jean and George simply could not eat them all. Jean could not help but say, "George and I can't eat so much. I prepared more because I don't know what you like, Ms. Lawrence. I'm not picky with food." "Okay, I'll keep it in mind." Teddy took out a small notebook from somewhere and wrote as he said, "Ms. Lawrence wants to eat everything." Isn't his understanding a little off? Jean thought. Does Little Master Lawrence dislike anything? Teddy asked again. I don't eat carrots. George took the initiative to answer. Little Master Lawrence doesn't eat carrots. Teddy quickly wrote it in the notebook and muttered, "My master doesn't like them either." I don't eat chocolate as well, George added. I'm allergic to chocolate. My master is allergic to chocolate too. Teddy looked very surprised. George frowned and seemed to be a little unhappy. Do you not like spring onions too? Teddy asked. George nodded honestly. You're just like my master. Teddy sighed. Who wants to be like your master? George retorted. George. Jean stopped him. Eat. George bit his lip and lowered his head to eat. Teddy silently noted down. Refer to Fourth Master's diet for Little Master Lawrence's diet. After lunch, Jean and George continued to wait for Fourth Master Swan at Bamboo Garden. Teddy still stood respectfully beside them, not moving at all. When will your master be back? Jean could not help but ask. They had waited for 2 hours. Teddy said, I don't know. He didn't say. That said, since today is the eldest young master's wedding, he'll probably be late. Jean felt that waiting like this was not a solution. When she was planning to leave with George, Teddy suddenly said, Ms. Lawrence, if you're tired, you can take little Master Lawrence to rest first. When fourth master comes back later, I'll call you. Jean had been waiting for so long. It was not her style to leave just like that. She said, I'll have to trouble you then. Jean was a little sleepy. Last night, she had almost not slept at all. Today, she had gone through a lot. Teddy brought Jean to a guest room. Even if it was a guest room, it was still a huge room with a huge bed. Jean was sleepy. She said to George, I want to sleep for a while. If you want to sleep, then sleep. If you don't want to sleep, then play with your phone. Okay, George nodded obediently. Jean almost did not stop George's freedom. She leaned on the big bed and lay down in her dress. Almost as soon as she touched the bed, she fell asleep in less than a minute. George did not have the habit of taking an afternoon nap, so he picked up his phone, sat on the sofa, and found a game to play. He had just started playing the game when the door was suddenly pushed open. George looked up and was about to speak. Shish. Edward told him to be quiet. George frowned and watched fourth Master Swan walk directly to Jean's side. Edward looked down at Jean from above. He did not even blink. Slowly, he sat down and bent over. Fourth Old Master. Behind him, a tender voice was heard. At the same time, the sleeping woman in front of him also opened her eyes. She had just fallen asleep, but because of a little sound, she was startled awake. The moment she woke up, she did not look sleepy at all. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her gaze was sharp. Fourth Old Master, Jean called out to Edward, and even her voice was clear and crisp. What have you experienced in the past 7 years? Fourth Master Swan's expression did not change, and his thin lips opened slightly. Jean frowned. You changed so much, Fourth Master Swan said. Jean sat up from the bed. She smiled. I just understood a lot. What did you understand? I understood. Jean enunciated each word, the gap between us. Chapter 52. I acted on a whim 7 years ago. There was some stiffness in the space. Edward sighed seriously. What can I do to shorten the gap between us so that you feel that I'm worthy of you, Ms. Lawrence? Was there a problem with what I expressed? Jean thought. Tell me, and I'll change. Edward had a sincere look on his face. I'm saying that I'm not worthy of you. Ms. Lawrence, you're impeccable to me. Fourth Master Swan, let's not beat around the bush. Jean could not outlast this master, so she said, 7 years ago, I admitted that I slept with you on a whim. 7 years later, I hope that you won't hold a grudge against me. Let's forget each other. Edward did not reply. At that moment, he just looked at Jean. He looked straight at her. It made her whole body go numb. After a long time, he asked, on a whim. Yes, Jean responded, Fourth Master, you clearly know why I looked for you back then. Now that I think about it, I do think it was absurd. Since it was absurd, we should let it drift away with the wind. Absurd. Now, I've gotten over Eden. Regardless of whether it's you or Eden, I treat you normally. Fourth Master, please let it go. To you, I'm the same as Eden. To me, both of you are unimportant people. Jean was straightforward. The man in front of her raised the corner of his mouth. He was definitely not smiling. Jean pursed her lips. At this moment, she was worried that she would be strangled to death by the man in front of her. After all men had bad natures. Whether they liked or loved someone or not, they had to subdue that person. The room was extremely quiet. George sat at the side and did not say a word. Jean lifted the blanket and got up. The moment the blanket was lifted, she did not notice that the hem of her dress had reached below her thighs. Fierce scratches could be clearly seen on her fair thighs. They were all left behind by Jean in order to restrain herself last night. Jean pulled down the hem of her dress calmly. Edward saw everything. Jean got up from the bed. Fourth Master, thank you for lunch. Goodbye. As she said that, she held George's hand and walked out. Just as they reached the door, Edward's voice came from behind. Is this the reason you left so freely back then? Jean halted. George raised his head and looked at Jean. It was as if this was the first time he had seen many emotions on Jean's face. Jean said faintly, yes. She clarified her relationship with Edward in one word. After she finished, she did not expect to receive any reply and left with George. Outside the door, she bumped into Knox. Knox had a carefree smile on his face. "You're leaving already? Aren't you going to spend the night here or something?" Jean ignored Knox. Knox rubbed his nose. He turned his head to look in the direction of the guest room. Fourth Master Swan finally faces rejection. This is truly worth celebrating. The Swan's grand wedding came to an end. Late at night, Alexander had just returned from the wedding banquet with his family. When he returned to the Lawrence family's manor, he coincidentally bumped into Jean, who was downstairs drinking water. At that moment, Alexander let out a fierce roar. Jean looked at him. "Where have you been all day?" Alexander's expression was ugly. His fatigue seemed to have vanished into thin air. At this moment, he was only filled with anger toward her. "Dad, did you just think of me now? Your sister got married today. Not only did you not properly greet the guests, but you even went missing. Can you behave like the eldest young lady?" "Dad, just say what you want to say. Why do you have to beat around the bush and say things that no one wants to hear?" Jean said coldly. Alexander did not beat around the bush. Today, he did not rage due to Jasmine's wedding. Nonetheless, at the wedding venue, countless people were asking him about Jean and Fourth Master Swan. How would he know what was going on between them? He could only play dumb and say that he did not see anything. In fact, he was sitting not far from the side and saw everything clearly. Alexander asked coldly, "What's going on between you and Fourth Master Swan? Did you seduce him?" "Shouldn't you be happy that I seduced Fourth Master Swan? Why don't you look at your current status? Not to mention the jokes you made in the past. Now that you have a child with you, do you think Fourth Master Swan is crazy? Do you think he'll leave the Sanders' third princess to be with you?" Jean felt that it was true when others said that she was not worthy of Fourth Master Swan. Despite that, when her biological father said that, she felt that it was very ironic. Fortunately, she had given up on her dad and would not have any emotions anymore. Therefore, she said very calmly, "It was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding that you two kissed at Jasmine's wedding and that you deliberately embarrassed Jasmine. Was it you who took the initiative?" Alexander asked fiercely. "No, Fourth Master Swan used me as a shield to make Third Princess Sanders misunderstand. I came back early so as to not disrupt Jasmine's wedding." Alexander looked at Jean coldly. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Jean did not say much. It would be useless to say too much. She turned around and went upstairs. "Jean," Alexander's expression was ugly, "you better behave yourself. You won't have a good life now. Don't try to climb to a high status. I'll give you another piece of advice. Now that the Sanders' third princess has taken a liking to Fourth Master Swan, from the Swan's standpoint, she'd definitely be eager to have a marriage agreement with the Sanders. The Swans will become relatives of the imperial family and will have an even more prominent status. Don't bring shame upon yourself, and don't bring me trouble. Whether it's the Swans or the Sanders, I can't afford to offend them. Don't let your sister lose all her face right after she's married to Eden." Jean sneered. Alexander probably did not understand the situation. If the Swans wanted Fourth Master Swan to marry the third princess of the Sanders, Fourth Master Swan would not have kissed Jean on the spot. Therefore, it was very obvious that the Swans rejected the marriage. As for why they rejected it, back then, the Swans abandoned politics and entered the business world to stay away from political disputes. After so many years, the Swans had always maintained a distance from the government. They would not get involved in politics again now that old Master Swan had aged. Naturally, the Swans would think of all kinds of reasonable reasons to reject the marriage. As for why the government had suddenly taken the initiative to have a marriage agreement with the Swans, no one knew the reason behind it. Jean replied, "All right." She did not say anything else. Alexander could not even understand the most basic of things. Jean was not so kind as to explain it to him. She now understood why the Lawrences' business had been in such a slump all these years. The root cause was that Alexander was incompetent. Jean guessed that if it was not for Jonathan barely holding on, the Lawrences would have been wiped out long ago. Chapter 53. Lunch at the Cardellini's. In the Lawrences family's main hall, after Jean left, Jennifer fanned the flames. Jean is becoming more and more unruly. She was still young 7 years ago, but she's 25 years old now, and yet she's still doing some ridiculous things. If she provokes the Sanders one day, I'm afraid that even the Lawrences wouldn't be able to protect her. At this moment, Alexander was also holding in his anger. This time, when Jean returned, she did not hold back her anger at him. When Old Master asked Jean to come back, I didn't agree to it at first. I knew that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Enough, Alexander said sternly. Alex, don't blame me for being too talkative. Jennifer looked as if she meant good. I'm also doing this for the Lawrences. I feel that Jean came back this time to take revenge on us. Alexander's expression turned cold. Jennifer deliberately said again, it would have been better if she hadn't come back. If I can make her come back, I can make her get lost. Alexander said fiercely, she can't behave atrociously in my territory. Jennifer smiled coldly and did not say anything more. She just needed to light the beacon fire and enjoy the fruits of her labor. The next day, Jean slowly got up. George had gotten up early and was playing with his computer in the room. Jean lazily went to the bathroom and sat on the toilet bowl, ready to read the news. The name, Monica, suddenly flashed on her screen. Jean picked it up. Monica. Are you up? Yes. Have you seen the news? Not yet. Don't you have the habit of reading the news? The other party seemed to be displeased with her. Miss, I was about to read the news. Jean was helpless. What's the breaking news? The wedding yesterday. Jean could also imagine how the media would blow up the Swan's wedding. The news of Fourth Master Swan kissing you at the wedding, Monica added. Jean's hand paused for a moment. It's all about you and Fourth Master Swan having an ambiguous relationship. You've taken the top spot on all the major news rankings, and your popularity has skyrocketed. Monica said exaggeratedly. In the end, she did not forget to conclude, Sister, you're famous. Tell me honestly, are you really having an affair with Fourth Master Swan? No, Jean denied it. No? Why does Fourth Master Swan treat you so differently then? He's probably crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Monica was agitated. Something must be wrong with your brain for you to not want such a good man. Fourth Master Swan has everything. His face, chest, waist, butt, and long legs. If he's with me, I'll slap myself in the face even if we argue. If you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up. Jean did not seem to want to say anything more. You always act like this when we talk about Fourth Master Swan. Monica was displeased. I just don't want to be misunderstood. I don't understand. What's wrong with Fourth Master Swan? Monica muttered, wouldn't it feel good to have Eden call you Fourth Aunt in the future? Wouldn't it feel good to have Jasmine unable to raise her head in front of you anymore? It would, but he's out of my league. Jean gave her affirmation. There's no such thing as being poor or lowly in love. It's whether you love that person or not. Jean used to be so innocent too. She said, I'm really going to hang up now. Monica called out to her, wait, my dad said that he hasn't seen you for a long time. He wants you to come over for lunch today. Speaking of which, Monica's father, Gary, had a heart attack a few years ago and rarely attended various events. It was Monica who represented her father everywhere. Thinking of this, Jean should have taken the initiative to visit Monica's parents a long time ago. When her mother passed away back then, they treated her like their daughter. Okay, Jean agreed right away. Do you need me to pick you up? No, I'll take a taxi. Hey, let me help you buy a car. You won't be used to taking a taxi all the time, Monica said generously. That's not necessary. I don't want to drive. Are you being polite to me? Monica was displeased. Jean really did not want to drive. You're penniless now. Why can't I, your best sister, help you out a little? Monica was indignant. Jean was not penniless. In fact, she had quite a lot of money. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go buy you a car now and drive it over. Wait for me. As soon as Monica finished, she hung up. Jean sometimes admired Monica's ferocity. She felt like Monica could never run out of energy no matter how hard she tried. Soon, Jean got up from the toilet, washed up, and walked out of the bathroom. She said to George, clean up. We'll go to your godmother's house for lunch in a while. Okay, George nodded obediently. About 2 hours later, Jean received a call from Monica. She brought George out. Where are you going? In the hall, Alexander opened his mouth and asked in a very bad tone. Jean did not even turn her head. To Monica's house. She held George's hand and walked out of the Lawrence's family's manor. At the door, a flashy red sports car was parked. Monica leaned against the sports car with a smug look on her face. How is it? Beautiful, Jean complimented. I knew you'd like it. Come, let's try it out. Monica handed the keys to Jean and opened the car door herself. She sat in the front passenger seat. George sat obediently in the back seat. Jean sat in the driver's seat. Don't be afraid, I'll watch you from the side, Monica said kindly. Jean could not help but laugh. She thought that Monica should look into what a super driver's license was. With that, Jean gently stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Along the way, Monica was very enthusiastic with her guidance. Jean also listened quietly. They arrived at the Cardellini family's villa. Jean brought George and followed Monica into the main hall. As soon as they entered, the smile on Jean's face froze. This was because she saw Fourth Master Swan. She saw him sitting on the sofa in the main hall with a dignified appearance. Beside him was Finn. Jean turned her head to look at Monica. Monica's eyes flickered. She admitted that she was the one who called Fourth Master Swan. Yes, she wanted to set them up. Jeannie, you're here. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded in the hall. Jean looked at the person in front of her and quickly smiled. Auntie. Why didn't you come to visit me when you're back? Have you forgotten about me? Monica's mother, Ruby, said somewhat angrily. No, I was just a little busy. That's just your excuse. Auntie, it was my fault. Jean admitted her mistake. Ruby was not really angry. She hugged Jean, and at that moment, she noticed George. She squatted down. Call Grandma, Jean hurriedly said. Hello, Grandma, George called out obediently and even bowed politely. Are you George? Come and let me take a look at you. Ruby pulled George to her with a face full of affection. George did not reject Ruby's approach. Ruby sized him up for a long time and asked, Why are you short-sighted already? Can it be corrected? I think so, Jean answered half-heartedly and immediately changed the topic. I heard from Monica that you made my favorite pork ribs. I haven't cooked them yet, but I'm about to do so. I'll do it with you. The two of them chatted and laughed as they went to the kitchen. Monica expressed that she was very hurt. Every time Jean came to her house, she had the feeling that Jean was her parents' biological daughter instead. Was I adopted? Chapter 54. Ms. Lawrence, I've taken a fancy to you. In the Cardellini family's villa. During lunch, Knox had also rushed over to freeload. A bunch of people were gathered around the table, chatting and laughing. Jeannie, who's the child's father? Ruby asked as she took care of George. Jean was stunned. At this moment, everyone's gaze seemed to be on her. This included Edward. Before Jean could speak, Monica said, a pig. What? Ruby looked at her daughter. She always said something irrelevant as if she had never grown up. Jeannie said that her son's father is a pig, which is also the reason behind George's name, Monica explained seriously. Peeved. Knox burst into laughter. He had been jolly ever since Ms. Lawrence returned. Edward glanced at Knox coldly. Knox sat up straight and continued to eat. Child, what nonsense are you spouting? Ruby knocked on Monica's head. How can it be a pig? Which pig could give birth to such a cute George? Knox glanced at Edward. He thought to himself, there, this one next to me. Jean said, George's father is no longer alive. I see. Ruby's heart ached a little, but because the topic was sensitive, she did not ask any further. Knox laughed even more cheerfully at the side. Edward is not only a pig but also a slaughtered one. What are you laughing at? Monica sat opposite Knox and was a little speechless. Are you happy that Jeannie's husband is dead? Do you fancy her? Ms. Cardellini, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Knox looked serious. I don't dare to have any improper thoughts toward Ms. Lawrence. He would not dare to do so no matter how bold he was. Monica, Gary suddenly said, what happened to your family planning? Monica's face turned red. Dad, why are you talking about this at the table? You're not young anymore. Look at Jeannie's child. Jeannie gave birth at the age of 19 and played with fire at the age of 18. If I wanted to do something at the age of 18, you'd probably break my legs. Now, you're asking me to have a child. I refuse. Are you trying to anger me to death? Gary scolded. If I wanted to anger you to death, I would have divorced Finn. Monica. Gary was even angrier. Monica pursed her lips. All right. Giving birth isn't something that I can do alone. Can I give birth just because I want to? It also depends on whether someone can do it or not. Then, everyone looked at Finn. Finn was eating quietly. You can't do it? Knox asked. Finn swallowed his food and wiped her mouth. He said respectfully to Gary, Dad, I'll consider it with Monica. Monica rolled her eyes. The most vicious person was Finn. Now that your mother and I are still healthy, we can spend more time with the child if you give birth to one earlier. Gary was much gentler to Finn. Okay, Finn agreed. Monica was speechless. He only knows how to act in front of my parents. She turned to Edward and asked, Fourth Master, why did you kiss Jeannie at the wedding yesterday? Cough, cough. Jean drank a mouthful of soup and almost choked to death. Monica was always so unexpected. What? Ruby was very surprised. Jean quickly wiped her mouth and said, Auntie, your chicken soup is really delicious. It has the medicinal fragrance of ginseng and astragali. It's delicious and sweet. If you like it, come more often. I'll make it for you. After receiving the praise, Ruby said with a smile on her face. Okay, why did you interrupt me? Monica looked unhappy. Jean glared at Monica. Edward suddenly said, because I wanted to. It was because he wanted to. Could this man be any more straightforward? Everyone looked at Edward at the same time. He did not change his expression. I'm working hard to pursue Ms. Lawrence. What? Ruby was shocked. Gary, who was next to her, was also shocked. On the contrary, Knox and Finn looked calm as if they had known this for a long time. Fourth Master, I helped you at the wedding. It's fine if you don't thank me, but I hope you won't make things difficult and burden me. Is liking you a burden to you? Is liking someone a casual thing to you? Have you ever heard of me liking someone else, Ms. Lawrence? Jean was stunned. Everyone thought that Fourth Master Swan was not a real man. Naturally, there were no scandals involving him. Ms. Lawrence. Edward suddenly put down his cutleries and looked unusually serious. Once he was serious, his aura appeared especially strong. He said, I'm sure I've taken a fancy to you. Every word was clear and distinct. Jean pursed her lips. At this moment, she was a little shocked by Edward's determination. He said to everyone at the dining table, I'm done eating. Then, he stood up and left while the others watched. It took Monica quite a while to react to the situation. Her heart was beating fast as she said, Damn, Fourth Master Swan was so imposing even when he confessed. It made me blush and my heart beat faster. Finn glanced at Monica. Monica did not respond. She looked at Jean excitedly. Jeannie, Fourth Master has taken the initiative. Don't be so reserved. Jean seemed to have just come back to her senses. She said, I'm full too. Hey. Monica saw that Jean had left the table. After leaving the table, Jean seemed to be chasing after Fourth Master Swan. No matter what, they looked like a perfect match. Jean strode toward the back garden. Edward leaned against a pillar in the garden and smoked. The way he smoked seemed to be much more elegant than the average person. His eyes moved slightly as he looked at Jean. Jean walked over. Edward intended to put out the cigarette butt. That's not necessary, Jean said, I don't mind. In the end, Edward still put out the cigarette. Jean did not care about these details. She said bluntly, I thought I made it clear yesterday. It's your business if you don't like me. I can still like you. What exactly do you see in me? Jean was a little flustered and exasperated. I have a child. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Is it important what the world thinks of me? Edward raised his eyebrow. Do your parents' opinions don't matter either? Edward's eyes narrowed. I don't like to cause unnecessary trouble. Fourth Master, please be merciful. 7 years ago. What happened? Edward stared at Jean. Jean bit her lip. Didn't you want to be Eden's fourth aunt? Edward approached Jean. Jean unconsciously retreated to the pillar. I agree to that. Edward leaned over and placed his large hand on the pillar. His face was very close to hers. At that moment, Jean seemed to be able to feel the warm breath of the person in front of her, but it also seemed to carry a trace of coldness. I agree to it, so what right do you have to go back on your word? He asked her. He was questioning her. Chapter 55. Jean and Edward reached an agreement. I agree to it, so what right do you have to go back on your word? Edward questioned. Jean pursed her lips. 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Jean looked at Edward. I told you that I did it on a whim. Now that I've calmed down, I don't want to think about it anymore. Is sex such a child's play? Edward asked her. If not. Jean smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Otherwise, in such a modern era, did you think that adults have sex to make a pledge to be married? Edward's face was dark. Jean pursed her lips. She did not want to provoke him. Jean had pretended not to know him and that the night 7 years ago did not happen. What else did Edward want? She felt that what she wanted to express at this moment had been clearly expressed. Jean slowly squatted down and left under Fourth Master Swan's arm. She had just taken a few steps when, so, I was supposed to sleep with you for free 7 years ago? Suddenly, Fourth Master Swan's voice came from behind her. Jean gritted her teeth. In any case, they had slept with each other. Why was it that he was not letting the matter go? She turned around and asked, "Are you asking me to pay you then?" Edward looked at her. "If you're too expensive, can I do it in installments?" Jean raised her eyebrow. She looked at the man in front of her with a provocative look. The man suddenly smiled. Edward asked, "Since you're so sincere, Ms. Lawrence, how about we discuss a deal?" Jean frowned. She had a feeling that Fourth Master Swan was up to no good. "Since you know very well why I kissed you at Eden's wedding yesterday, you also know that I was indeed rejecting the Sanders' third princess. I've never liked to get involved with women. If you can make the third princess of the Sanders stop thinking about me, then everything that happened between us will be written off." Damn it, this insidious man. Jean was a nobody, and yet Edward was asking her to go against the Sanders princess. Was he not pushing her to the brink of death? "What do you think?" Edward asked. "I only slept with you once. Is there a need for you to do this?" Jean suppressed her anger. "You can still choose to date me." Edward was straightforward. "Damn it. If I date him, it'll mean that he's giving up on Melody. In the end, I'll be an eyesore to Melody," Jean thought. The man was cunning. "You can think about it. Give me an answer tomorrow. It's not too late." Edward appeared to be very generous. "Is there no other choice?" "No," Edward's words were concise. "Okay," Jean agreed immediately. "I'll help you make Melody stop thinking about you. After that, there'll be nothing between us anymore." "Deal." Jean did not say anything more and turned around to leave. She returned to the living room, and at that moment, the others had left the table. Knox saw that Jean had returned and said jokingly, "You're back already? Fourth Master Swan is too fast." Jean glanced at Knox and walked directly to Ruby, who was preparing some fruits after dinner in the kitchen. "Auntie, I'll go back first." "You're leaving so soon? Didn't you just come?" Ruby was reluctant for her to leave. "I have something to do. Did Fourth Master Swan embarrass you just now?" Ruby asked in a low voice. "He gave me a shock too. Fourth Master Swan came to our house a few times when you were abroad, and it was also because of Monica and Finn. As rumored, he has always been cold and silent. Today, he suddenly confessed to you at the dinner table. I was surprised." "Auntie, don't think too much. He has a motive." "What motive?" Ruby asked. "He seems quite sincere. In short, it's impossible between him and me. You should also tell Uncle not to let the news about me and Fourth Master Swan today spread." "Don't worry. Am I a gossipy person? I know some things shouldn't be said." Ruby nodded. "I know you're the best," Jean said sincerely. Monica's parents were not old. They were not even 50 years old, and they were very open-minded. When Jean was in high school and got together with Eden, the first elder she informed was Ruby. At that time, Ruby had taught her a lot. She basically said that it was okay to fall in love, but Jean must protect herself. When it came to Eden, Jean had indeed protected herself very well, but she had lost her virginity to another man. Jean did not want to think about it anymore. "Auntie, I'll be leaving first. Come over more often when you're free." "Okay." Jean left the kitchen and walked toward the sofa in the hall. She held George's hand and said, "I still have some things to do, so I'll take George and leave first." "Fourth Master Swan hasn't left yet, so how can you leave?" Monica called out to her. Jean ignored Monica. The person who always betrayed her best friend was none other than Monica. Monica watched helplessly as Jean left. She turned her head and saw Fourth Master Swan enter from the back garden as well. He said to Knox, "Let's go." "All right." In front of Fourth Master Swan, Knox was as docile as a little sheep. If Fourth Master Swan did not show that he liked Jeannie, Monica would suspect that the two of them were gay. "Fourth Master Swan," Gary suddenly called out to Edward. Edward stopped in his tracks. Gary walked toward him. "Let's talk in private." Edward gave Knox a look, indicating that he should wait. He and Gary walked to the side. Gary did not beat around the bush. "Will your father agree to you liking Jeannie?" "This is my own matter. I suggest you tell your father about it," Gary said bluntly. Edward did not say anything. "It'll only be fair to Jeannie. Based on your understanding of my father, do you think he'll agree to the marriage?" Edward asked. No, Gary was resolute. Therefore, he was merely reminding Edward not to mess with Jean. Edward asked, "Then why should I seek his opinion?" "Fourth Master Swan." Gary was serious. "You don't have to go against your father." "Should I be used by him like a machine?" Gary was stunned. He had watched Edward grow up since young and had never seen him go against old Master Swan. My life is his, but my feelings aren't, Edward sighed coldly and turned around to leave. Gary watched him leave. He was afraid that there was going to be a bloody storm. After leaving the Cardellini family's villa, Edward sat in the back seat with a gloomy face. Knox sat in the passenger seat and turned to look at him. He asked, feeling frustrated, "Or did Uncle Gary say something to you?" Edward did not say a word. His expression was as cold as ice. Knox was helpless. He knew that when this fellow did not speak, he would not open his mouth no matter what. He turned around and looked at the streets of Southampton City. He looked at the sunny sky. The Edward he knew had never been truly happy ever since they were young. It was 7 years ago when Knox first saw Edward smile from the bottom of his heart. Edward got up from the bed with Jean and said to Knox, "Once she's awake, help me boil a bowl of brown sugar water for her." That day, Knox was supposed to accompany Edward to go out, but Edward asked him to stay to take care of Jean. The price Knox had to pay for staying was that Edward came back covered in blood. By the time Edward returned, Jean had left. She left Southampton City. Chapter 56. Stay away from Fourth Master Swan. Jean brought George back to the Lawrence family's home. In the main hall, besides Alexander and Jennifer, there were also Phoebe and Paul. Logically speaking, after the wedding, the relatives should have left. Yesterday, Jean did not see Phoebe coming back with them. Why did she appear again? She walked into the main hall. Phoebe quickly called out to Jean, "Jeannie, George, you're back." Jean forced a smile. Jennifer also called out, "I thought you'd come back later since you went to Monica's place." "I didn't have anything to do, so I came back first." "By the way," Jennifer said, "George is 6 years old. Shouldn't he be in primary school now?" Jean did not think about sending George to school at all. Phoebe quickly said, "There's still a week before the interview at Angerberg Private Elementary School. I'm here with Paul to prepare for it. Do you want to go for the interview together?" Jean was still thinking about it. Alexander sat on the sofa with the newspaper in his hand and said disdainfully, "George doesn't know anything. Can he pass the interview? He'll be a disgrace if he goes." Jean's eyes narrowed. George is pretty good at playing the piano. Jennifer played the role of a good person. Playing the piano? Angerberg is an international first-class elementary school, one of the top 10 schools in the world. Can he get in just by playing the piano? If it was that simple, would there be a need for so many people to rack their brains to find connections? All the children there have been trained since they were young. Alexander put down the newspaper, and he said coldly to Jean, "If George wants to go to school, he can go to a better public school. Don't think that I'll help you pull some strings." "There's no need for that," Jean said bluntly. Alexander would not be able to help anyway. He glanced at Jean. "At least you know your place." Jean pursed her lips. She lowered her head to look at George. Fortunately, George's temperament was the same as hers. He did not care about insignificant people at all. She held George's hand as they went upstairs. Phoebe, who was downstairs, seemed to be a little regretful as she said, "If George had been raised like Paul since he was young, he would be qualified." "That's why I asked you to raise Paul properly, right? Children nowadays are all shaped from a young age," Jennifer said. "It's all thanks to your care for Paul all these years. Otherwise, Paul wouldn't have been able to go to such a high-class school. Even if he did, he would still have to rely on you for his tuition fees." "Let's not talk about that. As long as Paul can study well, money is a small matter to me. Can the Lawrences not afford to raise a child?" "That's true. Everyone says that you married well into a famous family in Southampton City. My brother-in-law is also a good-looking man. The others are dying of envy for you," Phoebe flattered. An arrogant man like Alexander naturally liked to be flattered like this. Jennifer knew this was what Alexander was like and always tried to win his favor such that he willingly gave her money to help her family. "That's enough. You're too sweet. Come, let Paul recite the book for us again." Downstairs, it was harmonious. Upstairs, Jean brought George back to his room. Jean asked, "Do you want to go to school?" "No." "It'd be weird if you don't go to school," Jean advised him. George frowned. "Go to school and kill time, okay? You want me to go to Angerberg?" Jean smiled. "Smart." "Do I have to go?" George was reluctant. "If you don't go, we'll attract gossip. I don't want to deal with it. Besides," Jean's eyes narrowed, "it'll feel good to slap some people in their faces." Seeing that Jean was in high spirits, George nodded. "All right. You're so obedient." Jean rubbed George's little head. Every time George was praised, he would easily blush. Jean loved her son's shy look. She thought that if a little girl liked George at school, it would be fun. Mom, what are you thinking about? George was confused by Jean's sudden smile. Nothing. Jean came back to her senses. I'm going to see what I need to prepare for the interview at Angerberg. As she spoke, she took out her phone and appeared very active. Jean sat on the sofa and looked at the interview guide seriously. Her phone suddenly rang. Jean glanced at it and picked up the call. Did you miss me? No, Jean was speechless. How many times does he want to ask? You're heartless. Let's get down to business. Is Fourth Master Swan pursuing you? The person's tone instantly became serious. Jean knew Kingsley wanted to talk about this. She stood up from the sofa and walked to the balcony. It was not that she did not want George to hear it, but there were some unimportant matters she did not need George to worry about. She replied, Yes, didn't I ask you not to provoke him? Do you think I provoked him? Keep a distance from him. I'm afraid that won't do. What? I've reached an agreement with Fourth Master Swan. Jean leaned against the guardrail and looked at the backyard of the Lawrences. She said nonchalantly, Fourth Master Swan asked me to break the love and longing of the Sanders' third princess for him. Do you want to go against Harkin's imperial family? Did you take the wrong medicine? Jean rolled her eyes. Do you think I want to? I just want to get rid of my relationship with Fourth Master Swan. You actually dared to agree to anything. That's why I need your help. If you need my help, why did you wait for me to call you? Help me find out if Melody simply likes Fourth Master Swan and wants to be together with him, or if the imperial family wants Melody to marry Fourth Master Swan. Jean did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Is there a difference? What do you think? Jean asked. The former provoked Melody, while the latter would affect Harkin. Jean had to know who her enemy was, right? I'll call you when I have news. The person on the other end of the call was cold. Okay, I'll remind you again. Stay away from Fourth Master Swan. Got it. Jean hung up the phone impatiently. She looked ahead. Jean did not ask Kingsley why he kept telling her not to get close to Fourth Master Swan, but since he kept emphasizing it, it must not be a small matter. Chapter 57. Something is wrong with Fourth Master Swan. Jean registered George at the Angerberg Private Elementary School. These days, Paul had been under intensive training at home. A teacher was specially hired to teach him how to ace the interview. As for George, no one cared. On this day, Jasmine came back. It was the first time she came back after her honeymoon after the marriage. Eden did not accompany her. After Eden returned, he immediately went to work at a listed company under the Swans and could not find the time. It was also said that after Eden got married, the Swans held him in high regard and seemed to be interested in grooming him to become the successor of the Swans. Of course, that was what Jasmine said. Jean brought George downstairs to drink some water. George was holding a book in his hand. Jean poured a glass of water and passed by the hall. She was ready to go to the back garden for a walk to get some fresh air. I don't know what's wrong with Fourth Master these past 2 days. He has been boiling chicken soup for us, Jasmine suddenly said. Jean choked on her water. Cough, cough. Jasmine turned to look at Jean and did not say anything. She said to Jennifer and Phoebe, the chicken soup tasted disgusting. Everyone in the house wanted to throw up. Is that so? Jennifer smiled and said, you used to say that Fourth Master is a godlike figure. Now that you're living together, you must have realized that he's just an ordinary person. Not really. Fourth Master's aura is still very strong. I don't dare to talk to him. Say, is Fourth Master making soup for you in hopes that you and Eden will have children soon? Phoebe immediately complimented. I also heard that Fourth Master Swan seems to have some problems in that aspect. Who knows? Jasmine seemed to be a little proud. That said, your speculation isn't unreasonable, Auntie. If Fourth Master was healthy, he wouldn't have fallen for someone. As Jasmine said that, he glanced at Jean who was walking toward the back garden. Jennifer sneered. That day, Jean admitted that the Fourth Master Swan only kissed her because he wanted to reject the marriage with the third princess of the Sanders. Have you heard that from the Swans? I've heard about it. The Swans don't want a marriage agreement with the Sanders. Jasmine nodded. Why? Wouldn't it be better for the Swans to climb up to the imperial family? I'm not too sure either. Eden said that if it's an important matter of the Swans, other than Fourth Master Swan and Old Master Swan, no one else has the right to speak nor get involved. Hence, no one knows the exact reason for this matter. All they know is that the Swans are determined not to have a marriage agreement with the Sanders. Could it be fourth Master Swan's health problem? Once he marries the princess, if his health isn't good enough, wouldn't he be ruining the princess's life? I reckon that the Swans wouldn't be able to explain. Jennifer speculated. Fourth Master Swan's health condition is truly a mystery. No one in the Swans dares to talk about it. I've also asked Eden, but he can't explain it clearly. Anyway, in the Swans, fourth Master Swan's position is particularly high. Not to mention Eden as a junior, even Eden's father has to be a little humble to fourth Master Swan. Then you have to perform well in front of fourth Master Swan in the future. Jennifer reminded, the most important thing is to not let Jean marry fourth Master Swan. Let me know if anything happens. I'll think of a way to stop it. No matter what, we mustn't let Jean marry fourth Master. Otherwise, we won't have a good life. I know. Jasmine nodded heavily. I don't think Jean has the ability to marry fourth Master Swan. Phoebe interrupted at the right time with a look of disdain. She has an illegitimate child. That's all she has. Besides, she is so unambitious toward her son. I just saw George reading a children's book. To be honest, as an ordinary person, I don't even care about the mother and son, let alone fourth Master Swan. Jean only relies on being the daughter of the Lawrences. Otherwise, she'd be trash on the streets. It's not that I'm boasting, but George just isn't as smart and capable as my son. Is Paul going to interview for a first-class elementary school? Jasmine asked. Yes, tomorrow, Phoebe said. Everything is ready. Good luck. Jasmine touched Paul, who was sitting obediently next to her. You must step on George hard. Yes, Sister Jasmine. Paul was very confident. I heard that Quentin, the youngest son of third Uncle Swan, is going for the interview tomorrow too, Jasmine said. That child was educated very well by the Swans. I'm afraid that when he grows up, he'll compete with Eden. You're thinking too far ahead. That child is only a few years old, whereas Eden is already working at the Swans Enterprise and has the advantage. Jennifer was much more magnanimous. That's true. Jasmine smiled. She also felt that she was thinking too much. With Eden's ability, in the years that Quentin had grown up, he had grasped the Swans tightly in his hands. How could there still be anything left for Quentin? In the backyard, Jean brought George to sit in the gazebo to rest. George was reading a brain teaser book. Jean sat next to him and seemed to be deep in thoughts. Nom, are you thinking about something? George put down the book and looked at her. Jean came back to her senses. Yes, what are you thinking about? George asked. I'm thinking about the matter of fourth Master Swan making chicken soup. Jean answered, I'm thinking about how to get fourth Master Swan to stay away from me. Mom, do you really hate fourth Master Swan? George asked. I just don't like him. Me too. George was straightforward. I always feel that he'll snatch you away. Jean was stunned. George said, will he? No, Jean was certain. That's good. Are you afraid that I'll be snatched away? Yes. George nodded honestly. After all, my dad is dead. If you leave as well, I'll become an orphan. I heard that orphans are very miserable. Silly. Jean rubbed George's head. Even if she left, she would bring George along. Besides, she would not leave. She had never thought of being with anyone else in her life. Especially, fourth Master Swan. Chapter 58. George's interview for elementary school. The next morning, Jean changed George into a slightly formal suit and brought him out. At the same time, Phoebe and her husband, Jeremy, brought Paul out. Jennifer personally arranged for them to sit in a black car of the Lawrences. Jean brought George and sat in the red sports car that Monica gave her. The car drove very slowly on the highway. George sat in the back seat and looked out of the window in a daze. Jean looked at George through the rearview mirror. Do you need me to cheer you up? George turned around. For example, make your heart beat a little. Jean smiled, deliberately trying to liven up the atmosphere. She knew George was absent-minded not because he was worried that he would not pass the interview, but because he just did not want to go to school. Jean suddenly stepped on the accelerator. George suddenly grabbed the handrail beside him. A red sports car was speeding through the streets at lightning speed. When they passed a luxurious black car, Knox, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly looked at the red light that flashed past him. He could not help but shout, F***ck, that was awesome. Edward glanced at him from the back seat. 12 points will be deducted. He's no fun. Jean made a perfect drift. The car stopped at the entrance of Angerberg Private Elementary School, then Jean slowly drove into the school parking lot. There were many cars, and the line was very long. Jean parked the car after a long time. The moment she opened the car door and got out, she directly bumped into Fourth Master Swan, who did not need to wait in line. She was slightly stunned. Knox, who was standing next to Fourth Master Swan, could not help but laugh. He finally understood why Fourth Master Swan had called him here so early in the morning. For a moment, Knox thought that Fourth Master Swan had a change of heart and had personally brought his nephew here for his interview. It turned out that that was not his true intention. Knox took the initiative to greet Jean. "Ms. Lawrence, good driving skills." Jean smiled faintly. "But did you know that according to the traffic laws of Harkin, the maximum penalty for speeding is 12 points? Knox said on purpose. Edward sighed bluntly. "I've never heard of that law." "Fourth Master, does your face hurt?" Jean said, "I was afraid of being late, so I drove a little faster." "How was that a little faster?" George was about to vomit. Jean said, "We'll be late. I'll go in first." Then, she held George's hand and left. Edward just watched her leave. He lowered his head and looked at Quentin. "Follow me." The 6-year-old Quentin expressed that he was very confused. "Did I do something wrong? Why did Fourth Uncle come and torture me like this?" At the interview venue of the Angerberg Private Elementary School. In a huge waiting hall, everyone sat in the seats arranged in advance and waited. The hall was originally very quiet until a surprised voice was heard. "George, why are you here?" It was Phoebe's voice. Jean looked up and saw Phoebe walking past her while holding Paul's hand as if she was looking for a seat. She responded indifferently, "George is also here for the interview." "Can he pass the interview?" Phoebe blurted disdainfully. "We'll know after he tries." Phoebe still wanted to say something, but a staff member who was maintaining order said, "Please find your seat and sit down. Keep quiet." As such, Phoebe endured it and sat in her seat with Jeremy and Paul. After sitting down, she could not help but send a text message. "Sis, do you know who I saw here? I saw Jean bringing George for an interview. I'm not afraid of having another person to compete with. I'm just afraid that the Lawrences will be laughed at. Putting aside George's abilities, just the fact that he's an illegitimate child will make him fail the interview. Who doesn't know that the interview in Angerberg is not only for the children but also for their parents? What is she thinking?" Jennifer was waiting for the news at home. When she saw the message, she was very angry. "What kind of trick is Jean up to?" She quickly called Alexander. Alexander was also very angry. After hanging up, he called Jean. Jean looked at the call and hung up. After a while, countless voice messages were sent to her. Jean ignored them. Many more text messages were sent to her. "Jean, come back immediately. Did I let you go and embarrass yourself like this? George is an illegitimate child. How can you have the nerve to bring him for an interview? Aren't you ashamed? Bring him back." Jean immediately turned off her phone. At this moment in the hall, since Jean had brought her child here alone, she attracted the attention of countless people. The other children were with their parents, except for George. Of course, there was also Fourth Master Swan. Everyone knew Fourth Master Swan. In fact, most of the people who could come here to study were people from the upper class, so they knew that he had come to help his nephew. It was not surprising. On the other hand, Jean was different. She bringing George here alone was asking for humiliation. More and more people entered the hall, and more people came out. Jean lined up at the back. It was almost the turn of the last few people. Jean heard George's name and brought him in. In the interview hall, Jean and George sat at the interview table. The few interviewers in front of them appeared very formal. When one of the interviewers was about to speak, another female interviewer said bluntly, "I don't think there's anything worth interviewing for. We don't consider single-parent families, so there's no need to waste our time. Next." "Wait," Jean said, "the interview information for Angerberg didn't explicitly say that children from single-parent families can't come for the interview." The interviewer frowned slightly. She glanced at Jean impatiently, showing a superior attitude. "I'm the principal of Angerberg. I'm making it clear now. Are the rules of an international first-class elementary school so casual?" Jean sneered. "My son failed the interview that he had prepared for so long just because of your words. Is this the so-called people-oriented cultural system in your school?" The interviewer's face darkened slightly as she said coldly, "Children who grow up in single families are born with a lack of kinship compared to other children. This is incomplete for the children themselves. Angerberg is a first-class noble school. We don't accept children who have flaws. We also don't want this kind of flaw to affect the growth of other children. My son has no flaws." "It's not up to you to decide. It's not up to you to decide either," Jean enunciated each word. The interviewer looked at Jean coldly. Since you didn't make it clear before that children from single-parent families can't be interviewed, you don't have the right to reject my son's interview, Jean said again with an imposing manner. At that moment, the interviewer seemed to be stunned by Jean's imposing manner. She calmed down and said coldly, 10 minutes. Tell me all of your son's strengths. I don't want to waste too much of my time. Chapter 59. George slaps everyone in the face. In the interview hall. Jean only spent 10 minutes indeed. After that, for a long time, no one said a word. The female principal was obviously shocked and speechless. After a long time, the female principal pushed her glasses and let herself look very calm as she said, not bad. The corners of Jean's mouth lifted slightly. Go out and wait for your notice. Jean did not say much. She held George's hand and walked out. Wait. The female principal called out to them. Jean turned around. Do you think you can play the role of a mother and a father by yourself? Of course. The female principal nodded. She was trying to find a way out for herself. Jean held George's hand and returned to the hall to wait. Phoebe looked at them with disdain. They came out after entering for a short while. They were obviously here to humiliate themselves. About 2 hours later, the female principal came out to announce the results in public. At this time, the venue was very quiet. Most of the people were nervous. The female principal read out the name list one by one in a serious manner. Quinton Swan, Charles James, Sherry Baker. Phoebe was very nervous. Only 30 students would be accepted for this batch, and there were more than 100 people in the hall. Phoebe's heart was beating very fast. In the end, Paul's name was still not announced. After the female principal finished reading out a long list, she took a deep breath and said, the last quota. The entire hall became even more nervous. After all, most of the children here had not had their names announced. Phoebe had a look of anticipation. George Lawrence. The entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone's gaze turned to Jean and George. In an instant, they became the focus of attention. The female principal appeared very serious as she continued to say, congratulations to the students whose names have been called for admission to our school. The school semester starts next Monday. Before admission, you need to complete the admission procedures. The staff of our school will inform you one-on-one about the relevant matters. Thank you for your participation. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. This is unfair. A person suddenly shouted in the hall. The female principal turned around and stopped. I seriously doubt the results of the interview at Angerberg are fair. A man suddenly stood up in the hall and said fiercely. The female principal's expression was unsightly. Since the founding of our school, we've always upheld fairness. Do you have any objections? How can an illegitimate child from a single family be selected? Is there some underhanded operation in Angerberg? The man was extremely sarcastic. It was obvious that he was saying that George had pulled some strings. The other people who were not selected also started to agree. That's right. How can someone like that be chosen? How can my son not be chosen? If you don't give us an explanation, none of us will leave. The scene was a little chaotic. Phoebe was also among the crowd, and her voice was unusually loud. The key is that he's useless. Why is he allowed to enter Angerberg instead of my son? I'm not convinced. Not only those who did not pass the interview but some who did also said, if you let my daughter and that illegitimate child be classmates, I'm afraid that her character will be ruined. In the noisy hall, Jean and George, who were being questioned, were very calm. Edward, who was sitting not far away, was also very calm. On the other hand, Knox could not sit still any longer. Edward's wife was being bullied, yet he was actually so indifferent. At the scene, the female principal's face darkened, and she shouted, silence. The entire place fell silent. Angerberg is an international first-class school. Even if the children of Harkin's imperial family enter the school, they'll be treated equally. The female principal said coldly, regarding George's admission, we've followed the proper procedures to select him. What right does he have to be selected? Phoebe was very agitated. He doesn't know anything. What isn't my son selected when he's skilled at everything? The female principal glanced at Phoebe. Jean also glanced at her. Phoebe could still pretend that they were all relatives in the Lawrence family's manor, but when it involved her own interests, her greedy face was revealed. To be honest, I live with George now. I know him very well. He reads children's books and plays games on his phone every day. I've never seen him study hard. When my son was preparing for the interview, George was just playing. Phoebe said loudly, If such a person can go to Angerberg, why can't the rest of us? Such a person. The female principal's eyes narrowed under her glasses. Are you sure George doesn't know anything? He doesn't know anything, Phoebe said fiercely. It's a joke that he came for the interview. Now, Angerberg actually accepted him. Does this mean that Angerberg, a prestigious school, is just a joke? And the rest of us working so hard to prepare for this school is also a joke? Enough. The female principal could not listen any further. She looked at Phoebe coldly and asked, "How many languages does your son know?" Phoebe was stunned for a moment before she answered loudly, "He has been learning another language since he was young. He can now converse smoothly in that language." "George knows 5 languages. Impossible. What level is your son's piano?" Phoebe quickly answered, "My son's violin is currently at level 5. George is a level 10 professional." Phoebe had heard that George was very good at playing the piano. Angerberg isn't an art school. Knowing how to play a musical instrument is just a bonus but not mandatory. "Can your son write code?" "Code? George just used 2 minutes to hack the internal network of Angerberg?" Phoebe did not know what to say. "Does your son know how to solve advanced math problems? Not simple math problems, but a research-level math problem that hasn't been solved by anyone from Angerberg even after years of training. George solved it." "Do you know what photographic memory is?" The female principal looked at Phoebe coldly. "Let me show you." The female principal asked her assistant to take out a few books. She said to George, "George, come up." George looked at Jean. Jean nodded. George walked up. The female principal placed the books in front of everyone. 3 dictionaries from different countries. "For fairness, in case you suspect any underhanded operation of Angerberg, come up." She pointed at Phoebe. Phoebe gritted her teeth and went up. "You can flip through 3 pages of each dictionary," the female principal ordered. Phoebe did as she was told. "George, take a look," the female principal said. George took a few looks at each of the dictionaries, and he really just took a few looks. It was as if he only glanced through. "Are you done?" The female principal looked at George. George nodded. "Listen carefully." The female principal looked at Phoebe and then turned to George. "Recite it." George recited everything he had just seen in 3 languages to everyone without missing a single word. One of them had a note that was written, and he also recited it. Everyone was shocked. Phoebe could not believe it at that moment. "By the way, does everyone know about the Mensa organization?" The female principal was very calm. After all, she had just been slapped in the face. She said, "It's a global high IQ club and has an entry requirement of 148 IQ and above. George is one of the members, and he's ranked 8th. So far, he's the only underage member in the world to be on the top 10 list of Mensa. So, any objections?" Chapter 60. I've taken a liking to your son. So. The female principal's expression was serious. Looking at everyone present, she enunciated each word and asked, "Any objections?" The entire hall was silent. No one had expected that the seemingly unremarkable George would be so amazing. They disdained George just now, but they were now stupefied. Phoebe was the one who suffered the most. She had always looked down on George and had always thought that her son was 100 times better than George. She had never expected this to happen. She stood there with embarrassment, jealousy, and anger. It made her look twisted. Edward, who was sitting below, looked at George with a smile. Knox, who was next to him, was also surprised by George. He had a feeling that with George was not too bad, but he had never expected that the brat was so amazing. In the hall, no one said another word. The female principal seemed to have expected this result. She announced solemnly, "Since there are no objections, today's interview is over. Thank you for your participation. Goodbye." Then, she turned around and left. George also returned to Jean's side. While everyone was still in a state of shock, Jean held George's hand and took the lead to leave. Just as they walked out of the hall, "Ms. Lawrence." A familiar male voice came from behind. Jean stopped in her tracks. She turned around. 4th Master Swan brought his nephew and stood there with Knox by his side. Jean forced herself to smile. "4th Master, can I help you?" "I've taken a liking to your son." 4th Master Swan's thin lips moved slightly. "Is this fella really crazy?" Jean looked straight at 4th Master Swan. "He left after saying that." F***ck. He's crazy. Jean held her son's hand and returned to the small car. George was still sitting in the back seat. Jean was driving at a normal speed. She looked at George through the rearview mirror. "Do you want a reward?" "No," George was calm. He was very calm from the beginning to the end. Actually, Jean felt a little happy during the whole process. But I don't like Fourth Master Swan, George added. Am I right to say that your reward is to keep Fourth Master Swan away from us? Jean asked. George nodded. Yes, all right, Jean agreed immediately. She felt that this kind of reward was very easy to achieve. Little did she know, that someone could be so shameless. Jean brought George back to the Lawrence's family's manor. At this moment, Phoebe had also returned. Phoebe was crying in the hall while Paul was also crying next to her as if he had suffered a great grievance. Jennifer was also a little angry. Firstly, Paul, who had always given her hope, was not selected. Secondly, she heard that George was actually a genius. She had always hated to see others being good, so she naturally had all sorts of twisted thoughts. At this moment, Jennifer raised her head and saw Jean and George walking in. They walked past them as if no one was around. Jean. Jennifer's tone was very cold. Phoebe saw that Jean had returned and cried even harder. At this moment, Alexander was not around either. Jean glanced at Jennifer. What's wrong with little mother? What do you mean by what you did today? Jennifer did not pretend anymore. She stood up from the sofa and looked a little aggressive. What did I do? Jean pretended to be stupid. Why didn't you tell us that George is a genius? By doing this today, are you deliberately embarrassing my nephew? Jennifer said fiercely. She did it on purpose, Phoebe complained while crying. Sis, you don't know how embarrassed Paul and I were at the scene. From now on, I don't dare to bring Paul out anymore. After saying that, she cried even louder. Jean was very calm. She said, is it hereditary for your family members to always complain first whenever something happens? Jean, how can you say that? Jennifer used the topic as an excuse and said, no matter what, she's still your elder, and I'm also your elder. Are you so disrespectful to your elders? It depends on whether you learn to respect yourself. Jean, if you hadn't disdained George in front of everyone, would you have been slapped his face so miserably? Jean sneered. I wasn't looking down on George. I was just telling the truth. To say the least, we're still relatives. You said George was useless in front of so many people. If George was really useless, would he still be able to hold his head up high in the future? Jean questioned. At least I didn't say that Paul is useless. Although compared to George, he really didn't have any strengths. Jean, that's enough. Jennifer's voice was sharp. This is the Lawrence family's manor. We can't tolerate you being so lawless. You know this is the Lawrence family's manor? Jean mocked. As an outsider, shouldn't you have some self-awareness and shut up? You. Jennifer was furious. Jean smiled. Many wrongdoings lead to self-destruction. This saying is meant for you. Your lesson from 7 years ago wasn't enough, was it? Jennifer did not pretend anymore and asked Jean through gritted teeth. It was enough. Jean's expression turned cold. That's why I'm going to make you pay. Her last few words made people shudder. Jennifer's heart froze. Jean had turned around and lazily said, I've never felt that George is a genius, let alone that there are no geniuses in this world. There are only comparisons. After all, there are always people better than you, so there's nothing to show off about. Unlike some people, who like to be arrogant. Jean. Phoebe heard the sarcasm in Jean's words and raged. Jean did not bother with them anymore. It was a waste of time. She held onto George's hand and went upstairs to her room. Phoebe was crying so hard that her heart was tearing apart. It was as if Jean had done something serious. Sister, look at Jean. She doesn't even see us as a threat. Look at her smug face. Enough, Jennifer scolded angrily. Phoebe looked at Jennifer in shock. In the end, it's your son who isn't capable enough. What's the use of crying and making a scene? Who can you blame if your son isn't capable enough? Jennifer said fiercely. Phoebe saw that Jennifer was angry, so she swallowed her anger and did not dare to say anything else. Pack your things and leave now. Sister, don't you care about your nephew anymore? Don't you care about the only son of the Fabians? Phoebe asked in a panic. Jeremy, who had not been able to say anything, was also anxious. Sister, you can't do this. It wasn't easy for the Fabians to have such a son. Can you please ask your husband to help us pull some strings? Jeremy and his wife did not know the inside story, but Jennifer knew very well that the Lawrences did not have the face to ask Angerberg to accept Paul. She said coldly, don't stay here and humiliate yourself. Go back to your hometown and find another school. I don't want to see you again. After saying this, Jennifer went upstairs as well. Sis. Jeremy and his wife never thought that they would be kicked out in the end. Chapter 61. Business Dinner. At night, the Lawrences sat in the dining room and had dinner. Jeremy and his family were forcibly chased away by Jennifer. When they left, they cried their hearts out. They said that Jennifer did not care about their lives anymore, which made Jennifer feel very awkward in front of all the servants. Naturally, the matter did not end well. Nonetheless, Jennifer was still smart. Before Alexander came back from work, she had already dealt with everything that needed to be dealt with. At this moment, there were not many people at the dining table. Jasmine had also become a swan. "What's going on with George?" Alexander suddenly asked seriously. Jean raised her head and looked at Alexander. "What do you mean?" "The interview for elementary school today." Alexander's expression was very ugly. "Today, countless people called to congratulate me, saying that I have a genius grandson. After so long, I still don't know anything." "Did you ask?" Jean sneered. "Do you have to go against me?" Alexander suddenly put down his cutleries. The atmosphere became very serious. Jennifer and Joshua did not dare to move their cutleries. On the other hand, Jean was very calm as she took some food for George. After all, George needed to grow. "Jean." Alexander saw that Jean ignored him, so his expression became even uglier. Jean said nonchalantly, "It's not a big deal. He's just a little smarter than the average person. What's there to talk about?" "You." Alexander was speechless by Jean's words. "Let's eat. If the food gets cold, they won't taste good." Jennifer was the best at acting as a good person. When she knew that Alexander was feeling a little awkward at this moment, she quickly eased the atmosphere. She took some food and placed it on Alexander's plate. "You're tired after working all day. Eat more." Alexander glared at Jean and turned to ask Jennifer, "How's Paul?" "That child didn't perform well and wasn't selected," Jennifer said nonchalantly. "It's also because he hasn't seen much of the world since he was young. Thinking about it, there are indeed differences between Southampton City and the small place I came from. I think that rather than letting you spend all your effort to send Paul to an elite school, if he can't keep up in the end, it's better for him to just find a good school in my hometown. It might be even better." Jennifer's words were very pleasant to hear. On one hand, she did not belittle her nephew's incompetence. On the other hand, she gave Alexander a lot of face. At least, it would not make people think that Alexander was not capable enough to send Paul to the best school. It was because Paul was not suitable for it. Jean could not help but look at Jennifer. She felt that after these years, this woman's conduct had risen to another level. Now that Jean thought about it, the reason Jennifer had chased her younger brother's family away so early was that she was afraid that Jeremy's family would cause trouble and embarrass Alexander. If Alexander was embarrassed because of Jennifer's family, she would not have a good time either. Jean pursed her lips lightly and continued to eat quietly. Alexander listened to Jennifer's words and nodded slightly. An expensive school isn't necessarily good. It has to be suitable for the child. Jennifer quickly agreed. At the dining table, everything returned to normal. Alexander suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right. Tomorrow evening, you'll dress up and attend a business dinner with me." "What dinner?" Jennifer asked. "Do you still remember Muck? The e-commerce company that the Locks wanted to cooperate with last time?" Jennifer asked. Alexander nodded. "The CEO of Muck has sent out an invitation to a dinner, inviting most of the upper-class companies in Southampton City to attend. Inside information says that Muck may still find a local company to cooperate with, so we'll be going to pay them a visit tomorrow. There may even be a chance for us to cooperate. I'll dress well. I'll also bring Joshua with me tomorrow. Help us prepare the suits for the banquet before 5 p.m. "Okay." Jennifer nodded quickly and asked again, "Will Eden and Jasmine go?" "Of course," Alexander said immediately. How could they not be included for such a gathering of the upper class? "That's true." Jennifer's tone was a little smug. "Speaking of Jasmine, when you see her tomorrow, tell her to have a child with Eden as soon as possible. She can only have a foothold in that big family after she has a child." "Don't worry, I've told Jasmine about this. She has been smart since she was young and knows what to do." "Okay," Alexander answered. He knew Jennifer would be considerate in this aspect, so there was no need to say anything more. Jean and George just quietly ate their dinner. Other than the unpleasant incident just now, this family never took the initiative to mention them anymore. Not to mention, bringing them to the high-class banquet. Alexander probably thought that only Joshua and Jasmine had the right to go socialize with him. The next day, in the afternoon, Jean slowly changed into a gown and put on makeup. While applying mascara, she asked George, "Are you coming with me this evening?" No, are you afraid of being alone here? No. All right then. Jean put down her mascara. She had always respected her son. Previously, Jean had always brought him along because she was afraid that he would not be used to being alone. Now that they had returned for a month, he had gotten used to what he needed to get used to. If he was not used to it, he would not be able to get used to it no matter what. Jean carefully picked out a large red lipstick and applied it skillfully. Then, she put on a pair of exaggerated diamond-fringed earrings. After that, she put down her hair, and her long curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was done dressing up. Jean stood up from the makeup mirror. She was wearing a black dress with a sling with little fabric, where a few straps criss-crossed on her back, revealing her perfect waistline. The skirt only reached the middle of her thighs, and if she was not careful, she would have a panty flash. The rest of her legs that were not covered were smooth and fair. She wore a pair of black sequin stilettos. Under the reflection of the light, her straight legs seemed to sparkle. Jean was the kind of woman who would seem like a kept woman even if she wore her clothes properly, not to mention a dress with little fabric. She looked so alluring that it would make people commit a crime. She walked to George's side and gently touched his head. She said, "Be good at home." George nodded. Jean casually picked up a white feather shawl that was placed at the side. The shawl could hide part of her sexiness, making her look less aggressive and more gentle and moving. She walked out of the room and went downstairs. At this moment, Alexander brought Jennifer and Joshua out of the door as well. They sat in the special car of the Lawrences and left. Jean casually went to the garage to drive her car and then slowly drove out of the Lawrence family's home. She did not lie to Monica, she really did not like driving. To her, it was meaningless to drive if she did not race. In the end, she was still patient and drove the sports car to the destination at a normal speed. Knox's reminder was right. She still had to abide by the traffic regulations. She was still worried about whether she had been punished yesterday. At this moment, in the Swan family's bamboo garden, Teddy held a traffic ticket and looked at it. His eyes almost popped out. Why did I have 12 points deducted, fined $3,000, and even had my driver's license impounded? Chapter 62. Jean's identity was exposed. A red sports car was driving on the street. Jean glanced at her ringing cell phone and casually put on her Bluetooth earpiece. "Are you going to the dinner party?" the person who called asked. "Yes. Alone? Or else? Wear something with more fabric," Kingsley suggested. The corners of Jean's mouth curled up slightly. "Are you being hypocritical to only remind me when I'm out? I didn't ask you to seduce anyone. You're thinking too much," Jean said coldly. "It's up to me how I dress." "Protect yourself." "Okay," Jean replied. She took off her earpiece and drove casually. To be honest, she did not want to stay in Southampton City for too long. There was nothing worth remembering here. Jean parked the car at the entrance of the banquet hall. She got out of the car. Outside the car, there were a lot of people going in and out. The scene looked very lively. Muck was a first-class foreign e-commerce enterprise, and Harkin did not have a strong e-commerce platform up until now. Once Muck brought in their professional team, they were bound to make a big difference in Harkin's market, so there were a lot of local enterprises that flocked to them. Of course, the locks were a cautionary tale. Most of the people were still in a wait-and-see state, and most of them were probably here tonight to find out the specific situation. Jean scanned the electronic invitation card and walked into the hall. Just as she walked in, a female voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Jean." Jean's eyes moved slightly. She saw Jasmine wearing a light blue dress and appeared with Eden. At this moment, Jasmine was clearly surprised to see her. "Why are you here?" Jasmine questioned. She did not hear her mom say that Jean would come. "I'm here to join in the fun." Jean smiled. "What are you thinking?" Jasmine's face was full of disdain. "This is an official business banquet. Not everyone can come. Don't you feel shameless to come without being invited? Wouldn't Dad be mad again if he sees you?" "Jean, no matter what, you're still a Lawrence. Before you do anything, don't you think about the honor of our family first?" Jean glanced at Jasmine, her eyes moving slightly as she looked at Eden. At that moment, Eden happened to look at Jean as well. Their eyes met. His heart palpitated. He gritted his teeth secretly and remained calm. The way Jean was dressed tonight was enough to make people fantasize. At this moment, such a gaze caused his heart to tremble. Jean did not fix her gaze on Eden, nor did she have the mood to figure out his thoughts. She said to Jasmine, "Don't be too full of yourself. You'll easily get slapped in the face." "Jean." Jasmine suppressed her anger. Jean walked past her and left immediately. Jasmine was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She turned her head to look at Eden with some grievance. She seemed to see Eden's fiery gaze fixed on Jean's enchanting back. In the next second, it seemed to be an illusion. Eden looked back at Jasmine with a cold gaze and said, "Don't bother about her. If she doesn't know what's good for her, she'll seek your death sooner or later." Jasmine nodded, but she did not feel good. Did that flirtatious B*TCH dress like this to seduce Eden? No, I would never let such a thing happen. Jean walked calmly in the banquet hall. Very soon, she attracted the attention of many people. Naturally, Alexander also saw her. When he saw her, his expression changed immediately. He brought Jennifer and quickly walked towards Jean. He lowered his voice and scolded her angrily. "What are you doing here? I didn't ask you to come. I came alone. Don't you have any self-awareness? How can someone like you come to a business dinner like this? This place is filled with important and influential people. This isn't a so-called entertainment banquet. Go back immediately." Jean just looked at Alexander. When George went to Angerberg for an interview, he had asked her to go home. Now, he was also asking her to go home. Jean asked, "Am I so shameful to you?" Enough. Alexander did not seem to want to waste time with Jean. "If you're capable, you should be invited to this banquet on your own. Don't leech off me." Jasmine also came with her identity as the young Madam of the Swans. Jean was speechless. "Did I leech off him? What does he have for me to leech? What's there for a prestigious family that's heading towards destruction to show off about? Take advantage of the fact that the host of the banquet has yet to officially appear. Leave immediately. Otherwise, people will think that the Lawrences are unruly and will bring anyone here," Alexander ordered coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at a man who appeared on the second floor. It was West, the host of this banquet and the CEO of Muck Group. He walked down the stairs one step at a time with an imposing figure. Alexander glared at Jean. Due to West's appearance, if Jean left at this time, it would appear abrupt and rude. Hence, Alexander used his gaze to signal Jean to behave herself. Jean pretended not to see. West walked to the hall. In the hall, many people took the initiative to approach him. The workers around West blocked the others and watched him walk in one direction. Alexander looked at West walking toward him and felt a little excited. When West stopped in front of him, he quickly reached out his hand. "Mr. West." "Girl, I was wondering where you could hide." West directly pulled Jean into his arms. Jean smiled. West was about 45 years old. He was very tall and burly, so Jean looked extremely petite in his arms. Everyone was shocked. What's the situation now? West, the legendary godfather of e-commerce, had an unspeakable relationship with Jean, the so-called eldest young lady Lawrence? This was breaking news. Everyone in the banquet hall had their eyes on them. This included the awkward Alexander, as well as Eden and Jasmine, who were not too far away. Jasmine's eyes were filled with jealousy. She clenched her fists tightly and glared fiercely at Jean, who was the center of attention. At that moment, Eden's gaze also changed slightly. What kind of shady business had Jean done all these years abroad? Seducing men everywhere? West finally let go of Jean after a long time. He completely ignored the gazes of the people around him. He deliberately said to Jean in a reproachful tone, "You're really bold to have gone missing without informing your godfather." "Godfather?" Everyone was shocked again. "Didn't I come to surprise you?" Jean had a fawning look on her face. "Don't give me that." West was deliberately angry. "If you want to give me a surprise, go back to work at Muck. In the future, I'll leave Harkin's e-commerce market to you to handle. I can then spend more time with your godmother." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Harkin's e-commerce market would be left to Ms. Lawrence. "Godfather, don't joke. You're in the prime of your life, and yet you want to retire? Godmother won't allow it." Jean refused. She actually refused West. There were so many reputable companies in Southampton City that wanted to cooperate with Muck, and yet Ms. Lawrence said she did not want to take it over? Everyone suddenly felt that Ms. Lawrence, who had returned this time, was not simple at all. Chapter 63. Ms. Lawrence, don't play with fire. Everyone in the banquet hall stared at the interaction between Jean and West with their mouths agape. They never thought that the eldest young lady of the Lawrences would have anything to do with the godfather of international e-commerce. In everyone's mind, Jean was still that wild girl who did not know what she was doing. She was a delinquent daughter who was chased out of the house by her biological father. No one would think about what she had done or experienced during the 7 years she was chased out. The only thing they knew was that Jean had given birth to an illegitimate child, one who was originally useless but turned out to be a genius. Jean seemed to be too different from everyone's impression at the moment. West turned his head to look at Alexander, who was standing at the side. He said, "Mr. Lawrence, you've raised a good daughter." Alexander snapped back to reality. At that moment, he seemed to have recovered from his shock. He smiled stiffly. "Mr. West, you flatter me. I've always been curious about what kind of parents could raise such an outstanding child, and I've wanted to seek advice and experience from you. My damned child is ignorant and incompetent. He's really helpless," West said sincerely. When he said that, Alexander's face became even stiffer. He forced out a few words. "Jeannie is the one who's obedient." One could see how awkward Alexander was. Did he sincerely feel that he did not have the qualifications to answer West's question? Jean smiled indifferently at the side. "Let's have a good chat later." West patted Alexander's shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "Now, I'll borrow your daughter and let her accompany me to meet the guests." "Please go ahead," Alexander said quickly. West smiled gratefully. He let Jean hold his arm and brought her to socialize with him. Jennifer watched as they walked away. The emotions on her face could not be held back any longer. She could not help but say, "How did Jeannie hook up with West?" Alexander responded coldly, "How would I know?" When he thought about how Jean had embarrassed him, he felt angry. "Could it be that Jeannie and West did something shameful abroad?" Jennifer said deliberately. Alexander gave her a look. Jennifer quickly said, "I was just saying." She was deliberately fanning the flames. Alexander's face turned completely dark at that moment. At the banquet, West brought Jean to socialize with all the upper-class enterprises in Southampton City. West also made it very clear that Muck Group would bring their professional team to hearken into the e-commerce market in Southampton City, but because they were not familiar with the local market, they would choose to cooperate with a local enterprise. To put it bluntly, they would find a partner in Southampton City to develop the e-commerce platform together. Once the news was out, all the enterprises in the city were in an uproar. There were already some enterprises at the banquet that could not hold back and kept socializing with West, trying to deepen his impression of them. Jean accompanied West for more than half the night. She finally broke away from the crowd and took some time to go to the washroom. She had just come out of the washroom when she heard a man's voice. "Are you very pleased with yourself?" Jean's eyes moved slightly, and she saw Eden standing not far away. He was alone. Where did he leave Jasmine? Jean smiled faintly. "Which are you referring to, young Master Swan?" Eden said sarcastically, "I didn't expect that the eldest young lady of the Lawrences, who once didn't even let anyone touch her hand, would accompany an old man for the sake of money and benefits." Jean's face turned slightly cold. "What? Did I hit a sore spot?" Eden sneered. Jean was indifferent. "Young Master Swan, are you jealous? Are you kidding?" Jean approached Eden and suddenly walked toward him. Eden frowned slightly and maintained his vigilance, but he could not bear to take a step back. Jean was almost stuck to his body, but she seemed to maintain a subtle distance. Her fragrance lingered in Eden's breath, making him a little confused for a moment. He heard her melodious and sweet voice as she said with a heart-stirring voice, "In any case, you'll never be able to touch me in your lifetime." Eden's expression changed drastically, and he stared fiercely at Jean. At that moment, anger burned in his heart, and he grabbed Jean's arm fiercely. Jean's eyes narrowed, just as she was about to resist. "Eden." Jean and Eden turned their heads abruptly. The person who called Eden was not Jasmine, but Knox. Beside Knox was Edward. Fourth Master Swan did not come to the banquet, but why was he suddenly here? How long had he and Knox been standing there? Eden let go of Jean abruptly. Jean pursed her lips. Eden walked straight toward Edward. He showed no reluctance towards Jean. He stopped in front of Edward and said respectfully, "Fourth uncle, you're here." Edward took a look at Eden and nodded slightly. "I'm leaving. Jasmine is still waiting for me outside." Edward still nodded. Eden left. At the same time, Knox also left. It seemed that Jean and Fourth Master Swan were left behind on purpose. Jean was a little speechless. She rearranged her shawl. She became entangled with Eden just now, so it was a little messy. After she was done, she walked past Edward. "Ms. Lawrence," Edward said. His voice was neither warm nor cold. Jean pursed her lips and stopped. Edward turned around and looked at her. Jean raised her head and looked back. She did not want to be outdone. Edward suddenly stretched out his long arms and hugged Jean in her arms. Jean was shocked and tried to push him away. At that moment, Edward's big hand was on her waist. It seemed to be exerting more force, making her unable to move. Jean frowned. She could clearly feel that Fourth Master Swan's hand was on her exposed waist and not on her shawl. Jean gritted her teeth and was about to speak. Fourth Master Swan suddenly bent down and lowered his head. Jean's heart moved. His lips brushed past her lips as if it was an illusion. He then moved toward her ear. At this moment, Jean even thought that if Fourth Master Swan dared to kiss her, she would throw him over her shoulder. However, she maintained her calm. She only felt a wave of heat lingering around her ears. "Ms. Lawrence, it's best that you don't play with fire," Edward uttered with a threat and a hint of ambiguity. "I don't have enough willpower." As he finished, he kissed Jean's earlobe with his slightly cold lips. It was only for a second. Edward then let go of Jean and turned around to leave. "Fourth Master Swan," Jean called out to him. Edward stopped in his tracks. "Don't forget that this is just a deal," Jean reminded. Edward did not give any reply and left. "Damn it. B*****. Jean took a deep breath. She forced herself to calm down and walked toward the banquet hall. West was still in the crowd. When he saw Jean come out, he waved for her to go over. Jean walked over. West looked at Jean and suddenly smiled. "Why is your right ear so red?" Jean was stunned. West seemed to find it very interesting. He looked left and right. "Your left ear is fine, but your right ear is completely red. Is your right ear shy?" It was clearly a joke, but Jean was speechless. She smiled and said, "I'm allergic to this earring." No, she was just allergic to someone. Chapter 64. Moved. In the banquet hall, Jean subtly changed the topic. West looked around and said, "I just heard that the Fourth Master Swan from Southampton City is here." Jean kept her smile and did not reply. "I've been looking forward to meeting him for a long time," West muttered. At that moment, he turned around and looked at Jean. "Did you see him?" "No," Jean smiled very naturally. West was a little frustrated. Jean said, "Godfather, it's getting late. You also saw that I'm feeling a little uncomfortable due to my ear allergy, so I'll go back first. I'll see you tomorrow." "Okay," West nodded. "Don't go missing again." "Don't worry." Jean said a few words to West and left the banquet hall. Since she had achieved her goal for the night, there was no need to waste any more time socializing. She walked out of the hall's entrance. A worker walked over in a hurry. Jean avoided the person, but at that moment, her shawl fell off accidentally. At this moment, a few flashes of light appeared behind her, accompanied by clicking sounds. Jean turned her head. The paparazzi had run away with the SLR camera. Jean pursed her lips. The staff member hurriedly picked up the shawl on the ground for Jean with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry, miss, I'm really sorry." Jean took the shawl, nodded slightly and left. She drove back to the Lawrence family's courtyard. In the hall, Alexander and Jennifer had left without anyone knowing. In any case, they had returned. At this moment, they were clearly waiting for Jean in the hall. "What's your relationship with West?" Alexander shouted at her. Jean was calm. "Didn't you see? He's my godfather." "Godfather?" Alexander stood up from the sofa and walked toward Jean. "Godfather? What godfather? Why didn't I know that you have a godfather?" "What do you know about me?" Jean asked. "After you chased me out of the Lawrences, did you ask about me? Did you care about me? You wouldn't have known even if I died overseas years ago." "Jean, I'm telling the truth." Jean's voice was also very loud. "So at this time, you don't have the right to question me. I only need to take responsibility for the life I want to live. It has nothing to do with you." "Do you want me to chase you out of this family again?" Alexander roared angrily. He was really infuriated by Jean's words. "Do you think I care?" Jean looked at Alexander. The smile on her lips was filled with contempt. "With my current conditions, what do you think the Lawrences have that are worthy for me to stay?" "You." Alexander was really furious. Jean turned around and left. As she walked, she said, "To be honest, I'm curious. Why do I still have to return to the Lawrences? After thinking about it, it's probably... Is George your illegitimate child with West?" Behind her, Alexander's furious voice was suddenly heard. Jean stopped in her tracks. She smiled. It was just a very natural smile. There was no emotion to be seen. Fortunately, she really did not have any feelings for her so-called father. The reason she still stayed in the Lawrences was probably to seek justice for her mother and take back everything that belonged to her mother. She did not say anything and went upstairs. It was a waste to talk to the Lawrences. Alexander saw how Jean ignored him. He was going crazy with anger. At this moment, Jennifer was fanning the flames by the side. Since she didn't deny it, doesn't that mean that she has admitted it? Alexander's face turned completely dark. Jennifer said, I heard that West has a family and that his child is already very old. Is Jean interfering in someone else's family? That's too immoral. Today, she appeared in such a high-profile manner at the banquet and was even affectionate with West. She even called him her godfather. If this were to spread in the future, our family's reputation. Enough. Alexander was furious. You better discipline Jasmine and Joshua well. I know how to deal with Jean's matter. Yes, yes, yes. I won't say anymore. You should also calm down. Jennifer quickly tried to fawn over him. At that moment, Alexander wanted to beat Jean to death. This time, she had returned to go against him. Jean returned to her room. George was sitting in front of the computer typing code. Jean took a deep breath and walked toward her son with a smile on her face. There was no need to affect her mood because of some unimportant people, much less George's mood. What are you doing? George directly closed the computer as soon as Jean asked. Jean frowned. I can't look. No, George was very determined. What did Kingsley ask you to do again? Jean asked. George did not answer. Jean patted George's little head and scolded fiercely, Kingsley, that exploiter. Stop working. Take a bath and sleep. Okay, George nodded obediently. At that moment, it was obvious that his eyes were flickering. George went to the bathroom to take a bath first. Jean was a little tired and lay on the chaise longue in the room to wait. She opened the French window and allowed the hot summer breeze to blow in. She then lit up a cigarette. Actually, she rarely smoked, especially in front of George. Occasionally, there were exceptions, there was no reason. She took a deep breath. In her mind, a voice echoed. Is George the illegitimate child between you and West? Jean's eyes moved slightly. This was what her father was like. He would only think of her in the most despicable way. At this moment, Jean's phone suddenly rang. Jean came back to her senses and picked it up. Monica. D*MN. I've only been away for a week, and so many things have happened to you. Monica was rather excited. What happened to me? Why didn't you tell me that George is a genius? Monica questioned. Do you still treat me as your sister? Am I still George's godmother? I wanted to surprise you. F***ck. Monica cursed. Then why didn't you tell me that you have a relationship with West, the CEO of Muck Group? Do you also think that we have a relationship? Jean was very calm. Aren't you his goddaughter? Monica was straightforward. Do you really think I'm his goddaughter? Jean smoked a cigarette and asked nonchalantly. Or what? Monica was a little confused. Could there be some kind of illicit relationship between you? Stop joking. How's that possible? Do you trust me that much? I'm not the same as before, and we've been separated for 7 years. It won't matter even if we've been separated for 70 years. Monica was resolute. How can I not know what kind of person you are? Don't interrupt me on purpose. Quickly tell me your true identity now. Are you a super big shot? Are you like the main character of the TV series I've been watching? Once your mask falls off, will Southampton City tremble? Jean could not help but laugh. She was amused by Monica. In fact, she was really moved by her trust. Jean put out the cigarette butt. She said, No, I only worked hard to live. Don't make it sound so deep. You know I don't understand you since my grades are bad. Monica was a little unhappy. I'll tell you in the future when the time is right, but I can't tell you now. Why? I can't tell you either. Jean. Monica was going crazy. Monica. Compared to Monica's excitement, Jean's voice was much gentler. Thank you. Monica was moved. Jean was suddenly so emotional, she was somewhat taken aback. Chapter 65. Don't worry, you weren't cuckolded. On the phone, Jean's gentle voice was heard. Didn't you just come back from a business trip? Why aren't you resting earlier? I just got off the plane and am on my way home. Monica was easily led astray. You came back so late. It's all because my dad isn't in good health. If there's a business trip, I have to go. A flower like me will be crippled by my father sooner or later, Monica complained. Jean could not help but laugh. She felt that it was a happy thing to have Monica by her side. The two of them chatted for a long time. Monica said, I'm at the garage. Let's talk tomorrow. Rest early. Okay. Monica hung up the phone. The car was parked properly. After the driver opened the car door for Monica, he took out her luggage and sent it into the elevator. "Thank you for your hard work," Monica said gently to the chauffeur. The chauffeur said respectfully, "Take care, Ms. Cardellini." Monica nodded. When the elevator closed, Monica looked at the number on the elevator. "It's midnight. Finn, that B***SSTARD, should be asleep by now." The elevator arrived at her floor. Monica pushed the huge suitcase out. After pressing on the fingerprint lock, she found that the house was indeed quiet. She knew that Finn must be asleep. Well, Finn had always been a disciplined person. He would go to bed before 11 p.m., and there was no reason for him not to sleep. Moreover, he did not know that Monica would be back today. Every time Monica went on a business trip, whether it was before she left, returned, or the few days she was gone, the two of them would never have any contact. How could such a marriage be considered a marriage? "We should just end it as soon as possible," Monica thought fiercely while she pushed her luggage back to her room quietly, trying her best not to disturb anyone. She went back to her bedroom and opened her luggage to take out some necessities. The moment she opened her luggage, her eyes paused. When Monica saw a leather belt overseas, she felt that it was very suitable for Finn. It was simple and low-key. In short, at first glance, she felt that it was very compatible with that B*****. Monica guessed that Finn's birthday would be in a few days, so she bought it as a birthday present. It was not very expensive anyway. Monica hesitated for a moment before picking it up and walking out of the room. Then, she walked to Finn's bedroom and knocked on the door. For some reason, she felt a little excited. Monica took a deep breath to make herself look normal. She had even thought of how to give it to Finn so that they would not be embarrassed. The door suddenly opened. Monica was about to hand over the gift box when her hand stiffened, and her eyes froze. It was not Finn who opened the door, but Finn's old lover, Patsy Larson. Patsy looked at Monica in her pajamas and asked, "Looking for Finn?" Monica came back to her senses. Then, she smiled naturally. "It's nothing much." Patsy looked straight at her. Monica said, "I just wanted to let him know that I'm back. Of course, you can pretend that I don't exist." Then, Monica turned around and left. At that moment, Finn walked out of the room and looked at Monica, who had left. Patsy said, "She just wanted to let you know that she's back." Finn nodded slightly. "Finn," Patsy called out to him, "I'm sleepy, can I sleep now?" "The bed is made. Go to sleep." "Okay." Patsy turned around and went to sleep on the big bed. Finn looked in the direction of the door and slowly walked out. Monica had returned to her room. The next second, she heard a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw Finn standing at the door. Monica's lips curled up. "Did I disturb you?" Finn frowned. "If you knew your old lover was coming, you should have told me beforehand. I would have come back a few days later or stayed in a hotel. It would have been awkward for me to disturb you like this," Monica said calmly. "Why were you looking for me?" Finn did not seem to hear what she said and cut to the chase. "Didn't I tell your old lover? I just wanted to tell you that I'm back." Finn looked at the gift box on Monica's bed. Monica was holding the box when she left. She followed Finn's line of sight. Finn opened his mouth, but he did not say anything. Monica's phone rang. She picked up the phone, and the name, Michael, flashed on the screen. It was obvious, so Finn saw it too. Monica picked up the call. "Michael, are you home?" Michael's gentle voice was heard coming from the other end. As it was a quiet night, Finn heard it even though the speaker was not on. "I just got home. It's good that you're home safely. Rest early." "Okay," Monica replied and asked, "By the way, are you free tomorrow?" "Yes," Michael responded without asking anything. Monica chuckled. That sincere smile came from the depths of her heart. "When I was on a business trip, I saw a gift that suited you. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Bam! The door was slammed. Monica was shocked. "Finn, are you F***C King crazy?" "What was that sound?" Michael asked from the other side. It's nothing. I closed the door too hard just now," Monica said quickly. "As long as you're fine. I've been on the plane for more than 10 hours. I'm a little sleepy." "Then sleep early. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Monica hung up the phone. She put down the phone and felt a strange feeling in her heart. She took a deep breath. She was big-hearted anyway. Otherwise, she would not have gotten into a marriage of convenience with her ex-boyfriend and become friends with him again. She always felt that she would never be able to find a good man in this life. If that was the case, so be it, in the Swan family's manor, in Bamboo Garden. At 2 a.m., Knox was summoned over. Knox broke down and looked at the culprit leaning against his bed, leisurely looking at his phone. He asked, "Edward, can you not be crazy all the time? You don't have a woman to spend the night with, but I do. Do you know how terrible it is to leave right after doing the deed with someone? Are you not terrible to sleep with a different woman every day then?" Edward raised his eyebrow. Knox had no strength to retort. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "I know what you want. Luckily, I made preparations before I went to bed." Edward glanced at Knox expressionlessly. Knox took out his phone and looked at the information that was sent over. West is the CEO and the largest shareholder of Muck. He's responsible for the operation of the entire Muck market. West is a very talented person. He started from scratch and has made it to where he is now. He has a great influence in the international e-commerce industry and is now known as the godfather of e-commerce. Edward glanced at Knox again. Knox pursed his lips. "All right, I'll pick the key points. Ms. Lawrence worked at Muck 2 years ago. From being an ordinary employee, she climbed to the position of marketing director. West was very appreciative of her, so he took her as his goddaughter. Not long ago, a week before her return, which was also when the Lawrences asked her to come back, she suddenly and unilaterally quit her job at Muck and returned to Southampton City without West's consent. According to the investigation, Ms. Lawrence and West were just subordinates who admired each other. Don't worry, you weren't cuckolded." Chapter 66. My master told you to keep warm. In the huge room, Knox said word by word, "Don't worry, you weren't cuckolded." Edward gave him a look. Knox calmed down and said, "But it is said that West's mixed-blood son has been pursuing Ms. Lawrence." "Don't worry," Ms. Lawrence refused. "That said, for your happiness, I've specially investigated West's mixed-blood son, Billionaire. He's 22 years old and young. Other than being young and knowing how to flirt with girls, he can't be compared to you." Edward did not have any expression. Knox smiled smugly. "Don't you think that I'm great and looked into everything for you?" "Are you sure that's what I wanted to know?" Edward raised his eyebrow slightly. "Or else?" Knox was a little confused. He had followed Fourth Master Swan for 25 years. Yes, from the moment he was born. So, how could he not know what Fourth Master Swan was thinking? "Take down the news," Edward said bluntly. Knox was stunned. "What news?" As he said that, he went over to look at Edward's phone very naturally. Edward turned his phone off. Knox frowned. "What is it?" "Just do as I say," Edward said coldly. Knox was speechless, but he still nodded. "Okay, you can leave now." "I still have something to say." Knox was a little excited, but his expression was still very serious. Edward looked at Knox. Knox said, "I just received news from the technology department that the Swan's real estate industry's internal firewall has been tampered with." Edward frowned slightly. "Weren't you the one who supervised the firewall? You said that it's indestructible?" "I went all over the world to look for the world's top software experts, and they upgraded and maintained it from time to time. I even specially looked for master hackers to crack it. No one has cracked it." "Well, the truth is that a flaw has appeared now. It's not really cracked yet. The technology department is urgently repairing it now. Don't do anything first." "Huh? Aren't you afraid that the company's information will be leaked?" Knox was puzzled. "Let's see how capable this person is and how far he can crack it. Is there an invisible figure we overlooked and don't know about? If so, we have to figure out who this person is, and whether he's an enemy or a friend. So, don't alert the person and follow the clues," Edward instructed. Knox smacked his forehead. "Why didn't I think of such a thorough plan? Fourth Master Swan, how does your brain work?" Edward ignored Knox and said indifferently, "Go back. I'm sleepy." "You summon me when you need me, but you chase me away right after you're done using me," Knox muttered. "How heartless." In the end, he turned around and left. After he left, Fourth Master Swan looked at his phone again. On the screen, there was a photo of Jean being secretly taken by someone. In the photo, Jean's back was completely bare. Her perfect back curve was not hidden at all. Her long and slender legs were straight and smooth. The moment she looked back with surprise, she was so beautiful. It was originally a financial news article. The news exposed the relationship between Jean and Muck. However, there were many misleading words such as "godfather." This was not a simple word in many cases. Naturally, it was published as an article by the media. Nevertheless, most of the comments were not about the bad relationship between Jean and West. "This woman is too beautiful. My nose is bleeding. As a woman, I can only say that my heart is moved." Does eldest young lady Lawrence still need a godfather? At this moment, I suddenly want to zon. Were you blind 7 years ago? No, you shouldn't have eyes. In fact, topics such as hashtag Ms. Lawrence's back, hashtag Ms. Lawrence waist, and hashtag Ms. Lawrence long legs were trending. They were ranked 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Even hashtag Eden was blind was the 12th trending topic. The next day, Jean was woken up by the ringtone of her phone. She glanced at the incoming call. Monica. Monica was so energetic that it was scary. Isn't she tired after a whole day? Where's your news? Monica had always been very agitated. News? What news? Jean sat up from the bed. What's wrong? Last night, before I went to bed, I saw that you were on trending topics due to a piece of news. There were quite a few trends, but I saw that other than making you more popular, they didn't have any negative effect on you, so I didn't pay too much attention to them. When I woke up this morning, it seemed like I had a dream last night. Your news was handled so cleanly that I couldn't find it even after searching. Jean did not seem to mind. If it's gone, so be it. How can this be? Monica was indignant. That photo of you yesterday was so beautiful. How can it be gone just like that? Eden would definitely regret it if he saw it. More importantly, the topic of hashtag Eden was blind was even trending. There were countless people who tagged him on Twitter, but they're all gone now. Damn it. Jean smiled. Do you really care so much about making Eden regret? Who asked him to cheat on you? He even did it so matter-of-factly without any remorse. Thinking about how he treated you so well but secretly slept with Jasmine and even shamelessly said bad things about you in front of the media makes me so angry that I'm going to die. Monica was easily controlled by her emotions. There's nothing to be angry about. A cheating couple won't end well. Jean's eyes turned cold. Besides, you said that there were many people who tagged him last night. How could he not see the news? Monica was stunned. That's true. On the contrary, I have to thank the person who removed my news. Otherwise, once the Swan's public relations team makes a move today, do you think that my news will continue to develop in a good direction? Jean could completely imagine how things would turn out. In the end, it would be like 7 years ago, where her reputation would be in tatters. Her dark and cold gaze carried a hint of cruelty. You seem to make sense. Monica was once again convinced by Jean. So don't be conflicted. You slept so late last night and woke up so early this morning? Aren't you tired? Monica suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just planning to go back to sleep. Monica's tone was light. Jean kept feeling that Monica was hiding something. Monica directly hung up the phone. She lay on her bed. Could she tell Jean that she, who was tired after coming back in the middle of the night last night, did not sleep at all for the whole night? Damn, this is frustrating. Jean put down her phone and planned to sleep for a while. It was only 6 a.m., and she had slept late last night. She had just laid down when someone knocked on the door. Jean got up and opened the door. A servant stood at the door. Miss, a gentleman called Teddy is looking for you. Teddy again? Jean went back to her room and changed into a set of clothes. She washed up briefly before going downstairs. Downstairs, Teddy stood there respectfully and waited for her. At this moment, other than the servants, no one else in the house had woken up so early. Has your master fallen sick again? Jean asked straightforwardly. Who knows? Anyway, Edward had woken Teddy up before dawn. Teddy said, Fourth master asked me to bring you some clothes. As he spoke, many people walked in from outside the hall. All of them were carrying bags of clothes in their hands. They stood in rows behind Teddy with an imposing manner. Jean frowned slightly. My master said that the weather in Southampton City is rather cold. He also told you to keep warm, Ms. Lawrence. Cold? It's the middle of F*C King summer now. The weather is 37 to 38 degrees. How is it cold? Chapter 67. Embarrass Alexander and Jennifer. Jean looked at the pile of clothes in her room and felt like breaking down. Isn't Fourth Master Swan very busy? Isn't he very mysterious? Didn't they say that he's cold and abstinent, and that strangers aren't allowed to get close to him? There F*C King lies. Fourth Master Swan is a lunatic. Jean took a deep breath to calm herself down. After all, it was not a bad thing for someone to give her clothes. She did not need to panic. Just as she was adjusting her emotions, there was a knock on the door. Jean frowned. It was early in the morning. Could she take a break? The servant at the door said, Eldest young lady, old master wants you to go to his room. Jean's eyes narrowed, and the corner of her mouth curled into a cold smile. She said, "Help me tidy up the clothes in my room." The servant was a little unwilling. Moreover, she heard that the eldest young lady was going to be kicked out again. Since Jean was going to get out of this house, why did she still have to help her tidy up her room? Jean ignored the servant's thoughts and walked straight to Jonathan's room. The door opened. Just as she had expected, Alexander, Jennifer, and Joshua were all in Jonathan's study. Everyone watched as she walked in calmly and smiled. "Grandpa, you called for me." Jonathan glanced at Jean and said bluntly, "You are a sensible person. We don't need to beat around the bush. Please speak, Grandpa." Jean did not change her expression. "What's the relationship between West and you? Would you believe me if I said it?" Jean chuckled. "Tell me," Jonathan said coldly. Jean replied, "A normal relationship. 2 years ago, I applied for a job at Muck. Due to George's superb mastery of software since young, he helped me develop very quickly in Muck and rose all the way to the position of marketing director. West appreciated me quite a bit. Seeing that I was alone overseas and had no one to rely on, he accepted me as his goddaughter." "That's all?" Jonathan was extremely serious. "That's all." Jean was certain. "Do you think we'll believe it?" Alexander suddenly interrupted. "How can a person like you without a diploma or a degree apply for a position at Muck? You became MUK's marketing director. Don't you even know how to lie?" Alexander was sarcastic. "Since you've decided, then it's useless for me to say anything more." Jean was very calm. She had calmly accepted her biological father's belittlement of her. "Don't act like I've wronged you. Facts speak louder than words." Alexander was certain. "So, how do you plan to deal with me?" "The reason I let you come back this time was to let you marry Thetis Locke. I hope you can behave yourself and learn to be grateful. Now that the marriage with the Locks is gone, you're still acting on your own. You even did some shady things that hurt the Lawrences' reputation. While the situation hasn't reached the worst stage yet, take your son, George, and leave the Lawrences." "You want to kick me out again, right?" Jean's eyes turned cold. "It's not that I'm cruel, it's that you did something immoral and insulted the Lawrences' reputation." Jean looked at Alexander. Jennifer said on purpose at this moment as if she was speaking with sincerity, "It's not that it's not good for Jeannie to find her own love. If it was an ordinary boy, it wouldn't be a big deal even if his conditions are slightly worse. However, West is not only old, but he also has a family. His child is almost the same age as Jeannie. If this were to spread out, I don't know how ugly things would be. Actually, we're doing this for Jeannie's good. Harkin is a place with many people. If she leaves earlier, she won't have to suffer verbal violence." It was meant for Jonathan to hear. Jonathan was the head of the family. Everything required his permission. Nevertheless, at this moment, Jonathan did not say a word. Jennifer said again, "Jasmine also called me last night. He said that the Swans still have some opinions about Jeannie. If anything happens to Jeannie, it'll implicate Eden. Although Eden and Jean are no longer related, it'll still affect the Swans. If this continues, it'll also affect Jasmine's marriage." Jonathan glanced at Jennifer and turned to Jean. "What do you say?" Jean said coldly, "Do I still have the right to choose? Back then, when I was chased away by you, it was only a matter of 1 flight ticket. Now, it's only going to be 2 tickets. Jonathan frowned. "Well." Jean turned to Alexander. "Dad, you don't need to make so many excuses if you want me to leave. Just say it, and I'll turn around and leave. Why do you have to say that I'm immoral? If you want to say that I'm immoral, I guess it runs in the family." "Jean, what do you mean?" Alexander was furious. "Isn't the meaning obvious?" Jean mocked coldly. "When little mom seduced you, my mom was pregnant. Why didn't you think it was immoral?" Alexander was exposed, and he was furious. "Also, little mom, how could you say those words so righteously? When you seduced my dad, did he not have a family? When Jasmine seduced Eden, did Eden not have a girlfriend?" Jean laughed as she spoke as she really thought it was funny. "Now, what right do you have to act like great people and educate me?" At this moment, Jennifer's face was also red from Jean's words. All these years, she had been playing the role of the Lawrences' madam and had always been respected by people. No one had ever mentioned anything about her past. Now that Jean had suddenly said it so bluntly, she was embarrassed. After Jean finished, she did not care about anyone's emotions. She smiled and said, "Dad, little mom, people aren't stupid. The reason others didn't mention your past is that they didn't want to embarrass you. It doesn't mean that they didn't exist. Let me give you a piece of advice. One should know shame." "Jean." Alexander was furious. At that moment, he was flushed red from Jean's words. Jean was fearless. She appeared extremely calm. I'll buy the plane tickets myself. I won't waste the Lawrence's money. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Jean, Jonathan suddenly called out to her. The corners of Jean's mouth curled up. She turned around and asked, "Is there anything else, Grandpa?" "Did I ask you to leave?" Jonathan said coldly. Jean raised her eyebrow slightly. Alexander, Jennifer, and Joshua were all surprised. This morning, Alexander went to look for Jonathan to discuss the matter of making Jean leave. Jonathan did not refute him, so he thought that he had agreed. Dad. Alexander could not hold it in any longer. Let's not talk about the relationship between Jean and West for now. As an elder, once something happens, do you want to chase away your daughter? Alexander, I thought that the matter from 7 years ago made you repent. Jonathan criticized righteously. Jean sneered. So, has Jonathan started playing the emotional card? Dad, I'm doing this from the Lawrence's standpoint. Don't talk so righteously. When you were with Jennifer, why didn't you say that you were doing it from the Lawrence's standpoint? Jonathan retorted. Alexander's face turned red. He was embarrassed. That said, Jean is at fault too. As a junior, no matter what your elders are like, you can't be so disrespectful. Grandpa, you're right. Jean pretended to be obedient. In any case, as a junior, what if she was told off by her elders? Alexander was the old and shameless one. There's no need to say anything else. Jean doesn't have to leave. In fact, I want her to get involved in the Lawrence's business and take on a part of our responsibility. Jonathan enunciated each word clearly. Chapter 68. The Lawrence's Scheme. Jonathan's words echoed in the room. For a moment, Alexander thought he had heard wrong. He looked at Jonathan, unable to react in time. At this moment, Joshua was even more agitated. He shouted at Jonathan, "Why should she be allowed to work in the company? What qualifications does she have?" To Joshua, the only person who was qualified to work at the Lawrence enterprise was him. "What qualifications do you have?" Jonathan's face darkened. "I'm the first grandchild of the first child, and only a man is qualified," Joshua said matter-of-factly. Jean suddenly smiled. The Lawrence's preference for sons over daughters was deeply rooted in their hearts from generation to generation. "I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about being the first grandchild of the first child," Jean said with some sarcasm. "Women belong to other families. As a woman, you don't have the right to work at the company," Joshua said righteously. He was especially proud of being the only son of this family. Jonathan was furious. "Joshua, have your parents raised you this way all these years?" Joshua was stunned. He looked at Jonathan. Jonathan's expression was extremely ugly. "So you think that just because you're the only son in the family, you can do whatever you want without striving for advancement? You think that the Lawrences will belong to you sooner or later, right?" Grandpa. At this moment, Joshua seemed to have realized something was wrong. Ever since he was young, he had always been pampered the most. That's why you don't strive for advancement. You just muddle along and wait for death. Jonathan was merciless. At this moment, Joshua was being scolded in a very embarrassing manner. He had never been scolded like this before. Jonathan did not care about Joshua's emotions at all. There are no rules in this family where only men can enter the company to work. Also, there's no such thing as only a son can inherit the traditions of our family's enterprise. To me, I'll hand over the enterprise to whoever is more capable. Grandpa. Joshua was a little flustered. Enough. Jonathan did not seem to want to waste any more time with Joshua. He turned his head toward Jean and said, "Since you said that you relied on your capability to enter muck and rose all the way to the position of marketing director, then go to the company to work and prove yourself with facts." Sure. Jean agreed immediately. This was the purpose of her return, to begin with. She wanted to come back and reclaim the Lawrence enterprise. Of course, she was not grateful to Jonathan. She knew he had supported her today just to squeeze her beneficial value from her. Once she was useless, she would end up the same as her mother. Jean could see it, but Joshua could not understand it. He was still agitated. Jennifer pulled him back. At this moment, it was obvious that the old man was biased toward Jean. No matter how much they said, they would only be scolded more. Jennifer had always been good at reading people's expressions. Jonathan saw that Jean agreed immediately and instructed, "Everyone else can leave now. Alex, stay to discuss the specific matters regarding Jean going to work tomorrow." Jean smiled slightly. Okay. Jennifer also agreed. Joshua's face was filled with anger as he was forcefully dragged away by Jennifer. In the room, Alexander's expression was not too good either. Jonathan could tell, so his tone was a little gentler. Are you not satisfied with my arrangement? Dad, you know very well that I don't like Jean, Alexander said very unhappily. Not to mention I didn't have any feelings for her in the past because of her mother. She has been treating me lightly ever since she returned. Now, you're still letting her strut around in this house. I have my considerations too, Jonathan said bluntly. Think about it carefully. Back then, we let Jean return to form a marriage agreement with the Locks, but in the end, the Locks were forced to go bankrupt. Don't you think that it has something to do with her? Alexander was shocked. He did not think so much. The Locks went bankrupt because of Muck, and Jean has a close relationship with Muck, Jonathan added. So we're being played by Jean, Alexander gritted his teeth. That's not important. What's important is that we know what we want, Jonathan said to his son. The marriage with the Locks was just a deal with them. Now that there's a better opportunity, why don't we use it? You mean, let Jean help us cooperate with Muck? Alexander immediately understood. Jonathan nodded. Alexander still had some misgivings, but I'm afraid that Jean will be like her mother one day, and we won't be able to control her at all. If you can't control her, can't you just do what you did to her mom to her? Jonathan smiled coldly. Alexander was stunned, then he slowly said, after all, she's my biological daughter. Don't worry, I won't let you kill her unless it's absolutely necessary. You don't have to think too much about the rest of the matter. What you need to do now is to make use of Jean to discuss the collaboration with Muck. By the way, let me remind you that Joshua definitely won't be able to continue developing like this. Jonathan's expression was serious. You have to put pressure on him. Alexander nodded. All right, I know what to do. A loving mother is a waste of a child. Don't tell Jennifer about the matter of pressuring Joshua. She has little tricks, but she can't think of the big picture. Okay, think about how to use Jean. I'm already old. One day, you'll have to make your own decisions, Alexander said earnestly. Okay, I won't let you down. Jonathan nodded and beckoned for him to leave. Alexander walked out of the room. Jennifer was waiting for him at the door. The thing that Alexander liked the most about Jennifer was that she was gentle and considerate. She always put him first. Unlike a certain woman, who never regarded him as anything. In fact, in front of that woman, she always made him feel that he was worthless. Dear, how are you? Did Dad scold you? Jennifer was very concerned. Alexander shook his head. As he walked, he said, Dad has the intention to let Jean develop in the company. What? Tell Joshua to not spend all his time thinking about having fun. If he really wants to have fun, he can't blame anyone for not getting anything in the end. Alexander strode away after that. Jennifer did not believe this at all. Didn't the Lawrences always value sons over daughters? If I hadn't given birth to Joshua back then, how could I have become a Lawrence? Jennifer's expression turned vicious. I won't let it slip through my fingers just like that. Jean returned to her room. George woke up in a daze. We'll go out and have dinner with your god-grandfather later, Jean said. Did he come here? George asked. Jean nodded as she went to the cloakroom to look for clothes. She saw a dazzling array of clothes. Jean had to admit that the fourth Master Swan had a good eye. She chose a traditional dark green dress. The slit was very low, and it looked very conservative. Despite that, due to her good figure, her curves were clear, and she was still enchanting. After George washed up and changed his clothes, Jean brought him out of the door and went straight to the hotel where West stayed. Jean knocked on the door, and the door opened. She was suddenly hugged tightly from the front. Jean was speechless. The man who was hugging her was very excited. Surprise. Damn. Why is Mubier here too? Chapter 69. Who's cheating on who? At the door, Mubier was hugging Jean. George was unhappy. Jean was also unhappy. She twisted her body. Let go. Mubier did not let go. He hugged her even tighter. It's been so long. Don't you miss me? I don't, but I miss you to death. Mubier seemed to have long gotten used to Jean's indifference and did not care at all. Jean pursed her lips tightly. George also took 2 steps back with great tacit understanding. The next second, Jean did a clean shoulder throw, and Mubier suddenly fell to the ground. A violent sound filled the entire corridor. Ah! Mubier shouted, are you murdering your husband? Jean was unmoved. She tidied her clothes slightly and completely ignored Mubier, who was on the ground, preparing to lead George in. Ms. Lawrence, you're so strong. A familiar male voice came from not far away. Jean suddenly turned her head. She did not know when Fourth Master Swan had appeared at the end of the corridor. Knox followed beside him. At this moment, Fourth Master Swan brought Knox and walked toward her step by step. Edward stopped at a very close distance. Then, he looked down at Jean from above. Fourth Master, why are you here? Jean forced herself to smile. I'm just passing by, Fourth Master Swan said. After saying that, he walked past her with Knox. Jean frowned slightly. Moubier got up from the ground with difficulty and looked at the two figures who had left. Who's that person? He's so arrogant. Fourth Master Swan of Southampton City. F***ck. Moubier swore. The wretched man who harassed you. Jean turned to look at Moubier. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Moubier was serious. Jean smiled. She beckoned for George to enter the hotel suite. At this moment, Knox followed beside Edward and could not help but say, I'm afraid that Ms. Lawrence is really not simple. Edward was expressionless. Do you want me to investigate her thoroughly? Knox asked. No need. Fourth Master Swan. Jean is Jean. She has nothing to look into, Edward said straightforwardly. Knox pursed his lips. He turned his head to look at Edward. In the past, he was worried that this man would not fall in love. Now, he was worried that this man had fallen too deeply in love. In the hotel, in the presidential suite, Jean was chatting with Weston Moubier. She said, I'm going to work at the Lawrence Enterprise tomorrow. What do you need me to do? West asked. Alexander asked me to work at the company. His motive is very simple. He wants the Lawrence Enterprise and Muck to work together. Before I came here, I also investigated the Lawrence Enterprise. It's not an excellent company, West said bluntly. Jean nodded. She also knew the current situation of the Lawrence Enterprise. Even if Alexander died, the Lawrence Enterprise would most likely face bankruptcy. However, the Lawrence Enterprise will be different with you around. West smiled. Jean also smiled. West said, my trip to Southampton City was arranged by you and Kingsley. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Thank you, Jean said sincerely. You're welcome. West smiled. If it weren't for Kingsley, I wouldn't be where I am today. Jean still admired Kingsley sometimes. After all, a person with a strong sense of purpose might not be very smart, but he could make many people feel that he was a good person. Sometimes, Jean even felt that he was a good person. Jean and West had been discussing the specific cooperation between Muck and the Lawrence Enterprise in the hotel. It was not until a little late in the afternoon that Jean left with George. When they left, Moubier insisted on seeing them off, but Jean refused. Moubier looked at them with a face full of reluctance. Jean was unmoved. She held George's hand and walked into the elevator. When she walked in, she halted again. She really felt that Fourth Master Swan was haunting her. Fourth Master Swan looked at her very coldly. On the contrary, Knox, who was beside him, smiled meaningfully. What a coincidence, Knox took the initiative to speak. Jean smiled. Ms. Lawrence, have you eaten dinner? Knox asked. Tomorrow, George will go to school. I need to go back early to help him prepare. What Jean meant was that they would not have dinner together. Oh, Knox nodded and did not say anything else. The elevator arrived. Jean held George's hand and prepared to leave. When will you be free, Ms. Lawrence? Behind her, Fourth Master Swan suddenly asked. Jean turned around. I've been very busy, is that so? Yes. Jean smiled slightly and left with George. Edward watched her leave. Knox also looked at her. Her figure in that dress was really moving. No wonder Fourth Master Swan can't forget her even after such a long time. Jean brought George back to the Lawrence family's home. Just as they reached the door, Jean received a call from Monica. Jeannie, what are you doing? Monica's deliberately fawning voice came from the other side. What's the matter? Jean was alert. Are you free for dinner tonight? George is going to school tomorrow, and I'm going to work at the Lawrence Enterprise tomorrow too. I have a lot of things to prepare. You're going to work at the Lawrence Enterprise? Your dad will let you? Monica was excited. Yes, really? Has your dad changed? It was not that he changed his personality, it was that he was forced to do so. Alexander wanted Jean to win the collaboration with Muck, so he had no choice but to entrust her with a heavy responsibility. Once she let the Lawrences regain their glory, she would immediately lose everything. Then let's have a meal together to help you celebrate. There's no need to celebrate. There was nothing to celebrate. Jeannie, can't you come out and accompany me? I'm in a bad mood. Monica played the bitter card. What's the matter? Finn's old lover came. I'm feeling suffocated. Monica gritted her teeth. Jean frowned slightly. I don't want to go back and look at those two, so come out and accompany me. Send me the location. I'll go there in a while. I know you're the best. Monica hung up the phone excitedly. The moment she hung up the phone, she still felt a little guilty. After all, she picked up the phone and made another call. The person who answered the call was Knox. Done. Send me the address, Monica said. Not bad, Knox praised. Of course, it's me. Monica was proud. Should I call Finn? Knox asked. You're not allowed to call him. Monica was agitated. If you dare to call him, I won't let Jeannie come. Did the two of you quarrel again? What quarrel? How can I quarrel with him? Monica scoffed. I simply don't want to see him. Didn't you love him crazily back then? Knox was speechless. Didn't I fall in love with Michael after that? F***ck. Are you cheating on Finn? Knox was agitated. Monica rolled her eyes. Who's cheating on who? I'm the one being cuckolded now. Chapter 70. Jean was drunk. At night, Jean went out to have dinner with Monica. George stayed at home. He did not want to go out again. His personality was rather dull, and he did not like to interact with people. Thinking that she could not avoid drinking at night, Jean did not force him. Jean changed into a casual outfit. She wore a white t-shirt, a short fishtail floral skirt, and a pair of white sports shoes. Jean casually tied a loose bun on her head, revealing her delicate little face and slender white neck. She was as beautiful as ever. She drove out and arrived at the high-class restaurant that Monica had mentioned. Under the guidance of the waiter, Jean walked into the private room. Monica was waiting for her in the private room. When she saw her, she was unusually excited. Jeannie, you're here. What's wrong with you and Finn? Jean asked straightforwardly. The smile on Monica's face was a little stiff. Can we not talk about him? Isn't this the reason you called me here? Who said that? I simply asked you to come and drink with me. I'm not a good drinker. What does that have to do with anything? As long as you're by my side, it's fine. Monica hugged Jean's arm intimately. You don't even know that during the 7 years you've been away, I haven't been able to find anyone to confide in. I don't even have anyone to accompany me. My parents might seem open-minded, but they don't know anything about my relationships. Actually, it was not only Monica who compromised with Jean easily. Jean also compromised with Monica very easily. Her heart was slightly moved. I'll accompany you tonight. I know you're the best. Monica smiled unusually, cunningly. The two of them sat at the dining table. It was a huge table. There was a lot of food and wine. Just as the two of them were eating, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The waiter quickly went forward and opened it. Monica. From the door came a familiar male voice. Jean and Monica turned their heads at the same time. Knox, why are you here? It was Monica's somewhat exaggerated scream. I accompanied Fourth Master Swan here for a meal. I heard from the front desk that you're here too, so I came over. Is Fourth Master Swan here too? Monica asked. I'm here. Following the voice, the person outside the door walked in. Since we met by chance, let's have a meal together. Monica was very enthusiastic. The words that were about to come out of Jean's mouth were swallowed just like that. What a terrible friend. Obedience is better than politeness. Fourth Master Swan agreed immediately. Monica hurriedly called out, come and sit. Edward very naturally sat next to Jean. Knox sat next to Edward. After sitting down, Knox took the initiative to look at Jean. Ms. Lawrence, what a coincidence. In the end, Jean was still a little awkward. She smiled. What a coincidence to meet 3 times in a day. It's fate. Knox smiled mischievously. Jean did not reply. She thought, ill fate. Where's Finn? Knox was not feeling awkward. He asked Monica, pretending that they had only met by chance indeed. He doesn't have time for us now, so don't ask about him. I'm here to drink tonight. Knox, do you dare not go home without getting drunk? Monica directly changed the topic. It's not that I don't dare. I'm afraid that I'll still be sober when you're drunk. Who gave you the courage? How dare you boast so shamelessly? Monica was full of fighting spirit. Come, I'll show you what it's like to be a good drinker. Come, come. The two of them started to drink. They drank like crazy. Jean ate dinner quietly. Edward also ate his dinner quietly. Aren't you busy? At the dining table, Fourth Master Swan suddenly spoke. Jean paused for a moment before she said calmly, Can't you see I'm busy entertaining Monica? Fourth Master Swan smiled and took the initiative to raise his wine glass. Cheers, Ms. Lawrence. Jean did not want to drink. She originally wanted to say that it was inconvenient, but the wine glass in front of her that was filled to the brim by Monica gave her no reason to refuse. Jean raised her wine glass. Cheers, Fourth Master. Then, she downed the wine in one go. Edward downed the wine in one go as well. Ms. Lawrence, you're a good drinker. Knox and Monica drank a few rounds. Seeing the way Jean drank, they hurriedly raised their wine glasses as well. I want to have a drink with you too, Ms. Lawrence. Jean did not refuse. Tonight, she was here to vent with Monica. She did not want to ruin the atmosphere. She and Knox drank a few glasses of wine. Monica saw that Jean did not reject anyone. She was a good drinker, so she drank with Jean as well. In the room, everyone drank quite a lot. Monica was a little drunk. Jean had been drunk for a long time. Her alcohol tolerance was not very good. She actually did not drink much. It was obvious that she had exceeded her limit tonight. She went to the washroom. When she came out, she directly bumped into a man's embrace. The person's chest was as hard as iron. Jean stood up straight and rubbed her nose. She raised her head to look at Fourth Master Swan, who was looking down from above. Why do you keep haunting me? Edward frowned slightly. Move aside. I'm going to accompany Monica. Jean pushed the man in front of her. The man did not move. It's late. I'll send you back, Ms. Lawrence. No. Jean was very determined. I agreed to accompany Monica properly tonight. I can't just leave like this. Knox will accompany her. Knox can't control his lower body. Letting him accompany her is like letting a wolf into a tiger's den. Don't worry. Knox knows his limits. Why should I listen to you? You're colluding together. Jean reeked of alcohol and was doubtful. Edward's gaze was deep as he stared intently at her blushing cheeks. He said, Is this how you look when you're drunk? Jean's eyes were blurred as she watched the person in front of her suddenly bend over and approach her. Her rationality still forced her to take a step back in self-protection. Nevertheless, she was suddenly hugged by someone. He was so strong that she was unable to move. She looked at Fourth Master Swan angrily. Fourth Master Swan's lips were close to her right ear. If you keep acting like this, I can't help but. His voice after that was so soft that only they could hear what he said. Jean's face suddenly turned red. Just as she was about to push him away, Fourth Master Swan lifted her up. Jean instinctively hugged the man's neck, afraid that she would fall to the ground. Edward carried Jean and left the private room. Knox, take good care of Ms. Cardellini. Okay, Knox agreed immediately. Monica watched helplessly as Jeannie was carried away by Fourth Master Swan. Many explicit images appeared in her mind. She stood up from the chair and was about to rush out the next second when Knox grabbed her. What are you doing? I'm going to snatch Jeannie back. Monica was unusually agitated. I can't disregard my sister's innocence. Have you forgotten that you're trying to set them up? Knox reminded her. As an experienced person, I have to tell you that this method is direct and effective. Monica was shaken. Damn. Would I be struck by lightning for tricking my best friend? Chapter 71. Are you so fond of stealing one's partner? Jean was taken away by Fourth Master Swan. Monica felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Would Jean take a knife and slash her the next day when she woke up? No, Monica could not hold it in anymore. She said, This matter has to be consensual. I can't let my sister lose her innocence just like that. Knox grabbed Monica again. He wanted to tell this silly girl that her sister had lost her innocence to Fourth Master Swan long ago. Why is she so agitated now? Knox told Monica clearly, Don't worry. Fourth Master Swan will definitely not take advantage of the situation. Monica seemed to believe him but not really. Instead of worrying about your sister so much, why don't you tell me what happened between you and Finn? When you asked me to help you pursue him back then, you did everything you could. After only being in love for a year, you broke up with him? You're too fickle. Knox deliberately changed the topic. Monica was very unhappy. Why do you always think that it's my fault? Didn't Finn tell you why we broke up back then? It'd be weird if he did. Knox rolled his eyes. The three of them, him, Fourth Master Swan, and Finn were very close. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were life and death friends. Nonetheless, among the three of them, Fourth Master Swan and Finn never talked about their personal matters. Fourth Master Swan was alright because Knox had always been by his side and more or less knew something. However, Knox did not know anything about Finn. It's useless to talk about this now. Anyway, I'll divorce Finn sooner or later. Monica did not want to talk about the past. In her opinion, many things were over. She did not like to hold grudges. Monica also did not like to make things difficult for herself. She had always thought that she was luckier than the average person when she was born, so when she was unhappy, she would always laugh it off. Listen to my advice. Finn is a good person. It'll be a pity to lose him. Ha! Monica chuckled with disdain. Knox still wanted to say something, but Monica took the wine glass. You said you wouldn't go home until you're drunk. Well, Knox could not be bothered anymore. He took the wine glass and started drinking with Monica again. They drank until they were both drunk. Knox and Monica walked out of the private room. Both of them were trying to walk in a straight line, but they obviously could not. I'm actually not drunk. Monica burped and said drunkenly, I'm just sleepy. Do you think I'm drunk? I wouldn't have let you go if you were not sleepy. Well, I need to go to the bathroom to use the toilet. I definitely don't want to throw up. I just want to pee, Knox said very seriously. Monica waved her hand and walked out by herself. Just as she reached the door, a familiar voice was suddenly heard coming from behind her. Monica. Monica slowly turned her body and swayed as she looked at the person behind her. She looked at him for a long time. Michael? Are you drunk? Michael asked her. I'm not drunk. I'm very sober. How can I be drunk? Monica said very loudly. I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. Michael went over directly and held Monica. His body was really soft. At that moment, Monica leaned into his embrace. Are you going to send her back? Eden asked Michael. The two of them had dinner together that night. The moment they came out, they saw Monica walking in front of them. Yeah. Michael had helped Monica into his private car. I'll leave first. We'll meet again next time. She's married, Eden reminded. Michael's body stiffened. I know. Don't let a woman affect your bright future. Michael did not reply. He helped Monica into the car. Monica was a little drunk. She seemed to have heard the conversation between Michael and Eden, but it also seemed to be an illusion. After all, she did not hear a single word at the most crucial point. She leaned against the back seat of the car, her world spinning. Michael did not say anything. He quietly sent her back to the entrance of the residential area where she and Finn lived. Monica opened the car door. Michael had gotten out of the car one step ahead of her. He walked to her car door and helped her out. Monica straightened her body and said, Thank you. I'll go back on my own. I'll send you back. No need. I can walk on my own. Don't try to be brave. Michael. Monica called out to him. Michael looked at her quietly. I'm married now. So, other than Finn, other men aren't allowed to touch you, right? Michael asked her. His tone was calm, and there was no emotion in it. Monica was silent for a few seconds. It was not that Finn was the only one who could touch her. That man would not touch her either. Monica just did not want to cause any trouble. She said, You should go back and rest early. Good night. As she spoke, she pushed Michael away, intending to go back on her own. Monica, Michael called out to her. Monica staggered and stopped. If I say that I want to get you back, what will you do? Michael enunciated each word. Monica's heart skipped a beat. Michael walked toward her step by step. He was so close that she could almost feel his breath above her head. The next second, he suddenly hugged her from behind. Monica was shocked. I still love you. I've always loved you, he said as he leaned over to her ear with deep affection. Monica pursed her lips tightly. Her heart was beating very fast. It was very fast. She thought that all relationships missed were missed. Whether it was her and Finn, or her and Michael. Monica could calmly get along with them. She could forget about the past, but she did not think that she would have to start all over again. She did not answer. Her silence made Michael take the initiative. He took the initiative to make her turn around and stand face to face with him. His lips were close to hers. Monica looked at Michael and watched him get closer. Michael, do you have to let me see this every time? A male voice was suddenly heard coming from behind her, suppressing her voice. Michael's lips were close to Monica's lips. He could touch her lips if he pouted a little. In the end, he let go of Monica and stood up straight to look at the man standing in the dark. Monica turned around at that moment and saw Finn in a daze. She saw him walk out of the dark and walk to her side. Finn said to Michael, Are you so fond of stealing one's partner? Michael's face darkened. If you treat her well enough, why are you worried? I'm not worried, Finn sneered as he pulled Monica over. Monica was caught off guard. Due to her drunkenness, she lost her balance and fell into Finn's arms. Finn said, "I simply don't like it when others touch what belongs to me." After saying that, he dragged Monica away. Michael watched them leave with a ferocious look. What belongs to you? Monica was never yours. Chapter 72. Ms. Lawrence, do you want to go to my place? Finn dragged Monica back. His actions were really rude. Monica resisted a few times, but because she was drunk and could not exert her strength, she was still dragged by Finn. She staggered along the way. "Can you not drag me?" Monica complained. "This son of a b*tch, can't he be gentler to me?" Finn pressed the button on the elevator and held her hand even tighter. 10 minutes ago, he received a call from Knox, who said that Monica had come home drunk alone and asked him to pick her up. Then, he bumped into her and Michael. When the elevator arrived, Finn brought Monica into the house and brought her to her room. Monica struggled to break free from Finn. She did not take off her clothes or shoes and directly laid down. Then, she pretended to be a corpse. Finn looked at Monica for a long time. In the end, he went over to help her take off her high heels. Then, he went to the bathroom and wrung a wet towel for her to wipe the makeup on her face. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Monica clutching her skirt uncomfortably. She was not ladylike at all. Monica was wearing a tight-fitting blue dress tonight. It was very easy for her to have a panty flash. Finn gulped slightly. He squatted down again and moved her hands away. Then, he helped her to unzip the zipper on her back. After he was done, he turned around and left. "Finn!" Monica suddenly called out to him. Finn's body was a little stiff. "You're leaving just like that?" Monica asked with a seductive smile on her lips. Finn pursed her lips. He turned around and looked at Monica. He looked at the loose dress on her body that did not fall off, but it seemed to be faintly discernible. "Are you a man or not?" Monica's voice was quite loud. At this moment, she had a severe headache, but she also seemed to be unwilling to give up. "Am I not charming to him at all? Back then, did he only agree to date me just to deal with my pestering? What are you looking forward to?" The corners of Finn's lips curled up. Monica suddenly got down from the bed. Her dress hung improperly on her body. Finn's eyes narrowed. Monica stood barefoot in front of him, her fair arms wrapped around his neck. She said, "Do you dare to sleep with me?" Finn gulped. "I dare," Monica said. After saying that, she tiptoed and approached Finn. Her lips were pressed against his. Once might not believe it. This was their first kiss. They did not have any intimate contact during their passionate love that year. Even when the priest said that they could kiss at the wedding ceremony, Finn only lightly kissed her on the cheek. Monica felt inexplicably aggrieved. She closed her eyes, wanting to deepen the kiss. "Ah!" At home, there was a sudden scream. Monica paused. Finn pushed her away. Monica's body was unstable, and she fell to the ground. Finn did not seem to expect it. He wanted to carry Monica up right away. "Ah!" The scream was even more panicked. Finn gritted his teeth and turned to walk out. "Finn!" Monica sat on the ground and called out to him. Finn was stunned for a while. "What exactly is our relationship?" Monica asked him in a ridiculous manner. "What is your relationship with Michael?" Finn asked back. Monica bit her lip. The words Michael said earlier suddenly appeared in her mind. He said that he had always loved her. "Since you haven't let go of him, what right do you have to talk about a relationship with me?" Finn left after saying that. The door was slammed shut. Monica sat on the floor and watched Finn leave. He left to look for his old lover. The corners of Monica's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. A teardrop fell from her eye. She had taken the initiative to chase after Finn back then, so she should unconditionally endure all of Finn's disdain for her. At the same time, under the same dark sky, Edward sent the drunk Jean back to the entrance of the Lawrence family's courtyard. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She was a little slow and wanted to open the car door and leave. At that moment, her body was suddenly pulled by someone. Jean lost her balance and fell directly into someone's firm chest. She twisted her body. Jean twisted her body on someone's body, trying to break free. "Ms. Lawrence," the person said in a low voice. Jean raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. "Who am I?" he asked. Sometimes, no, most of the time, Jean felt that this man was crazy. Her lips parted slightly. "Fourth mast, HNG. Jean widened her eyes. Before she could finish, Edward had kissed her fiercely. In fact, because she had opened her mouth to answer his question, her lips were open, so Jean pounded on Edward. Nonetheless, she did not have any strength. Alcohol was indeed not a good thing. She would not drink it again until she died. She was holding back her anger. After a long time, the man who kissed her finally let go of her red and swollen lips. He let go of her lips but did not let go of her body. His face was buried in the middle of her neck, emitting hot air. Jean started to twist her body again, resisting. In the next second, ah! Jean cried. Her neck was in pain as she was bitten by someone. After biting her, the person asked shamelessly, "Ms. Lawrence, do you want to go to my place?" If Jean had the strength at this moment, she would cripple this fellow. She said, "I don't want to go, let me go, I want to get off. Wait for me for a while. I'll send you back." The man did not force her, but his voice was unusually hoarse. However, at this moment, "I'm not in the condition for anyone to see me." "Why?" Jean was baffled. Edward raised his head slightly and leaned close to her ear. He whispered a few words into her ear with a hot breath. Jean's face, which was already red from being drunk, was completely hot. "Isn't he cold and abstinent?" It was AF*C King lie. Jean pushed Edward away in exasperation. At that moment, Edward conveniently let go of her. Then, he took a deep breath, opened the car door, and got out of the car. Outside the car, the cool night breeze blew. Fourth Master Swan seemed to have adjusted his emotions. He walked to Jean's car door and opened it for her. Then, he bent down and carried her up. Jean protested. "I can walk on my own, but I want to carry you." Edward carried Jean and walked straight into the Lawrence family's courtyard. It was very late at night. Other than the servants, everyone else had returned to their rooms. Edward carried Jean and walked straight into her room. The door was pushed open. George was sitting in front of the computer, waiting for Jean. When he saw the door open, he quickly turned his head. When he saw Fourth Master Swan carrying his mother, he frowned. Edward placed Jean on the bed. George ran to Jean's side and looked at Fourth Master Swan warily. At this moment, Jean's back was also facing Fourth Master Swan. It was obvious that she wanted to distance herself from him. Edward did not care. He said to George, "Do you know how to take care of people?" "Yes," George said immediately. "Take good care of her, Edward Said. I don't need you to remind me." George's tone was not good. Fourth Master Swan smiled. At that moment, he even reached out and touched George's little head. The action was very intimate. George did not like Fourth Master Swan treating him like this. He showed it on his face. Fourth Master Swan pretended not to see it. He turned around and left. When he left, he seemed to glance at the computer screen in the room. He did not say anything and left. Chapter 73. First day at the Lawrence Enterprise. The next morning, Jean had a splitting headache. She did not remember what she had experienced last night. When she woke up, she was in a complete breakdown. Jean struggled to get up. She rubbed her aching temples and went to the bathroom to wash up. It was her first day at the Lawrence Enterprise, so she could not be late. She braced herself and washed up. Her phone rang. Jean had the habit of keeping her phone by her side at all times. At this moment, she looked at the incoming call on the screen and pressed the speakerphone. "I heard that you were drunk last night." It was Kingsley. "Yes." Jean nodded. "You clearly know that your martial prowess is basically zero after drinking, let alone getting yourself drunk." Kingsley was somewhat reprimanding her. "Without me by your side, do you not know how to take care of yourself? What if someone takes the opportunity to violate you?" Violate? Jean's hand that was brushing her teeth stopped for a moment. Some bad scenes from last night suddenly appeared in her mind. Damn it. Her hand that was brushing her teeth tightened again. "Why aren't you talking?" "I'm brushing my teeth." Jean's words were a little unclear. "Don't drink anymore in the future. Do you hear me? If you want a drink, you can only do it in front of me, understand?" Kingsley was very serious. "Okay," Jean replied. "You're going to the Lawrence Enterprise to work today?" Kingsley saw that Jean had agreed and then got to the point. "Yes. Is half a year enough?" "It's enough," Jean answered casually. "You're not bargaining with me. You're already showing the Lawrences favor by giving them half a year," Jean said sarcastically. "If everything goes as expected, 3 months will be enough." "So, was your mom blind back then?" Kingsley asked seriously. "The dead are dead, so be kind." Kingsley did not say anything else. He reminded her, "Don't force yourself. If anything happens, look for me. There's just one thing that I need your help with." Jean finished rinsing her mouth and washing her face. "What is it?" "It's Mubier. he came to Southampton City. Jean wiped her face. I don't want to see him. Actually, I think that he's not bad. Although his aptitude is a little bad, it's good that he's devoted and obsessed with you. Are you sure you'll allow me to fall in love? Jean raised her eyebrow. Billionaire will disappear from Southampton City soon. Jean smiled. She hung up the phone and walked out of the bathroom. George was rather lazy. He usually slept until he woke up naturally in the morning. Nonetheless, Jean had no choice but to wake him up for school today. He rubbed his eyes in a daze. Jean kissed his forehead. Be good. It's the first day of school today. George forced himself to get up and staggered to the bathroom. Jean put on some simple makeup and changed into a white slim-fit professional shirt with a nude-colored skirt and a pair of white high heels. She tied her hair into a neat ponytail and looked very professional. Even so, it still could not hide her sexiness. She was ready, and so was George. Jean held George's hand as they went downstairs. Breakfast was prepared downstairs. At this moment, Alexander, Jennifer, and Joshua were having their breakfast. Jean brought George over as well. Everyone sat at the same table and ate their breakfast. Jean said, George needs a designated driver. Alexander looked up at Jean. Once I go to work, I won't have time to pick up George. Okay, Alexander replied. Jennifer hurriedly said, don't worry. I'll get the driver to pick up George. You can just go to work at ease. Jean glanced at Jennifer and faintly said, thank you. After eating breakfast, Jean sent George into the private car. After giving him a few reminders, she followed Alexander and got into Alexander's private car with Joshua. In the car, Alexander said coldly, don't think that just because you're my daughter, you can go to the company and do whatever you want. You're a newcomer. Although your grandfather asked me to arrange a high position for you, it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Okay, Jean agreed indifferently. Along the way, Alexander kept lecturing, and he made himself sound like he was in a very high position. They arrived at the Lawrence Enterprise. Before Alexander got out of the car, he instructed Jean, after Joshua and I leave, you can get out of the car. I don't want others to misunderstand. In the company, I've always treated everyone equally. Jean sneered. So there's no misunderstanding if he leaves with Joshua? He treats everyone equally? She still nodded. Alexander and Joshua walked for quite a while before Jean got out of the car and walked into the Lawrence Enterprise. She first went to the Human Resources Department to report herself. Then, under the arrangements of the department, she went to her office as the marketing director of the Lawrence Enterprise. Joshua was the deputy director and had always been. The previous director had been temporarily sent to another branch office yesterday to be the general manager. Jean sat in her seat. The door was knocked and opened. Director, hello, I'm your secretary. My name is Amy. Jean nodded slightly. In the future, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll try my best to fulfill your request. In 10 minutes, call everyone above the department head for a meeting. Some people's imposing manner would be revealed as soon as they spoke. Jean was one of them. Understood. The secretary was extremely respectful. While you're at it, help me make a cup of coffee without sugar. Got it. The secretary left. Jean turned on her computer and went on the company's intranet to familiarize herself with the internal culture of the Lawrence Enterprise. After a while, the secretary placed a cup of coffee in front of Jean and reported, I've gathered everyone above the department head to wait for you in the marketing department's meeting room. All right. Jean took a sip of the coffee and stood up to walk toward the meeting room. The meeting room was a little noisy. When everyone saw Jean appear, they quickly shut their mouths. In fact, it was not strange for everyone to be curious. In one night, their leader had changed just like that. Jean sat in the middle and looked at the dozen people below. She asked casually, where's the deputy director? He went to attend the general manager's meeting, the secretary said quickly. So, Joshua went to attend a meeting between the higher-ups, but Jean was not informed. Jean did not care. She said to everyone calmly, hello everyone. I'm Jean Lawrence, the new director of the marketing department. I've gathered everyone for a meeting today to get to know each other. We'll be working together a lot in the future. I hope you'll support me. Everyone looked at the young director. They were still a little surprised when they saw the aura that she emitted. The previous director was over 40 years old. Although the deputy director was only 23 years old, everyone knew he was not in charge of anything. I won't take up too much of your time. I'll use 20 minutes to give you a short meeting and give you a few tasks. Jean was calm and serious. It was hard to tell that she was young and inexperienced. Firstly, since this was sudden, The previous director and I didn't have a detailed handover of work, so I need everyone present to sort out some of the work on your hands and report to me. I need to know all the current work of the marketing department, as well as the next plan. Before getting off work this afternoon, all the supervisors will report to me. Understood, the supervisors quickly responded in unison. Secondly, I need a detailed list of the people in the marketing department. The list includes the specific duties of the people, the time they've been in the company, and their results of the past 3 years, Jean instructed. Amy will provide this to me. Yes, Director, the secretary quickly responded. Thirdly, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Everyone turned their heads. An employee said, Director Lawrence, you were asked to go to the general manager's meeting room. Jean's eyes narrowed. At first, she was not asked to go. Now, she was called halfway. They must be hiding evil intentions. Chapter 74. Jean was domineering in the workplace. Director Lawrence, you were asked to go to the general manager's meeting room. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She nodded slightly. Okay. Then, she turned to the others. Thirdly, I'll set up a department dedicated to tackling the toughest problems. Regardless of whether you're a supervisor or an employee, those who are willing can sign up with Amy. After she finished, she directly left the meeting room. You're dismissed. Jean did not drag things out. One would not think that she was arrogant, nor would one think that she was someone to be trifled with. Jean walked toward the general manager's meeting room. The meeting room's door was opened. Jean entered. Many people were sitting in the meeting room. There were about 20 people. The Lawrence Enterprises senior leaders were all present. General Manager, are you looking for me? Jean was neither humble nor arrogant. She walked to Alexander's side and asked. Alexander frowned slightly. Facing so many people, Jean did not show the slightest bit of fear. She was so calm and collected, which surprised him. Sit. Alexander gestured for Jean to sit. Jean sat at the side of the meeting room. According to her position, she was not considered low, but she was definitely not high among this group of people. Despite that, according to her seniority, she was indeed incomparable to the others, so she knew her position very well. After Jean sat, Alexander said as if he was explaining the change this time, as the general manager of Flanders branch is unwell, he temporarily asked for a long time off to rest, so I transferred the marketing director over. It was an emergency, so I didn't have time to discuss it with everyone. The marketing director left, and the position was vacant. For the sake of the company's normal development, Jean became the current marketing director. Jean, please introduce yourself. Jean nodded and quickly stood up. Dear leaders and colleagues, hello. Jean had just spoken a little when she was interrupted. There's no need for introductions. The senior president of the General Affairs Department, Winston Stone, directly cut her off. Everyone knows that she's your daughter. What else is there to introduce? It's not that I don't approve of you arranging for your daughter to work at the company, President Lawrence. After all, 60% of the shares of the Lawrence enterprise are in the hands of the Lawrences. It's perfectly normal for you to nurture your successors. However, the position of marketing director is extremely important. The entire operation of the Lawrence enterprise is driven by the marketing department. Do you want to let a young girl in her 20s lead the marketing department? With all due respect, as a director and senior president of the company, I can't agree with the executive general manager's opinion. You're simply using our hard work to take the fall of the Lawrences. I agree with President Stone's opinion, the senior president of the finance department, Bryce Hoffman, said angrily. Previously when the Lawrences arranged for Joshua, who had just graduated from university, to be the deputy director of the marketing department, we had quite an opinion. But to say the least, there was still a marketing director above Joshua, who was in charge of everything in the marketing department. In a way, someone was in charge of the overall situation. We also felt that it was common sense for Joshua to learn more from him. Now, the Lawrences acted rashly and handed the entire marketing department to a newbie who has no experience and probably doesn't know what the workplace is like. How can we, people who have worked diligently in the Lawrence enterprise for so many years, endure this? I very much agree with the opinions of the two senior presidents. The senior president of the Human Resources and Public Relations Department, Michelle Williams, also spoke. She was very agitated. I've worked in the Human Resources and Public Relations Department for many years. I'm very clear about all the key leaders of all the enterprises in Southampton City, big and small. There has never been a company that would act so recklessly and let their child take up such an important position. Most people start from the bottom and later take on important positions in the company step by step through hard work. Of course, the Lawrences of the Lawrence enterprise can have an innate advantage, but it doesn't mean that they can act so recklessly. According to my understanding of Jean, she's just a single mother who has been drifting abroad for a few years and has a child. She has no experience in the workplace. Moreover, according to the information given to me by the Human Resources Department, Jean doesn't even have an official diploma. Jean listened to everyone's doubts about her indifferently. The people at the scene did not even consider Jean's emotions. Michelle continued to speak in a righteous tone. A few days ago, there were rumors that Jean has a close relationship with the person in charge of Muck. Everyone in Southampton City was talking about how they looked at Jean in a different light. I'm sorry, I don't think it's something worth bragging about. With my many years of experience in human relations, a real business leader wouldn't ruin his future just because of some so-called female confidant. Let me ask all the senior presidents here. There should be quite a number of female confidants around you. How many of them can influence your judgment in the business world? I don't think there's any. Michelle was sending a direct message to everyone present. Just because Jean and West had a relationship, it did not mean that things should be convenient for her. Jean was still useless. Such a high-level meeting suddenly seemed to have turned into a criticism assembly. Jean looked at everyone. She saw everyone's expressions of ridicule towards her. This included Alexander and Joshua, who were gloating at her misfortune. She smiled and said without batting an eyelid, "I accept all the doubts that everyone had toward me just now. For a person who's only 25 years old to suddenly take over such an important position, if I was in your shoes, I would have the same attitude as you. This is not to go against anyone or to show my authority. It's just out of a sense of responsibility towards the company." The words that were spoken neither too fast nor too slow shocked everyone. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, Jean would still be able to face everything so calmly? There seemed to be a hidden meaning in her words. On one hand, she seemed to be reminding everyone not to target anyone too much and not to be aggressive just because of their high position and power. At the same time, she seemed to be giving everyone a way out. It was all based on the premise of responsibility. It made the people at the scene feel that there was no way to refute it. Jean continued to say, "Before entering the Lawrence enterprise, I've heard a lot about the enterprise's development. It's said that our business is old-fashioned now. As an electrical appliance industry, we're still relying on the traditional offline sales model. Our solid users are still a group of former die-hard fans, but most of those die-hard fans are already over 40 years old. We don't have much of a market share for the young people. What does this mean?" Everyone looked at Jean. Thinking that she was useless, no one thought that she would say something so professional. At this moment, the scene was a little quiet. Jean spoke frankly, "This means that our company needs fresh blood. Not only do we need to expand the market, but we also need new people to give the company an impact. Before I achieve something, I can't guarantee what I can bring to the company. However, in front of so many senior presidents, mark my words. Within a month, I'll win the exclusive partnership with Muck, the e-commerce company, in Harkin. After 2 months, the Lawrence Enterprises' volume of business will double on that basis. The market share of 25 to 35-year-olds will reach a third of the Lawrence Enterprises' total user base." Right after she finished, everyone was shocked. Jean paused, then added with a strong aura, "Otherwise, I'll take the blame and resign." Chapter 75. Achieved her wish. Otherwise, I'll take the blame and resign. Jean enunciated each word clearly. Everyone looked at her. She had a calm and collected manner, and she was also domineering. Anyone can say such arrogant words. In the midst of the shock, Winston snorted coldly. "Why should we waste our time and let you do whatever you want here? Why should we let you trifle with the company that we worked so hard to build? Not to mention doubling the volume of business and increasing the share. The fact that you want to win the contract with Muck is simply a joke. Is this the reason the Lawrence enterprise has been stagnating for so many years?" Jean retorted. Winston's expression turned even uglier. "What do you mean? You've never accepted anything new. You've always chosen to do things step by step. In the past, when the Lawrence enterprise still had a market and everyone believed in the old-fashioned effect, this path was feasible. Now, with the development of information technology, people's acceptance of things has increased rapidly. Even in the face of our enterprise's declining market share and volume of business, you're still so conservative and old-fashioned." President Stone. "Is there still hope for the future of the Lawrence enterprise?" "Jean." Winston was ridiculed by Jean. He slammed the table and stood up. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want here just because you're a member of the Lawrences. I never thought that I could do whatever I want just because I'm a Lawrence. On the contrary, because I'm a Lawrence, I have an unshirkable responsibility in the Lawrence enterprise. That's why I want to change. I want to change the traditional business model of the Lawrence enterprise and find a business model that's more suitable for the masses and more easily accepted by people. Jean looked at Winston. She was not afraid at all, and her aura was still very strong. Yes, I admit that the Lawrence Enterprises business has indeed fallen behind and can't keep up with the trend. We also want to change this. Winston was still very angry. But you, a little girl with an illegitimate child, don't even have a good reputation. What ability do you have that's worth us handing over the responsibility to you? Is a month or two so hard for you to accept? Jean questioned. The workplace never does things that waste time. This is irresponsible to nearly 10,000 employees in our enterprise. You speak so grandly. Let me ask you then, President Stone. Do you already have a transformation plan? Is the Lawrence enterprise already starting to develop in this aspect? We're already starting the transformation project. If everything goes as expected, there'll be a huge change in half a year. Half a year? Jean's lips curled up. Winston's expression was very ugly. He had been in the Lawrence enterprise for many years, but he was actually humiliated by a little girl at the meeting. I said I only need 2 months, and you need half a year. Isn't that a waste of time instead? Jean looked at Winston. The half a year has been planned out, and it's not something you say casually. You said that you can make our enterprise completely transform and gain profits in 2 months. Do you think we're stupid and believe whatever you say? What if I achieve it? Jean raised her eyebrow slightly. I'll write my name backward. So you agreed? Winston was stunned. Don't set me up here. I won't agree. President Stone, you're probably worried about having to write your name backward then. Jean, that's enough. Winston gnashed his teeth in anger. Actually, to me, it's not important at all whether I take on the position of marketing director, Jean suddenly said. Winston was trembling with anger. This little girl is deliberately going against me, isn't she? She was so aggressive just now, but she's suddenly taking a step back now. Jean said, I've said it before. I can understand the concerns of all the leaders. Of course, this concern has indeed made me deeply feel the reason the Lawrence enterprise can't be transformed. Jean, watch your words, Alexander called out to her. Jean nodded. On such an occasion, she would still give Alexander face. I don't want the position of marketing director. I only need the enterprise to give me a project team. The team members will be chosen by me. The goal is very simple, which is to obtain the exclusive rights to Muck and let the Lawrence enterprise transform into online marketing. In this way, I'll only manage a small group of people to do a project to overcome the difficulties. It won't affect the entire operation of the enterprise. If that's the case, do any of you still have any objections? She had reached this point. If they still refused, they would be deliberately making things difficult for her. Bryce asked, then what if you don't get the exclusive rights to the Muck partnership? I'll leave at any time. Jean was very determined, but, what if I get it? Alexander directly said, I'll leave the position of marketing director to you. I believe that the others won't have any objections. Okay, Jean agreed immediately. Winston still felt a little uncomfortable in the end. He said, the Lawrences are still siding with their people. Alexander is already so old, yet he still lets a 20-year-old girl mess around in the company. If it wasn't for the fact that I've been in the enterprise for so many years, I would have wanted to find another way out. Alexander's expression changed instantly. In the Lawrence enterprise, other than the chairman, Jonathan, he had the most authority as the executive general manager. Despite that, due to his lack of ability in all aspects, he was always suppressed by the senior presidents of other departments. Many times, they did not even give him face, making it very difficult for him to step down. President Stone. Jean was very serious. As the senior president of the Lawrence enterprise and a member of the board of directors, weren't you being a little too offensive? You just said that as a member of the Lawrences, it's understandable for the Lawrence enterprise to allow their children to be nurtured here. Now, you're discriminating against us without any reason. Are you deliberately targeting me? Or are you targeting my family? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just saying that from the company's standpoint. May I know which part of the company's interests have been harmed by my appearance? Jean questioned Winston. Winston was somewhat speechless from being rebuked. And according to what I know, didn't you also recruit your nephew into the company and make him the director of the logistics department of the general affairs department? I seem to have also heard that your nephew once caused a small accident. It is said that he's light-fingered, but because of your reputation, he wasn't punished. Jean deliberately raised her voice. I don't know how you can be so magnanimous and accept such a matter that affects the interests of the company. You. Winston was so angry that his face was red. He never thought that he would be so ugly in public one day. Enough. Alexander's voice was very loud and full of authority. This is a dignified meeting. Don't you have any manners? Jean, Winston, and everyone else fell silent. Alexander said, I won't say anything else. From now on, Jean will establish her project team. The members will be chosen by her. The other higher-ups also don't have any objections. Once Jean's project fails, she'll leave and never step foot into the enterprise again. However, if she succeeds, the position of a marketing director will belong to her. Winston held back his anger and did not say anything more at this moment. Today's meeting ends here. Meeting adjourned, Alexander said and left in large strides. The corners of Jean's mouth curled into a smile. Achieving her wish was as simple as this. Chapter 76, Eden's Viciousness. Everyone left the high-level meeting room. Jean went to Alexander's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Jean pushed the door open and entered. Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Alexander was in a good mood. In many meetings, although he held the highest position, he was always suppressed. Today was a rare occasion where he was so carefree. Seeing Winston, that self-righteous person, constantly being defeated made him feel good. He nodded slightly. Have a seat. Jean sat down obediently in front of Alexander. Alexander still showed his sternness. He said, in the company, you have to have rules. In the future, you can't be so unreasonable and not respect the higher-ups. Yes, Jean nodded obediently and did not refute. Alexander was still very proud. Jean said, Dad, I hope that you can take on the position of marketing director. Alexander raised his eyebrow and seemed a little unwilling. There are 3 reasons. Firstly, the position of marketing director is currently vacant. It's impossible to leave it there. The marketing department must have a leader, but you're the only one suitable for the position. Everyone knows about the bet I made with the higher-ups. Once I win, whoever takes on the position will leave in an awkward position. Only you can happily retreat. Secondly, even though you agreed to give me a team, I still need to rely on the marketing department for a lot of things. If it were someone else, it would be inevitable that there'll be conflicts of authority. When that happens, due to these unnecessary small things, everyone will be unhappy, and the losses will outweigh the gains. Thirdly, as the highest leader of the company, if you take over as the director of the marketing department, I feel that you'll become the role model for the Lawrence enterprise, Jean said clearly. She did not give the other party any reason to reject her. Alexander looked at Jean. Jean's words had moved him indeed. Alexander knew very well that his abilities in the business world were not enough. Over the years, he had made many big decisions but with the help of his father. At this moment, when he was being encouraged by Jean, it gave him the idea of wanting to perform well in the company and even make people look at him in a new light. He said calmly without batting an eyelid, You were appointed by your grandfather to the company. I can't go against his wishes, and I also hope that you can make a difference in the company. Since you just entered the company, you'll need me to go to the marketing department to help you, so I'll agree to it. Thank you, Dad. Jean looked very excited. No matter what, if Alexander was the director of the marketing department, she would not have to worry about other people with intentions making things difficult for her. Don't be happy too early. If you can't keep your promises, you'll have to leave. I won't plead on your behalf. Okay, Jean agreed immediately. Go and work hard, Alexander ordered her to leave. Jean left respectfully. She walked into the elevator and returned to her floor. Jean's phone rang at this time. She looked at the incoming call and picked it up. Monica. What are you doing? Monica's lazy voice was heard coming from the other side. I'm working, Jean answered and added, at the Lawrence enterprise. You really went? Monica was a little doubtful. Or else. Jean just had a huge battle before this. Why do you always fight with the Lawrences? What is it about them that makes them worthy of your attention? Monica was very unhappy. I'm paying attention to them to take back what belongs to me, Jean said coldly. What? Monica did not hear her clearly. Why are you looking for me? Jean directly changed the topic. I just want to ask how you're doing today. When you were drunk last night, did you do something with Fourth Master? Monica had a gossipy look on her face. Jean was speechless. Stop thinking about it. Nothing happened. Really? Monica did not believe her. Fourth Master Swan isn't the kind of person who won't do anything. Jean pursed her lips. Indeed, he's not. Are you hiding something from me? Monica sensed Jean's silence and quickly asked. No, I just don't have anything to say. Jean seemed to be a little impatient. I'm going to work, bye. Hey! Monica shouted. Jean had hung up the phone. She got out of the elevator and returned to her office. In any case, there was no one sitting in the director's office. Alexander would not come here. Hence, for the time being, she had not thought of changing offices. Joshua's office was next to hers. Joshua came back earlier than Jean. At this moment, he closed the door and was making a call. Eden, Jean went on a killing spree at the general manager's meeting today. Several high-level leaders were rendered speechless by her words. Is that so? Eden held the phone, and his face was a little gloomy. In that case, Jean is indeed more powerful than we thought. In any case, I don't think she's a rookie. So what do you want me to do for you? Eden asked. It was clear that he had asked Joshua to monitor Jean's every move and report to him. Now, it was Joshua who did not want Jean to have a good time. Joshua naturally did not think too much and quickly said, Of course, I don't want her to stay in the Lawrence enterprise. This is mine to begin with. If she's here, wouldn't she be fighting with me on purpose? So you want to get rid of Jean? I want to get rid of Jean. Looking at her awe-inspiring manner in the meeting today, I even felt that my father was looking at her in a different light. Eden, you must help me. I can't let Jean steal my things. Besides, if she really takes over the Lawrence enterprise, not to mention me, my sister won't be able to get any benefits from the Lawrences. Naturally, you won't be able to get any either. I don't think much of the Lawrences' small favors, Eden said with some sarcasm. Joshua suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, I'm with your sister, and your sister doesn't get along with Jean. I can't let Jean continue to strut around like this. If she's bullying you, she's bullying your sister. She should be taught a lesson. So what should I do? Right now, I feel that both my grandfather and father are on her side. If she achieves results, I'm afraid that the consequences will be unbearable. The more Joshua spoke, the more worried he became. Then don't let her achieve anything. Eden enunciated each word clearly and continued, You just told me that Jean promised to win the cooperation rights of the Muck Group at the meeting, right? Yes, she said that she'll do it within a month, or she'll take the blame and resign. Isn't that easy to handle? As long as she doesn't win the cooperation rights, it's fine. But I feel that she has a plan in mind. Do as I say. First of all, the Lawrence Enterprise is currently lacking a marketing director. The position of this director can only be taken by someone you trust, or you can take the initiative to volunteer for the position. No matter what, Jean's project team will require the support of the marketing department in many areas. Once you take control of the marketing department, Jean won't be able to develop. Joshua was stunned. How could he not have thought of this? Chapter 77. Roping in Confidants. Next, no matter what, you have to think of a way to place a few of your confidants into Jean's project team. Once Jean has any movements, you'll know. You won't have to be afraid that she'll unknowingly cause trouble. Eden suggested some strategies, unhurriedly. Okay, Joshua quickly nodded. Lastly, go and secretly investigate the preferences of West, MUK's person in charge. Rumor has it that Jean is West's lover, right? Find a woman to eliminate Jean. When that happens, how do you think Jean can work with Muck? Men like a novelty. I got it. Joshua appeared to be unusually excited. At first, he was confused and did not know how to stop Jean's development. After hearing what Eden said, he was suddenly full of confidence. If you have any problems, look for me. However, let me get straight to the point. If I tell you these things and you reveal them to a third person, don't expect me to help you in the future, Eden threatened. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone no matter what, Joshua promised. Eden did not say anything more and hung up the phone. He was sitting in his large office. He stood up, lit a cigarette, and walked toward the French window. Swanhaven Bank under the Swan Enterprise was located in the most luxurious area of Southampton City. It was the tallest office building. As Eden smoked, he looked down at the entire city, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Jean could forget about escaping from him. Not even his fourth uncle could have her. At the Lawrence Enterprise, Jean seriously and carefully looked at the resumes submitted by her secretary. It was indeed not an easy task to select 10 people out of more than 200 people. She picked up the phone and said, Amy, during the meeting earlier, I asked all the supervisors to come to report to me about their work. Remind them that those who are prepared can come earlier. Yes, the secretary said respectfully. Jean lowered her head again and briefly picked some that she felt she could consider. As for who she wanted to pick, she needed others to help her make the decision. After all, she was not familiar with the internal department of the company. After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The secretary stood at the door, hesitating to speak. "Just say what you want to say. Deputy Director Lawrence has been in a meeting with all the supervisors, so they can't come to report their work. As for how long it'll take for the meeting to be over, I don't know yet," the secretary said awkwardly. Jean sneered. Of course, she knew what Joshua was going to do. It was just to stop her from developing. Nonetheless, based on her understanding of Joshua, he should not have acted so quickly. In the end, she did not care. She said, "Since the deputy director has work arrangements, don't disturb them. Come in. I want to ask you something." "Okay." Amy walked in and closed the door. Jean was straightforward. "How many years have you been in the company? Which department did you work in before? What did you do specifically?" "I've been in the company for 3 years. Before that, I was in the secretarial room of the General Affairs Department. This morning, I was transferred here to become your secretary," Amy answered quickly. "Do you have much contact with the people in the company?" Jean asked. "I have more contact with the people in the General Affairs Department. I only contact very few people from other departments. After all, we're not all on the same floor. The nature of their work is also different, so it's very difficult to have contact with them." "Can I say that you don't know most of the people in the company? Especially the people from other departments other than the General Affairs Department?" "Yes." Jean nodded slightly. "Okay, I got it." Amy was a little confused by the question. Jean said, "Call Forrest Jackson in for me. He's not a supervisor, so he shouldn't be in the meeting." "Okay, I'll call him right away," Amy said quickly. Soon, a man about 35 years old appeared at the door of Jean's office and knocked on the door. "Director Lawrence, you're looking for me." "You don't have to call me Director Lawrence. You should have heard that I wasn't appointed. You can call me Team Leader Lawrence." "Team Leader Lawrence. Sit." Jean let Forrest sit in front of her. "May I know why you're looking for me? I've seen your resume in the Enterprise." Jean pulled out a sheet of information from the thick pile and placed it in front of Forrest. Forrest took a look and sneered. "A new broom sweeps clean. If you want to fire me, then fire me. Anyway, I've had enough of staying in such a company where I can't see the future." Jean did not seem to hear what he said and said straightforwardly, "You've been in the company for 10 years. In the first 7 years, you were excellent and even served as the supervisor of the Channel Development Department, but you started to decline in the 8th year. From last year to this year, your monthly performances were only passing. I just want to ask what made you decline like this?" "Are you mocking me, Team Leader Lawrence?" Forrest did not look too good. "No, I just want to know whether it's because of your personal reasons, the company's system, or because of someone in the company that has led to your lack of enthusiasm for work." Jean looked at him. "Don't worry, I don't have any intention of firing you. Nor do I have any intention of looking down on you. In my opinion, you're a talent and shouldn't be buried just like that. Since you put it so nicely, I'll tell you frankly. I'm especially dissatisfied with the Lawrence Enterprise. Other than being dissatisfied with the Enterprise's unchanging attitude and lack of responsibility, I'm also extremely dissatisfied with the deputy director, who's your younger brother. I just don't understand how such an incompetent person can be so arrogant and bossy in the company. You're right. My monthly performances from last year to this year were all thanks to your younger brother." As expected. Jean smiled faintly. It was just as she had expected. "You must be curious why I didn't resign, right?" Forrest said to Jean. "To put it in another way, why should I resign? I dedicated my youth to the Lawrence Enterprise. I feel sorry for myself for leaving just like that. Of course, you can fire me and compensate me with a high amount of pension. I'll gladly accept it and leave immediately. How can there be such a good thing in this world? How can you leave just because you want to?" Forrest did not look good. "Not only can you not leave, but you must also stay and become one of my project members." Jean was serious, then she smiled. "Congratulations, you've become the first member of my project team." Forrest frowned as if he did not know what Jean was thinking. "Joshua and I don't get along," Jean suddenly explained. Forrest was a little surprised. "Are you curious about why I would tell you so directly? However, if you really know my family, you'd know that Joshua and I are extremely at odds, so the person who has a grudge against him is the person I can trust the most. Right now, you're the only person among so many people that I can be sure of this, and I need you to help me pick out 9 people I can trust." Jean enunciated each word. There was no chance for Forrest to refuse. Chapter 78. Win popular support. In the office, Forrest looked straight at Jean as if he could not accept it. Jean did not consider Forrest's emotions at all. She handed Forrest a stack of resumes. Help me choose the other 9 people. Forrest was still a little confused. It seemed that he had never thought that such a good thing would happen to him. The selection principles. First, they must not be Joshua's confidants. Second, they must not have any connections with anyone in the company. Third, they must not be too weak. Jean looked very serious. Forrest took a long time to react. He asked, "You're not playing tricks with me, are you?" Jean smiled. At this time, you have to believe in yourself. Forrest took a deep breath. Even if you're playing tricks with me, I don't have a choice. It seemed that he was a sensible person. Jean just watched as Forrest took the resumes and then picked and eliminated them. She did not rush him and just waited quietly for him. After nearly an hour, Forrest hesitated and left 15 people behind. I think these people are the most suitable for the project. Apart from meeting the 3 conditions, their attitude toward work is also relatively positive. Jean took the list of the 15 people. Are there any of them that you have a good relationship with? Forrest was stunned and nodded. Yes. Remove those that you have a good relationship with. I'm very fair and just, Forrest said righteously. I definitely didn't choose them from my personal standpoint. I know, but the workplace is a place that isn't friendly to friends. Once it involves interests, it's very easy for you to turn against each other, Jean said to Forrest. Rather than leaving behind hidden dangers that may harm the relationship between friends, it's better to nip it in the bud. Forrest was convinced by Jean. He eliminated the 2 people he had a better relationship with, leaving 13 people. Are there any under 25 years old? No. Anyone over 45 years old? No. Then pick the 9 people you think are the most suitable from this pile of people and pick them again based on your feelings. Don't hesitate. Forrest nodded and went through the list again. In the end, the list of the 9 people was decided. Jean looked at the resumes of the 10 people in front of her, including Forrest's. She said, "Okay, the meeting will be held in the conference room in 20 minutes. I have work arrangements." Okay, Forrest was respectful. The moment he left, he was a little hesitant. Are you really going to use these people? Or else? Jean raised her eyebrow. I'm just a little employee, after all. Forrest wondered, is she not worried that the people I chose might not be capable enough? Use people without suspicion and don't use suspicious people. Jean smiled. I believe in you. Forrest's heart wavered a little. This was the first time he was trusted so much. Thank you, Forrest said sincerely and then walked out of Jean's office. Jean looked in the direction of the door. She turned back to look at the list in her hand. Ability in the workplace was important, but winning popular support was even more important. Jean picked up the phone. Amy, come in for a while. Okay. Amy knocked on the door and entered. Jean handed the resumes in her hand to Amy. Report to the General Affairs Department and have them send out documents immediately. Withdraw these people from their current positions and let them join the Marketing Department's Special Reinforcement Team. The team leader is me, and the direct leader is the Executive General Manager, Alexander Lawrence. Understood. Half an hour. I need to see the internal documents. Understood. Amy took the list respectfully and left. After Jean gave her instructions, she thought for a moment and called her dad. Dad. Yes, I've picked out the list of my team members. Alexander frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Jean to be so efficient. Now, I'll get my secretary to report to the General Affairs Department and send out the documents. Dad, you should also send out a document regarding your concurrent position as the marketing director. Okay, Chao Jinheng responded. Thank you, Dad. Do well. If you don't, you know the consequences. Yes. Jean hung up the phone. She sat in the office and waited for a while. When Forrest came to the office to look for her, she walked into the meeting room. Everyone in the meeting room looked at her, feeling a little overwhelmed. Although Jean's reputation was not very good, no matter what, she was a Lawrence, so she definitely had rights. Now that they were suddenly selected, they could not help but feel a little excited. Jean was straightforward. The company gave me a test. They asked me to take down the muck cooperation rights within a month. If I can't take it down, I'll have to return home. Only by taking it down will I be able to take up the position of marketing director, so I need your help. There are so many people in the company. Why did you choose us? One of the employees suddenly asked. In the end, he was still very puzzled. I won't say much about the selection criteria. You just need to know that you're the best to me. Jean enunciated each word. Everyone was still a little surprised. Jean did not think of spending time explaining. She went straight to the point. Let's talk about the next work arrangement. The others also listened quietly to her instructions. The General Affairs Department is currently making drafts. They'll temporarily divest all of your current jobs so that you can devote your attention to my project team. The work of the project is simple but tough at the same time. It'll be very difficult to take down an international company within a month. Therefore, before detailing the specific work, I need to reiterate one thing. Once the project is completed, I'll become the marketing director, and everyone here will be promoted and given a raise. If I fail and leave, you should be able to return to your original positions, but it's unknown whether they'll accept you if you go back. What do you mean? What I mean is that once you follow me, you'll have made enemies with many people, so it won't be as easy as you think to return to your original positions. Then opportunities and challenges go hand in hand. The reason I didn't try to get everyone's opinion was that I didn't want you to have the chance to regret it. Jean looked at them, and she was extremely serious. I didn't give you any way out. From now on, you can only follow me forward, and I won't allow my project to fail. Everyone looked at Jean. Since she had said so much, they knew that they could not refute her. Jean said, "All right, let's talk about the specific work." In the meeting room, Jean arranged the division of work for the project team one by one. She also clarified everyone's work responsibilities and gave them tasks at the same time. It lasted for a full 3 hours. Jean looked at the time. It was 2 p.m. She said, "Your assignment is due tomorrow at 10 a.m. From now on, please be prepared to work overtime and miss your mealtime at any time. Of course, I'll compensate you 3 times your salary when you're not working." Meeting adjourned. Jean stood up and left. After she left, everyone also left. Some people still had some objections at the beginning, but after the meeting, everyone was speechless. They were completely subdued. Chapter 79. Don't worry, I'll only do perverted things to you. At the Lawrence Enterprise, in the Deputy Director's office. Joshua looked at the documents released by the General Affairs Department and was so angry that his body was trembling. He hurriedly called Eden. "Eden, I didn't expect that Jean would think ahead of us." "What do you mean?" Eden frowned slightly. Joshua said, "My father has taken over the position of marketing director. I was discussing with a senior to ask him to take the initiative to volunteer. I didn't expect that the documents would be sent out so soon. Moreover, I didn't think that she'd ask my father to take over the position. Based on my understanding of my father, he wouldn't be so nosy, he must be doing this to help Jean." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "Calm down." Eden's voice deepened. Joshua endured it and said again, "What's even more outrageous is that the project team members have been selected. I originally restrained all the marketing department supervisors so that Jean couldn't rope in the supervisors and talents. I also made it so that she couldn't find anyone to help her select the most suitable personnel. I didn't expect that she'd directly skip the supervisors and select all the employees. The people on her list aren't my people. There are even some people who are dissatisfied with me to begin with." Eden's grip on his phone tightened. Initially, he did not think much of Jean. In his opinion, Jean was just relying on her good looks and using her body to achieve some goals. It was impossible for her to achieve anything in the business world. At this moment, if someone was helping Jean behind her back, then she would be really difficult to deal with. "Eden, what should I do now?" Joshua seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. "I can't even get into Jean's project team now. If she gets the muck cooperation rights, then she'll be the marketing director. Her authority will be above mine, and she will continue to bully me. What's the rush?" Eden seemed to be much calmer. "This is just the beginning, and you already feel that you can't win. What else can you do next? It's better to give up now." "No, I won't give up. I definitely won't give up. Eden, help me." Joshua placed all his hopes on Eden. Eden was silent for a few seconds before he asked, "You don't have a confidant in Jean's project team, but can't you bribe one now?" Joshua was surprised again. What kind of determination does an employee have? If you give them more benefits, how difficult can it be to bribe 1 or 2 people? "It's just that I've never done it before." This was why Joshua did not think in this direction. The employees of the company were all taking the initiative to fawn over him. He did not give those who did not fawn over him a good time. "I'm teaching you now. Send me the information of all the employees. I'll help you see how to bribe them." "Okay, I'll send it to you right away," Joshua said hurriedly. "Don't go and get their resumes in public. If Jean is smart enough, once you do that, she'll think of what you're going to do. Find someone you trust and bring out the information secretly. Don't alert the enemy, Eden warned. I know what to do. Eden gave some more instructions before the two of them hung up. Joshua put down his phone and revealed a cold smile. Jean wants to snatch the Lawrence Enterprise from me? Don't even think about it. Jean was handling her own work. Until the end of the day, she stretched and stood up from her seat. Today, other than setting up her project team and arranging all the project work, the rest of the time was spent on thoroughly understanding the Lawrence Enterprise. The more she understood, the more ironic it was. Back then, her mother had worked so hard to build the empire for the Lawrences, but now, the Lawrences had squandered it. It was simply laughable. She even suspected that her mother was blind back then. Was she blind to have taken a liking to Alexander, an incompetent man who was still fooling around? Jean got up and walked out of the office. Outside the door, her team members were still working overtime. They had no intention of leaving. Of course, the tasks she had given them today were very heavy. If they did not work overtime, they would not be able to complete it. She took a few glances, turned around, and left work first. After all, her work had ended. There was no need to waste time here. Moreover, her presence might give these people a greater sense of oppression. Perhaps because she did not leave, they did not dare to leave even if they finished. Besides, it was her son's first day of school today. She had to go back and accompany him to show some concern. With this thought in mind, Jean drove back a little faster. When she arrived at the Lawrence family's house, it was 6:30 p.m. Alexander and Joshua had also arrived home. Joshua obviously looked at Jean in a bad mood. Jean pretended not to see it and politely called Alexander before returning to her room to look for George. Joshua looked at Jean and really wanted to strangle her to death. What right does this woman have to be so arrogant in front of me? What right does she have? Jean returned to her room, but George was not in the room. She frowned slightly. Logically speaking, elementary school would be over at 4:30 p.m., so he should be back by 5 p.m. at the latest. She hurriedly called George. Fortunately, George had had his private phone since he was 3 years old. The main thing was that his IQ was high, so he had no trouble using a phone. George picked up. Mom. Why aren't you home? He's at my place. At this moment, the one who spoke was Fourth Master Swan. Jean frowned. Fourth Master Swan. It's me. The voice on the other end was low and deep, and it had an attractive tone. Don't you feel that there's something wrong with your behavior? Why did you bring my son to your place? Do you know that you've committed a kidnapping? I can sue you. Jean could not hide her anger. Not only did Edward not care about Jean's anger, but he also chuckled instead. Jean gritted her teeth. She felt that she did not need to give this man any more nonsense. It was simply a waste of time. She said, I'll come and pick up George right away. Ms. Lawrence, the person on the other end suddenly called out to her. What? Didn't I tell you that I've taken a liking to your son? Edward's tone was still calm and unhurried. Jean's anger skyrocketed. She could not suppress her anger and shouted, Are you a pervert? Don't worry, I'll only do perverted things to you. I'll send George back later. Ms. Lawrence, please don't worry. I'll take good care of him. After saying that, Edward did not care about Jean's emotions and hung up the phone. Damn it. Jean gritted her teeth. At this moment, she wanted to kill that guy and shoot him to death. Chapter 80. Your mother is always right. On this day, at 4 p.m. Teddy did not know what had happened to his master. His master was obviously busy, but he suddenly asked him to leave the company. Teddy thought that something big had happened to his master, but he did not expect that he was just wandering back and forth on this ordinary street. He did not know what his master saw in this street. It was until school was over at a school called Angerberg. Their car stopped at the gate. There were many children coming and going after school, and almost all of them were picked up by luxury cars. It's little Master Lawrence, Teddy said as he looked at a small boy. His master naturally saw it too. George stood at the gate. The car from home had not arrived yet, so he stood there obediently and waited. A few senior primary school students suddenly appeared and surrounded George. I heard that you're a genius. I heard that you caused a sensation in the entire school on the day of your interview. My parents are all talking about you at home. You're so amazing, aren't you? A few boys cornered George. One of the teachers clearly saw it, but because he did not dare to provoke the students involved. In particular, the one leading the group of people surrounding George had a prominent family background, so he turned a blind eye to the situation. It seems like he's going to be bullied, Teddy said quickly. Edward's expression was cold. He opened the car door. Teddy also got out of the car hurriedly. When the two of them walked over, George was pushed to the ground by the few boys. George was not afraid, but he did not resist either. He just looked straight at the few tall boys in front of him. "What are you doing?" Teddy shouted sternly. When the boys heard the noise, they immediately turned their heads and saw Fourth Master Swan and Teddy. The little boy who was leading the group was not afraid of them at all. He raised his head and said fiercely, "It's none of your business. We're teaching our little brother a lesson. Get out of my way, ah!" Teddy grabbed the little boy's collar and fiercely threw him to the ground. When the other little boys saw that their leader was hit, they quickly went forward to hit Teddy. A commotion instantly broke out at the school gate. The school security guards and the teacher quickly made their move. "Stop. Stop right now." Teddy pretended not to hear him and settled the other boys in no time. At this moment, the security guards went forward to restrain Teddy. "Stop." Edward's voice was deep. The few security guards seemed to be stunned. A security leader asked, "Who are you? Why did you hit our school's students at the school gate? We have to call the police." "Call the police and arrest them. Call the police and arrest them." A little boy lying on the ground shouted loudly, "Do you know who I am? I'm young Master Reed of Southampton City. I'm the young master of one of the 12 great families of Southampton City. Given how you treated me, I'll ask my father to kill you." Edward sneered. "I'm Edward Swan. Tell your father to come and find me. I'll be waiting for you at the Swan family's courtyard anytime." "All right, you better remember this. I'll make you go bankrupt," the boy said fiercely. Edward completely ignored him. He turned around and faced George, who had stood up. "Come with me." "No," Edward frowned. "My mom will look for me." "Are you planning to go back to see your mom like that?" Edward asked. George lowered his head and looked at his dirty clothes. He shook his head. He had never wanted Jean to worry about him since he was young. George had never thought of telling her about what had happened today. "So, let's go. I'll tell your mother," Edward sighed and turned around to walk toward his car. Teddy respectfully opened the car door for Edward. George hesitated for a moment before he followed Edward into the car. At the same time, Quentin stayed behind for a while because of a performance at school. The moment he stepped out of the door, he saw his fourth uncle. He was a little excited and ran fast with his short legs. Just as he reached the door of his fourth uncle's car, the car started to move. "Aren't you here to pick me up?" Quentin watched the car leave with his eyes wide open. In the car, Teddy looked at the rearview mirror. "It seems to be Little Master. Do you want me to pick him up and bring him back?" "Doesn't he have parents?" Teddy was speechless. They did not go straight back to the Swan family's courtyard. Teddy was used to his master's crazy behavior. In any case, he thought that it was a matter of fact that the car was parked in the shopping mall. It was worth noting that his master never went shopping. Now that he was strolling around the children's clothing area, he looked calm. "Do you like any of them?" Edward asked. He asked George. George responded, "My mom said that I can't take things from strangers." "Am I considered a stranger? My mom said that you're not a good person." Edward stopped in his tracks. George looked up at him. Edward squatted down. He was 189 centimeters tall, whereas George was 120 centimeters tall. In front of him, George was pitifully small. Edward maintained the same height as George and said, "In this world, other than your mom, I'll be the best person to you." "Why?" George did not believe him. "That's because." Edward paused and said to George, "You can go back and ask your mom." Then, he stood up and casually walked into a children's clothing store. He said to the shop assistant, "I want every style and color of clothes that he can wear." Teddy went to pay for the clothes. After buying the clothes, they returned to the Swan family's bamboo garden. "Take a shower first," Edward instructed. George nodded. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. George hurriedly picked it up. "Mom. Why aren't you home?" Jean's anxious voice came from the other end. George was about to reply when Edward directly took the phone over and said calmly, "He's at my place." At this moment, George looked at Fourth Master Swan talking on the phone. Although Fourth Master Swan looked calm and collected, George still felt that her mother was very angry, so much so that she could kill someone. Fourth Master Swan hung up the phone. George looked at him and asked, "Is my mom angry?" No, he did not believe it. "Take a shower." Edward did not explain. "I'll take little Master Lawrence to take a shower," Teddy quickly said. "There's no need. You can arrange dinner." Teddy expressed that he was used to the crazy Fourth Master. Hence, he turned around and went straight to the kitchen. Edward brought George to the bathroom. Do you want to take a shower too? George saw fourth Master Swan taking off his clothes. If not, I can do it myself. I didn't say I want to help you take a shower, Edward Said. Do you know how to save water? Do you lack money? George asked. Saving is a virtue. The two of them showered in the bathroom. Don't you need to take off your glasses? Edward asked. No, Jean had said that he could not take off his glasses in front of outsiders. Edward did not insist. He grabbed the small-sized George to his side. I'll help you scrub your back. No need. Despite his protest, George's back was already being scrubbed. Do you want a dad? Edward asked casually. No, George refused immediately. Men are all undesirable. Who said that? My mom. Edward paused for a long time before he asked. Aren't you a man too? She said that I'm still a boy and not a man. Once I become a man, I'll become undesirable. George turned his head and seemed a little puzzled. Is that true? Edward chuckled. Your mother is always right. Chapter 81. I only lent Jean to you. After taking a shower and having dinner, George planned to go back. Teddy suddenly went forward respectfully. Fourth Master, Sean Reed from the Reed Group has brought his son, Adam Reed, to look for you. He's waiting outside the door. Edward took a look at George. George was a little baffled. Edward Said indifferently. Let them come in. Understood. Teddy turned around and left. He brought a few people in later. As soon as they entered, George recognized the boy. Although the boy was badly bruised, George recognized that he was the one who had taken the lead in beating him today. Sean hurriedly tugged at his son and said apologetically, Fourth Master, my son has offended you today. I brought him here to let you deal with him. He hasn't offended me. Edward's voice was neither slow nor hurried as he glanced at Adam. The moment Adam met Fourth Master Swan's gaze, he was so frightened that he was about to cry again. Initially, he had gone back to complain about his grievances. He did not expect that when he said that he had offended Edward Swan, he was almost beaten to death by his dad. Now, he was asked to apologize again. He had originally refused, but he was beaten up again. Yes, he must have offended Little Master San. I'll ask him to apologize to him in person, Sean said quickly. That's not it too, Edward Said coldly. Huh? Sean was a little confused. While his son said that he had beaten up a boy named George, he was certain that it was not George. The only person that Fourth Master Swan could stand up for was Quentin, his nephew. George, Edward called him calmly. George looked at Edward. Edward asked, do you forgive him? George turned his head and looked at Adam. Adam had been beaten up terribly. Sean was also a smart person in the business world. He quickly realized that his son had indeed offended this little boy named George. At this moment, Sean did not have time to think about why Fourth Master Swan would protect an unknown little boy. He quickly grabbed his son and said, hurry up and apologize. Adam was pulled in front of George by his dad, who was very embarrassed. He sobbed and said to George, I'm sorry, George. George just looked at him and did not answer. Sean quickly tried to fawn over him and said, George, it's Adam's fault for hitting you today. I've gone back and beat him up. Will you forgive him? No, George uttered clearly. Sean looked embarrassed. Teddy was also a little surprised. He had always thought that George was the kind of boy who was boring and easy to compromise with. George was the kind that was easy to bully. George was cornered this afternoon and did not resist or make a fuss. He seemed to be the kind of boy who would tolerate it and was very introverted. Edward, who was at the side, raised the corner of his mouth. Then, how will you forgive him? Sean asked awkwardly. My mom said that something wrong that's done is done. It doesn't need to be forgiven, George said. Either you continue to be wrong, or you correct yourself. The price of forgiveness is too light. It's meaningless and a waste of time. Sean was stunned. George's words rendered him speechless. Instantly, he felt a little awkward. Sean asked after a long while, then how would you like him to correct himself? Correct the way he was wrong, George said seriously. Sean nodded. Yes. Then I promise that Adam will never bully you again. If he bullies you again, I'll break his legs. George did not say anything else. Fourth Master Swan spoke. George said that he doesn't need to be forgiven because the price of forgiveness is too light. The underlying meaning is that you have to pay the price for doing wrong. His indifferent words made Sean's hair stand on end. Sean quickly said respectfully, Fourth Master, please instruct me. I'll do what I can. Adam, right? Yes, Adam answered with tears in his eyes. You're a tyrant at school? Edward raised his eyebrow. Wah! Adam was scared to tears. He had never been beaten up like that by his father since he was young. Everyone in the family was in a state of panic because he had offended Edward. He also knew that this matter seemed to be very serious. From now on, you'll be George's little brother. Edward was straightforward. Adam looked at Edward in disbelief. Do you have any objections? He dares not, Sean quickly said. From now on, in school, George will be Adam's big brother. Don't worry. In the future, he won't bully George anymore. He'll also protect George and listen to all his arrangements. Edward nodded. All right, bring your son back. Fourth Master, I'm really sorry to disturb you. I'll surely discipline my child well in the future, Sean quickly promised. Edward did not reply. Sean tactfully took his son and left. After leaving, Edward also took George and sent him back to the Lawrence family's manor. It was very quiet in the car. George wanted to speak a few times, but he kept his mouth shut. If you have something to say, just say it. We'll be at your house soon, Edward suddenly said. George bit his lip and seemed to have mustered up his courage. Why did you help me? Edward turned to look at George. Are you touched? No, George refused flatly. Edward smiled but did not answer. Actually, I don't like you. George was very serious. You've said it before. Edward was very indifferent. But if... George bit his lip. If you promise not to snatch my mom away from me, I can barely like you. Edward smiled again. He said, that won't do. George's face was filled with annoyance. Edward sighed. Besides, I'm not the one who wants to snatch your mom away. I'm the one who lent her to you temporarily. You'll have to return what you borrowed sooner or later. That's not true. The car stopped at the front door of the Lawrence family's house. Fourth Master Swan did not get out of the car. George was sent back by Teddy. Jean took a look at George and said to Teddy, go back and tell your master that the next time he gets sick again, I'll really send him to the hospital. Teddy replied respectfully, yes, I'll definitely pass on the message. Jean watched Teddy leave and turned her head to look at George. George's eyes flickered as he felt that he had made a mistake. He followed Jean back to the room. There were many clothes that Fourth Master Swan had bought for him. Fourth Master Swan had gotten the shopping mall to send them back in advance, filling up George's room. Mom! George called out to her. Jean took a deep breath. Forget it, sleep early. This was not her son's fault. She did not have to let her son take the blame for someone else's mistakes. Okay, George obediently went to the bathroom to wash up. Lying on the bed, George could not fall asleep. Jean could not fall asleep either. On one hand, she was angered by Fourth Master Swan. On the other hand, she was thinking about work tomorrow. Mom, George said. Does everyone change when they grow up? George asked. Jean was a little silent. She did not expect him to ask such a deep question all of a sudden. Just as she was thinking of a more philosophical and understandable answer, George said again, Fourth Master Swan's looks very strange. Jean frowned. He gave me a shower. I saw it. George described it very clearly. So, what should I say? Chapter 82, Need a Helper. The next day, Jean took George to have breakfast. At the breakfast table, Alexander, Joshua, and Jennifer were all there. Jennifer had been taking good care of Alexander. In the Lawrences, Alexander enjoyed the treatment of a king. It was not strange that Alexander liked Jennifer so much. Jennifer's methods of coaxing a man were still first class. Jean sat over, and the servants brought breakfast. She said casually, Little mother, the driver didn't pick George up from school yesterday, did you know? Jennifer looked a little surprised. How can that be? Isn't George home? Jean sneered. George was just sent back last night. I'm afraid you're taking George too seriously. I was too busy yesterday. I had a friend who had something to do in the afternoon, so I went out. I really didn't know, Jennifer explained, looking very sincere. The driver didn't tell you? Jean asked. No, really, Jennifer kept explaining. She just looked like she did not know anything. Then it's the responsibility of the driver, Jean said indifferently. I'll punish him properly later. How are you going to punish him, little mother? Jean asked. There should be a lesson. His salary will be deducted. I'm afraid you're too biased, Jean said sarcastically. If George was taken away by bad guys yesterday, who would bear the responsibility? Jennifer was a little embarrassed. Such a driver has to be fired, Jean said straightforwardly. Jennifer was momentarily speechless. The driver was a distant relative of hers. Dad, what do you think? Jean did not seek Jennifer's opinion at this moment and turned to Alexander. Alexander put down his cutleries and wiped his mouth. You don't have to report to me if you're just firing a servant. Firing the driver is a small matter, but if he's fired, who will send and pick up George? Jennifer played dumb. Can't you hire another one? Jean raised her eyebrow. It takes time. During this period, I'll have to trouble you then, little mother, Jean said very naturally. Jennifer could not find the words to reject her at this moment. If she rejected, it would be obvious that she was targeting Jean, or that she did not care about George. The two crimes were disadvantageous to her. Jennifer smiled, trying to swallow her anger. She said, I have nothing to do at home anyway. I'll send him and pick him up. Thank you, little mother. Jean smiled very nicely. Jennifer suppressed her anger. Jean was really getting more and more unreasonable. Jean's motive was obviously not just to deliberately anger Jennifer. More importantly, Jennifer personally picking up George would ensure his safety. Even if Jennifer was putting on a show, she would not let anything happen to George. If anything happened to George, she would be the first to be implicated. After the incident of George being kidnapped by Fourth Master Swan, Jean suddenly felt that she needed a helper. After breakfast, Jean drove to the company by herself. Alexander still brought Joshua to the company. At 10 a.m., Jean had the meeting on time. Everyone reported on the work that was arranged yesterday. Jean listened attentively. After the meeting ended, she assigned a bunch of tasks. Jean also returned to her office. She sat down and picked up the phone to make a call. The call was quickly picked up. Are you used to your work? Is it important? Jean raised her eyebrow. Can you not ignore my concern every time? Because you're always talking nonsense. The person was a little unhappy. Why are you looking for me? I need a helper, Jean said straightforwardly. Kingsley was stunned for a moment. You can't handle it? It's not me, it's George. Jean told him about how George had been kidnapped by Fourth Master Swan yesterday. Kingsley agreed immediately. I'll arrange it for you right away. Okay, Jean nodded. Do you want to send George back instead? Kingsley suggested. Jean said, he has to follow me. Okay, Kingsley compromised. It was possible to discuss anything with Jean, but with George, there was no room for discussion. Jean hung up the phone. She just did not want George to feel that she had abandoned him. Jean was deeply hurt by her family. She knew what it felt like, and she would not let George experience it. Her eyes turned slightly, and she focused on her work. At this moment, she was getting her team members to write a draft proposal on how to obtain the Muck cooperation rights, and she was already writing a direction for the Lawrence Enterprises transformation after working with Muck. If she wanted to save the enterprise, she could only start from the root. Of course, she was not doing it to help the Lawrences. She was only doing it for revenge. A week of busy and routine work passed just like that. Muck announced that they would find a partner to open up the e-commerce market in Harkin. There were a lot of active companies at the moment, and many of them had started negotiations as soon as they received the news. Jean did not seem particularly active. Due to Jean's attitude, Alexander even called her to his office and scolded her. At this moment, in Joshua's office, Joshua was gloating over Jean's misfortune as he made a call. I think Jean might not be that great. Eden frowned slightly. What did you discover? Right now, the Muck Group has started discussing the collaboration with some enterprises, but Jean is still unmoved. Today, she was even scolded by my dad. She probably feels that she doesn't have the ability to negotiate this collaboration. We can't let our guard down, Eden reminded. Who knows what Jean is going to do? Since she promised to take down the Muck cooperation right in front of the board of directors, she definitely has her abilities. She wouldn't be so stupid as to slap her face like this. What you mean is that she's only pretending now and trying to create a smokescreen. It's very likely, Eden said. Oh right, have you bribed the person I told you to? It's done. Joshua's smile was especially sinister. Money can make the devil move. I only gave some money, and the other party couldn't resist the temptation. Very good. Eden nodded. Have him report to you at any time about the situation of Jean's project. Remember, you must be careful not to let Jean find out. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to monitor her in the future, but you'll also be caught by her and won't be able to stay out. Don't worry, I know what to do. Call me if there are any updates. Okay. Joshua hung up the phone. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. At this point, Jean came out of Alexander's office and held an emergency meeting. Jean said, tomorrow, I need a complete Muck cooperation plan. The morning after tomorrow, I'll meet with the muck partner to discuss the cooperation. A few areas need to be revised for the proposal that you gave me before. I hope that everyone will work overtime tonight to complete it. Understood. After the meeting, Jean returned to her office and was also working overtime to finish the proposal. Jean knew very well that there were many people who did not want her to succeed in the cooperation. She wanted to ensure that nothing went wrong. She worked all the way until 9 p.m. Jean saved her own proposal. She stretched and stood up from her office chair, intending to get off work. Her phone rang. To be honest, she was afraid to receive a call from Monica at such a late hour. She hesitated for a moment before picking up. Monica. Hurry and come to King T. Monica sounded like she was in a hurry. What's wrong? Something big has happened. Hurry and come. Does Monica go crazy every once in a while? Chapter 83. The Rivals in Love, Meet. Jean wanted to hang up the phone right away. Judging from Monica's tone, she seemed to be in good spirits, so nothing big had happened. At this moment, another man's voice came from the phone. He said, Jeannie, it's Finn. Jean frowned. Under normal circumstances, Monica and Finn would not go to the nightclub together. Unless it was to accompany Fourth Master Swan. Jean did not need to think to know that Monica must be trying to set her up with Fourth Master Swan. Just as she was about to reject, Finn said, Today is my birthday, and there aren't many people. If it's possible, can you come over? Jean swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Although she was not very familiar with Finn, it seemed that because of Monica, they could still be considered friends. Nonetheless, they were not casual friends, so it was difficult to reject him. Come over. You won't have to stay for long, Finn said again. Jean nodded. Okay, then we'll wait for you. Jean hung up the phone. She took a deep breath and drove to the nightclub. Jean pushed open the door. It was rare for the room to be so bright, so the moment she walked in, she saw everyone in the room. It was truly an unexpected combination. Other than Finn and Monica, it was not surprising that Fourth Master Swan and Knox were also present. The key was, why were Eden and Michael here? If they were also here, so be it. They were still related to the people here, after all. What Jean did not expect was that Melody was also here. At that moment, she finally understood what Monica meant by something big. Monica was probably worried that Fourth Master Swan and Melody would pair up. Well, Jean had almost forgotten about Melody. She smiled calmly and said to Finn, Sorry, I just finished working overtime, so I'm late. Finn smiled nonchalantly. Sit here. Jean was brought to a sofa in the private room by Finn and sat down. Monica was next to her, and Fourth Master Swan and Knox were not far from her. Michael, Melody, and Eden were sitting on the other side. Actually, it could be seen from the seats that the three of them were together. Eden had grown up with Melody. They did not have much interaction when they were young, so the relationship between them was probably due to Michael. The Rosses were a family of officials. They had a high position and power, so it seemed to be a matter of course that they had a good relationship with the royal family of Harkin. While Jean was secretly sorting out some of her relationships, Monica quietly whispered in her ear, It's Finn's birthday. Knox, who loves parties, insisted on finding an excuse to come to the nightclub, so we came. I know you've been busy recently and didn't think of disturbing you. Who knew, when we were drinking, Melody came and immediately flirted with Fourth Master Swan. One look and it was obvious that she wanted to seduce Fourth Master. Fourth Master can't belong to anyone. He has to be yours. Jean was speechless. Who said it had to be that way? Jean asked Monica, Are Melody and Michael on good terms? They seem to have grown up together, similar to you, me, and Eden, Monica said. As expected. I'll go and tell Michael not to pair them up wrongly. Monica left after saying that. Jean watched Monica walk toward Michael and called Michael out. The moment she left, Finn, who was drinking with Fourth Master Swan and Knox, glanced over. Jean was speechless toward Monica sometimes. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of her. Jean's eyes moved slightly as she looked at Melody. Melody only gave Jean a threatening look. She turned around and walked toward Fourth Master Swan. She said, Edward, I have something to say to you in private. Edward looked at Melody and turned his head slightly to look at Jean. He put down his elegant leg and stood up. Melody seemed to be a little arrogant as she turned around and walked in front. Edward followed behind her. Jean watched them leave after the other. It was rumored that Fourth Master Swan, who was cold and aloof to strangers, seemed to be a little gentler when he treated the Princess of Harkin. 4 people suddenly walked out of the private room. The room seemed emptier. Knox and Finn were drinking casually and seemed to be at ease. Jean did not drink. It was awkward in such an environment. On top of the awkwardness, Eden suddenly walked over and sat next to her. Didn't I say that the Sanders' third princess has taken a liking to my fourth uncle? Eden held up his wineglass and drank by himself, his tone filled with sarcasm. So? Jean smiled indifferently. I'm reminding you to know your limits. You don't have to worry about my matters. Jean, don't do it the hard way. I've tolerated you for a long time. Eden was suddenly very angry. He was easily angered by Jean. Ever since Jean had returned, she seemed to have never regarded him as anything. It was enough to want to attract his attention. He could not stand it anymore. This woman was so disdainful toward him. If Jean had not caused such a huge ruckus back then, he could still be together with her. It was only because she took herself too seriously that he chose Jasmine. He wanted to teach Jean a lesson and let her understand that just because he liked her, it did not mean that she could do whatever she wanted. Now that Jean had returned, Eden also wanted to see her regret it. He wanted her to beg him to help her and to be together with her. He did not want her to go against him all the time. Eden had originally planned to make Jean his lover after returning this time. As long as she was obedient enough, he would treat her well. Jean did not care about Eden's anger at all. She suddenly stood up from the sofa. Eden pulled her back. Knox was drinking wine. Looking at Eden's actions, his expression changed slightly. Young Master Swan, don't be touchy. Eden gritted his teeth and let go of Jean. He knew that Knox had a good relationship with his fourth uncle. Knox was originally just a helper in his family. To put it bluntly, he was the son of a servant. Due to Eden's fourth uncle's protection, Knox could now do whatever he wanted in the Swans. Jean moved her wrist and even used a napkin to wipe it. It was as if she was wiping something dirty. At this moment, Eden really wanted to kill Jean. What right does she have to despise me? She's a second-hand goods. How can she be so self-righteous? What's wrong with fourth uncle that he would fall for her? Is it just her beauty or her skills in bed? Jean completely ignored Eden's emotions. She turned around and walked out of the private room. Knox had a smile on his face. He had a feeling that a good show was about to happen. Jean was indeed going to look for fourth Master Swan. After all, she had reached an agreement with him. She walked to the end of the corridor and walked to a back garden. In the back garden, 2 figures stood under the moonlight. It was rare that the moonlight was bright tonight. Why won't you accept me? What exactly is wrong with me? Melody's voice was a little agitated as if she was crying. Fourth Master Swan did not reply. Jean walked over and took the initiative to hold Fourth Master Swan's arm intimately. She smiled at Melody and said, "That's because first come, first served." Chapter 84. At least they were in love. That's because first come, first served. Jean held onto Edward's arm and smiled sweetly. To Melody, she was deliberately showing off. After all, Melody was born with a noble status and had a sense of superiority from a young age. How could she endure such grievances? Initially, she was feeling bad about being rejected by Edward. Now, she suffered a blow by Jean, who did not have any status. The anger that Melody had suppressed burst out in an instant. Her voice was very loud. First come, first served. Do you know that I've liked Edward for many years? When I was 10 years old, I followed my father to the Swans. When I saw him for the first time, I already liked him. Ms. Sanders, a one-sided liking isn't love. It is just an unrequited love. As Jean said that, she raised her head and smiled at Edward. Isn't that right? Edward looked at Jean in the same way. Jean's intentions were very clear. If she offended the Sanders, she would at least have to drag someone down with her. The corners of Edward's mouth curled up slightly. He said in an attractive voice, "Yes." Jean's smile was very bright. Melody watched the interaction between them just like that. She had never seen Edward pamper anyone so much. She even felt that his gaze was as gentle as water. She had always thought that Edward was not good with words and did not speak or smile. He was a serious and cold person to anyone. Melody bit her lip tightly and looked at them fiercely. "Fourth Master, I'm so sleepy. I want to go back and sleep," Jean said coquettishly. "I'll send you back." Edward took Jean and left immediately. He did not even look at Melody. Melody looked at their intimate interaction, and her body was trembling. She shouted, "Who exactly is Jean that you want to like her? Your nephew doesn't even want her anymore, and yet you still want to pick up that abandoned shoe. Don't you think that you're ridiculous?" Jean and Edward stopped in their tracks at the same time. Edward turned his head, and his gaze was very cold. Melody saw his gaze, and her heart froze. She could not help but shiver. Melody straightened her back and used her identity to maintain her arrogance. Ms. Sanders, I know clearly what kind of woman Jean is, but you're worse than a broken shoe. Edward! Melody screamed in anger. Edward brought Jean along and left without caring about her emotions. Jean felt her scalp tingle when she heard the screams from the person behind her. It was not that she sympathized with her. She was just guessing that she had gained another enemy, one that was not to be trifled with. Jean and Edward walked into the nightclub. She let go of Edward's arm very naturally. It was enough for her to act to this extent. Edward's expression changed slightly. Jean did not mind. She walked to the private room and was about to push the door open. Aren't you sleepy? Edward asked her. Jean stopped pushing the door open. I'll send you back first. I drove. I can go back by myself. If it was possible, she would leave first. I'll send you. Edward's tone was firm. It's Finn's birthday today. He has a birthday every year. Let's go. Edward suddenly reached out and grabbed Jean's hand. He wrapped her hand completely in his palm. It seemed very natural. Jean had always felt that Fourth Master Swan was cold. At this moment, the temperature in his palm made her heart palpitate. Fourth Master Swan left with Jean. Monica was still talking to Michael about the two of them. She was filled with righteous indignation and told him not to randomly match a couple. Fourth Master Swan and Jean were a match made in heaven, and even the Sanders princess could not interfere. Michael just looked at Monica like that. Monica was not pretentious, hypocritical, or concealing. She was very simple. Although she did not look like a rich young lady, he was crazily in love with her. He watched her speak excitedly as her rosy lips opened and closed. HNG. Monica was stunned. Michael suddenly kissed her. He suddenly kissed her hard. Monica stared at Michael in front of her with wide eyes. She saw him being in deep affection. Monica vaguely remembered when they were in love. She vaguely remembered how her heart was moved at that time. Dazed, she let Michael deeply kiss her. After a long time, Michael let go of her. Looking at her stunned look, he gently caressed her lips with his fingers. He said in a hoarse voice, Monica, let's start again. Monica seemed to come back to her senses at this moment. She came back to her senses and pushed Michael away. Monica took a deep breath. I'm married. I know that you and Finn are in a marriage of convenience. Michael looked at her affectionately. So get a divorce. Let's get married. Monica looked at Michael. Michael said, enunciating each word, let's get married. Why did we break up back then? Monica asked him sarcastically. I admit that I was too weak back then and was forced to leave by my parents. Now that I'm back, I'll never compromise again. So you mean that if your parents don't agree with us being together, you'll break up with them? I can, Michael promised, but I don't want it, Monica refused. Michael's expression changed slightly. There's nothing to look forward to in a marriage that isn't blessed, Monica said. I was born into a very warm family. I know how important the warmth of a family is. Let's not talk about love being paramount. Once love violates family love, I don't think love will become great. It'll only become selfish. Michael looked at Monica. Monica looked carefree and heartless. In fact, she had her principles. She also had things that she insisted on, things that were not to be violated. Michael, that's it. Monica turned around. She did not want to drag things out any longer. Monica did not want to go back and experience the feeling of being forced to break up again. If I can get my parents' approval and they accept you, will you marry me? Michael suddenly asked her loudly. Monica stopped in her tracks. Monica. Michael went forward and hugged her in his arms. She resisted. Michael hugged her even tighter as if he was afraid of losing her. Give me some time. I'll deal with my family's matters. Monica's heart was beating slightly. Give me some time. I'll definitely take care of it. How long? Monica was a little sarcastic. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. 3 months. Michael was firm. Monica's heart moved. If I don't take care of my family's matters within 3 months, I won't bother you anymore. If I do, you'll marry me. Michael buried his head in Monica's neck. Okay? His tone was pleading. In fact, Michael was born noble, and he was superior to everyone else. Only to her, he was always very careful and pampered her. Monica was probably moved like that in the past. At this moment, it seemed that she could not refuse him. Monica admitted that she was actually very happy during that period with Michael. She admitted that during that period, she forgot Finn very quickly. Okay, Monica agreed. At least with Michael, they were in love. As for Finn, it was just a one-sided love. Chapter 85. Scheme. At King T nightclub. It was 11 p.m., the busiest time of the night. Finn sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of wine. Knox asked casually, "Where did you go?" Finn did not answer and continued drinking. "You went to find Monica?" Finn still did not answer. Nonetheless, he drank differently than usual. "Finn." Knox held his hand. "Aren't you going to work tomorrow?" Drinking so boldly was not Finn's style at all. "I'm taking a break tomorrow," Finn said. Knox still wanted to say something. In the private room, Monica and Michael came back together. Michael walked toward Eden. Monica walked toward Finn. "Where's Jeannie?" Finn ignored Monica. He did not even look at her. Monica really wanted to smash the wine bottle in front of her on this man's head. Knox said, "After Fourth Master Swan and Ms. Sanders went out, Ms. Lawrence went out as well. She didn't come back." Monica was surprised. "No." Monica quickly called Jean. At this moment, Jean was sitting in the car. She looked at the incoming call and picked it up. "Monica, I'm leaving first." "Why are you leaving? Where's Fourth Master Swan?" Jean glanced at the man next to her. "He's sending me home." Monica, who was initially a little angry, instantly beamed with joy. She said, "Then you should go back earlier. You've worked so hard. You must rest well." Jean was a little speechless. The speed at which Monica's mood changed was too astonishing. Jean said, "Help me tell Finn that I'm sorry for coming in a hurry and leaving in a hurry without wishing him a happy birthday. Birthdays happen every year. It's not a big deal. Don't feel guilty. Go home happily with Fourth Master." Monica smiled brightly. Monica was a frank but not tactful person. She did not try to avoid suspicion when she called. In short, everyone could hear what she said. Knox turned to look at Finn. Monica's indifference toward Finn could be seen with the naked eye. Birthdays happen every year. It's not a big deal. Birthdays did come and go every year, but this was Finn's 30th birthday. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open by the waiter, and Melody entered. There was no emotion to be seen on her face. It was as if she had not experienced anything just now. She said to Michael, "Send me back." Michael put down his wineglass and stood up. "Okay. I'll go with you guys," Eden quickly said as well. Michael nodded. The moment he nodded, he glanced at Monica. Monica's heart skipped a beat. Since she had promised to give Michael a chance, the relationship between the two of them had become a little more affectionate now. Michael said, "I'll send Melody back first." "Okay, if you stay for long, I'll come and pick you up later." "There's no need for that," Monica flatly rejected. Michael still wanted to say something. Melody urged him impatiently, "Michael, let's go." Michael smiled at Monica. He, Eden, and Melody left. Eden had his car, but at this moment, he chose to sit in Michael's car. Actually, Eden was able to appear at such an occasion today because Melody was in a bad mood and asked Michael to drink with him. Michael just happened to invite Edom, so the three of them came to the nightclub together and coincidentally met his fourth uncle and the rest. Melody naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, so she went to his fourth uncle's private room with a thick skin. At this moment, it was obvious that Melody was in a bad mood. Eden took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. "I don't even know why my fourth uncle would suddenly have a relationship with Jean. Everyone knows what kind of person Jean is. Not only was she too unruly a few years ago, but she was also chased out of the house by her father. At that time, she was a big joke in upper-class society. Later on, when she went abroad, she had an illegitimate child and was extremely indecent. I don't even know what my fourth uncle is thinking." When Melody heard Eden's words, her mood became even worse. The words, "worse than a broken shoe," kept echoing in her mind. Ever since she was young, when had she ever been insulted like this by others? "Personally, I feel that my fourth uncle doesn't really like Jean. At most, Jean's looks aren't bad, so perhaps my fourth uncle was momentarily bewitched." Eden seemed to be nonchalant as he continued to speak. "How can I make your fourth uncle break up with Jean?" Melody suddenly spoke. Eden looked at her. "Break up? I'm afraid my fourth uncle hasn't established a relationship with Jean yet." "I don't care. I want to ask you now. How can I make your fourth uncle and Jean not be together?" Melody's expression was very ugly. Eden thought for a moment and said, "Let Jean's reputation be ruined once again." Melody frowned. If Jean's reputation is ruined, given my fourth uncle's identity, he wouldn't want her anymore. More importantly, she's useless. My grandfather wouldn't let my fourth uncle marry Jean. What should we do? Melody was straightforward. Jean is now in the Lawrence enterprise, trying to wash away her bad reputation in the business world. Our first step now is to drive Jean out of the enterprise and stop her from doing that. After that, we'll do the rest. Isn't that very simple? Melody sneered. You're the great young master of the swans, can't you do that? Why not? I just don't want to ruin my reputation because of Jean. It's not worth it. So, it's not convenient to go against her in public. Sometimes, things in the dark are more difficult to handle. If there's anything I can help you with, just say it. As long as you can get Jean out of Edward's sight. Okay, Eden quickly agreed, a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Jean is such an ungrateful woman. Did she really think that she could turn her life upside down just because she hooked up with my fourth uncle? I have 10,000 ways to make her suffer. Eden and Michael first sent Melody back to the Sanders residence before driving back. Michael said to Eden, the matter between Melody and your fourth uncle will depend on you. Leave it to me. Eden was confident. Michael nodded. This was also the reason he let Melody and Eden get to know each other. Oh right, your feelings for Monica can't be real, right? Eden suddenly asked. Michael's hands that were holding the steering wheel tightened. That woman doesn't have many abilities. Other than being crazy, she won't help your career at all. Your future is bright now. Don't be held back by her, Eden reminded him seriously. Michael responded, it won't affect me. Didn't your parents reject Monica? Eden frowned. Even if your parents compromise, given your status, you should at least marry someone from the Sanders. You'd be showing Monica favor if you marry her. I know what I'm doing. Eden glanced at Michael and did not say anything more. He knew what kind of person Michael was. If Michael was not a career-minded person who had ambitions for his future, he would not have compromised to his parents' pressure to break up with Monica back then. Eden also did not believe that Michael would do anything for Monica. Michael would certainly be in power in the future. Eden, of course, wanted to cling to him. Chapter 86, Finn and Monica's relationship exploded. After Jean, Michael, and the others left, Monica also felt that it was meaningless. She said disinterestedly, then I'll leave first. Aren't you going to celebrate Finn's birthday with him? We haven't even eaten the cake. Knox frowned. Aren't you going to accompany him? Besides, he doesn't want me to accompany him. Monica smiled and said to Finn, I thought your girl came to celebrate your birthday with you. Why did she leave early? Finn did not answer Monica. Monica often felt that she was wasting her time with Finn. She rolled her eyes, turned around, picked up her bag, and walked out. Monica just opened the door and walked out when she suddenly felt a pain in her wrist. She felt a gust of wind behind her, and then she was grabbed by someone. It was so painful that she was dragged away in the next second. Monica was wearing a pair of 10 cm high heels. Under brute force, she was forced to run and almost sprained her ankle several times. Finn, you son of a b*tch, are you going crazy again? Let go of me. Finn shoved Monica into a special car at the entrance of King T. As it was a high-class club, all the high-class cars at the entrance were used to send guests away for free. Finn gave the driver an address. The driver quickly drove to the destination. Monica, who was sitting in the back seat, fiercely shook off Finn's hand and rubbed her slender wrist, looking unhappy. Finn did not say anything. He just looked out of the window coldly. From the beginning to the end, Monica only saw the back of Finn's head. Monica was filled with anger. This scum has a fit from time to time. The car stopped at a residential area. Finn opened the car door and rudely dragged Monica out of the car. I can walk on my own. Let me go. F***ck. Monica wanted to kill this scum. Which eye of hers was blind enough to fall for him back then? Which eye of hers thought that he was the most suitable husband as he was a gentle and modest young master? She was filled with regret. Back at home, Finn did not let go of her and slammed her against the wall at the entrance. Monica was so restrained that she could not move. She roared furiously, divorce. I want a divorce right now. HNG. Monica widened her eyes. She looked straight at Finn, who approached her. Am I being possessed tonight, or is everyone possessed? She was forcefully kissed by 2 men in one night. How coquettish was she dressed tonight? Not to mention Michael. How could she make Finn, who had always looked down on her, kiss her uncontrollably, while she was daydreaming? Ah! Monica screamed. Finn bit her. Monica's eyes were red from the pain. Damn it, what a scum. He was born a scum. Did Michael kiss you like that? Finn asked Monica. He still pushed her against the wall and lowered his voice to ask her. It's none of your business. Monica had a bad temper. Do you know that you cheated in your marriage? I'm still F***ing abstinent in my marriage. What right do you have to say that I cheated? Have you satisfied me? It has been 3 years. Have I F***ing touched a finger of yours? Monica directed all her anger at Finn. I've had enough. I've suppressed myself to live with Finn all these years. I've had enough. Finn's cold expression seemed to be slightly moved at this moment. He asked, you care about that? I don't care anymore. Monica was very calm. It's just a formal marriage between us. What's there to care about? Monica, Finn called out to her. His voice seemed to be a little different from usual. Monica looked at him. She looked straight at him. Do you want to sleep with me? Finn suddenly asked her. Monica's head seemed to have been hit at that moment. She did not come back to her senses for a long time. Didn't you want to know what our relationship is? Finn stared at Monica and said slowly, I'll tell you after tonight. As soon as he finished, he moved toward her lips. Are you drunk? Monica's eyes moved slightly. Finn stopped close to her lips. No. Didn't your lover satisfy you this time? Finn's expression changed slightly. Monica pushed Finn away. Finn looked at her. What relationship do we have? We live under the same roof and aren't even as good as friends, Monica said bluntly. Finn's throat moved slightly. Is this your answer? Michael and I have started over again, Monica said without hiding anything, starting from tonight. Finn looked at her coldly and smiled sarcastically. Finn, let's get a divorce. Monica looked at him. I'm serious this time. After she finished, she did not wait for Finn's answer. In any case, she had decided that she would go back tomorrow and tell her parents about it. She turned around and was about to leave. Back then, you pursued me on a whim, right? Finn asked her. Monica pursed her lips. To be able to fall into the arms of another man in one night. I was indeed overestimating myself, Finn mocked himself. Finn, are you even a man? The flames that Monica swallowed suddenly rose again. Finn's eyes moved slightly. Was I crazy? I brought you breakfast so early in the morning. I've never woken up at 5 a.m. in my F***ing life. I waited for you to finish your night shift in the middle of the night. Southampton City's winter is so cold. Do you know that I had a fever for a week? Was I F***ing crazy? Taking the risk of being beaten to death by my father, I bought all the advertising spots in Southampton City on your birthday. I made you a F***ing cake myself and almost blew up the kitchen. I did it on a F***ing whim, didn't I? Finn, we're just breaking up. Do you have to put all the blame on me? Don't you think you're F***ing dirty? Monica was not the kind of person who would keep everything to herself. She would tell Finn everything she was unhappy with. Even at this moment, she was still brooding over it. She was still brooding over the fact that she went crazy back then and did so much to Finn. Now that she said it out loud, she felt disgusted to death. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Anyway, this relationship is over for me. Monica did not want to fuss over it anymore. If she thought too much, she would kill herself. Have you heard my explanation? Monica frowned. Have you heard the explanation between me and Patsy? You don't know anything, so why did you kiss Michael? Finn's suppressed anger was completely released at this moment. It was as if everything from that year had been revealed in front of them. Everything that both parties had decided not to mention was laid bare. Explain. How? Monica sneered. Patsy was lying naked on your bed. Was that a misunderstanding? Even if it was, did I also F***ing misunderstand you for touching her body? Monica. Finn called out to her fiercely. I'm a doctor, putting aside my identity as a man. I'm a F***ing doctor. Chapter 87. You really fell in love with Michael? I'm a doctor, putting aside my identity as a man. I'm a F***ing doctor. Finn really roared. Monica stared at him with her mouth agape. Monica, are you really a blockhead? Can't you think more about it? Finn gnashed his teeth. Back then, he was angry. He was really angry that Monica did not ask anything and just assumed that he was cheating on her. Other than not trusting him and not loving him enough, what else could it mean? Who are you to be with another man without asking anything? Monica, what do you want me to think of you? What do you think I should think of you? Finn questioned. Monica bit her lip. Her eyes were a little red. But why was she at your place? Finn looked at her.
Shouldn't one be in the hospital to see a doctor? Why was she at your house? Why was she on your bed? I haven't slept on that bed before. Why did you let another woman sleep on it? Monica calmed down, but she burst out again. Now, you're blaming me for not asking anything. Every woman would have thought that way when they're faced with something like that.
It was because Monica loved him that she felt so terrible. It was because she felt so terrible that she lost all her rationality. Have you listened to my explanation? I waited for you. Monica roared. After I ran out of your house, I waited for you, but you didn't come after me. Even though she felt terrible at that time, she still decided to listen to his explanation. She still wanted to listen to his explanation. How can you be so sure that I didn't go look for you? Finn could not hide his anger. I waited for you in the garage for at least half an hour. Garage? Finn was stunned. Is there a problem? He went after her to the entrance of the residential area. Monica looked at Finn. It seemed like they had a misunderstanding. Actually, it did not matter anymore. The last straw that made her give up was Patsy. Monica cried like an idiot and waited in the garage. She told herself that Finn would definitely come to look for her, even if it meant breaking up. Nonetheless, what she received was a call from Patsy, and it was from Finn's phone. The words she said were still fresh in her mind. Don't pester Finn anymore. We grew up together in the orphanage. We've been privately engaged for a long time. Finn doesn't like you at all. It's only because your father funded his studies. He just wants to repay his debt. Finn said that once you've had enough fun, he'll be done repaying his debt and will be with me again. Finn would never know how cold and desperate Monica felt when she heard Patsy's words. She did not even know how she drove the car away and did not die in a car accident. Perhaps we did have a misunderstanding. Finn lowered his voice. Monica's tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back.
I thought you didn't love me enough, but you thought I abandoned you, Finn said faintly. At the end of the day, in that relationship, even though Monica was the one who took the initiative, Finn was the one who felt insecure.
There were so many outstanding men around Monica. Why would she fall in love with him, who was not handsome enough, had no money, and did not know how to please girls? In that place where the upper-class society was the cream of the crop, his inferiority complex would make him lose his confidence. He would lose confidence that Monica truly loved him. Therefore, when Monica and Michael kissed in front of him, he gave up. It was very important for them to be of equal status. Finn might just be consumable for Monica. Once he was done being used, he would be thrown away. Let's start over, Finn said very seriously. He was very serious. Monica's heart did not waver. She just asked him calmly, what about Patsy? How do you plan to settle her down? She and I don't have the relationship you think we have. What exactly is your relationship? Finn was a little silent. Patsy has heart disease? Monica asked. Because she can't stand stimulations, do you have to take care of her all the time? The plots in novels crossed her mind just like that. No, she's very healthy. Very healthy? Finn, don't you think your words are a little contradictory? If she's very healthy, why did she need to lie naked on your bed and let you examine her body? Give me some time to explain about Patsy. Why should I give you time? Monica sneered. Trust me, Patsy and I are innocent. If you don't explain it clearly, how can I trust you? Monica, Finn called her gently. Monica's throat moved slightly. Can you trust me just this once? Finn's tone was begging. He was begging her not to make things difficult for him. Monica's heart was still aching. It was not that she did not believe him. In the past, they might not have gotten to know each other that year, but now that they had lived together for another 3 years, even though they did not have much interaction, she had a rough idea of what kind of man Finn was. At least he would not lie or play around with her feelings. Monica said, okay, I trust you. Finn seemed to be smiling. At that moment, Monica even felt that his eyes, which had never changed for thousands of years, were filled with a smile. Despite that, her next sentence completely froze his smile. Monica said, anyway, it doesn't matter to me anymore. That's your business, and in the future, your business has nothing to do with me. I'm together with Michael. Finn's body stiffened as if he had been petrified. Monica said, Finn, I'm not interested in digging into what happened in the past. For a long time, I didn't care who was right or wrong. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten about it. As for now, Michael and I are back together. I just told you that we started again tonight. So I said so much earlier, but it was actually useless. Yes, Monica answered him directly. Do you love that man very much? Finn's throat was trembling. I'm happier with him than I am with you. Monica did not have much time to be happy with Finn. It was so little that she could not even remember. Besides, she did not want to torture herself anymore. You really fell in love with Michael, Finn said in a low and deep voice. There was not any emotion in her voice. Yes, Monica nodded. Finn nodded silently as well. It was his 30th birthday present, yet it came so unexpectedly. Finn turned around and went back to his room. He suddenly stopped walking and said, "Let's pretend that what happened tonight didn't happen." Okay, Monica even smiled at that moment. I'll still treat you as a friend in the future. Even though you have a bad personality. You're my father's attending physician, so I don't dare to offend you. Finn did not say another word. He closed the door. The moment he closed the door, Monica burst into tears instead. Chapter 88. I still prefer you to take the initiative, M. Lawrence. Finn closed the door. He leaned against the door. His eyes were red. I'm happier with him than I am with you. His mind was filled with those words. Finn endured it, his throat rising and falling. He looked at the cake in the room. Finn had prepared it in advance. He knew very well that Monica would not celebrate his birthday again, so he prepared one for himself, hoping that tonight, he would spend it with her. Alone. Then, he would confirm their relationship. After Finn pushed her away that night, he regretted it. It was because of his pride. He had been brooding over how much he loved her but how she let him go whenever she wanted. Now, she had really let him go. Whether it was in the past or now. It was too easy to miss a relationship. Under the same night sky, Edward sent Jean back. The car stopped halfway. Edward opened the car door and pulled Jean out of the car. Jean was a little unhappy. What's wrong with Fourth Master Swan again? Edward held Jean's hand and walked into a family restaurant. The restaurant's environment was very good. It was beside Southampton City's riverside. The private rooms by the river could enjoy the beautiful night view of the river. Ms. Lawrence, do you have anything special that you like to eat? Edward asked Jean casually while holding the menu. No, Jean thought, can I say that I only want to go home now? Then serve your signature dishes. Okay, the waiter left respectfully. Jean looked at the night view outside the French window. It had been some time since she returned to Southampton City, but she had never looked at this city so seriously before. Perhaps this city was no longer where she belonged, which was why she was not in the mood to enjoy it. At this moment, as she was facing Fourth Master Swan's awkwardness alone, she could only look out the window. Fortunately, Fourth Master Swan was not a person who liked to be lively. Jean was quiet, but Edward was even quieter than she was. It was until the fragrant dishes were served. When Jean smelled the fragrance of the dishes, she seemed to remember that she was so busy that she did not even eat dinner tonight. She picked up her cutleries and started eating silently. Fourth Master Swan ate very little. He barely touched the food. Jean ate some and was a little surprised. Fourth Master, aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. If you're not hungry, why did you order so much? Why did you suddenly want to have supper? Jean's heart suddenly froze. At that moment, she seemed to have discovered something. She pursed her lips lightly and did not say anything else. She continued to eat dinner silently.
Edward looked at her, and the corners of his lips curled up. He could tell that she had suddenly fallen silent. Even so, he did not say anything either.
After dinner, Edward continued to send Jean back. The car stopped at the Lawrence family's courtyard. Jean got out of the car. Edward also got out of the car. Thank you, Jean said politely. I don't accept verbal thanks, Edward said straightforwardly. Jean looked straight at him. Edward suddenly approached. Jean's body froze. At that moment, for some strange reason, she did not retreat. She saw Fourth Master Swan bend over and move his face close to hers. Her emotions fluctuated, and her eyes flickered. The moment Fourth Master Swan was close to her lips, she chose to close her eyes. Jean closed her eyes, but nothing that she intended happened. She opened her eyes. Jean saw the smile on Fourth Master Swan's lips. He said, I still prefer you to take the initiative, Ms. Lawrence. After saying that, he stood up straight. Jean gritted her teeth. This lunatic. Jean said, thank you for the trouble, Fourth Master. Goodbye. It would be best if they did not meet again. She turned around and left immediately. It was useless to talk to a lunatic. It was just that. Since when did her heart beat faster when she was facing that man? Edward looked at Jean until her figure completely disappeared from his sight. Only then did he turn around and return to the car. He took out his phone and dialed. Knox. Fourth Master Swan, You're done so quickly. The person teased. Edward ignored him and asked bluntly, have you left yet? I just left. Where's Finn? He left too. He dragged Monica and left. I'm guessing that tonight, they'll either fight for 300 rounds or go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce tomorrow. Knox knew what was going on. Monica and Finn obviously had a lot of misunderstandings. If they resolved the misunderstandings, they would get back together. If they could not resolve the misunderstanding, they would go their separate ways. There were only two options. Okay, I got it, Edward responded. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Are you busy? I brought a chick home. Knox did not try to hide it. Edward directly hung up the phone. Knox looked at the screen speechlessly. He has never experienced the joy of life, so he doesn't know how intoxicating my life is. Young Master Winter, is the person who called you the legendary fourth Master Swan? The chick next to him asked sweetly. Girl, don't even think about fourth Master Swan. You can't hook up with him unless you're the reincarnation of a fairy. Young Master Winter, you love to joke. I only like you. What I'm curious about is whether he's rumored to not be interested in women. Does he have a problem in that area, or is he gay? Shut your gossipy mouth, or I'll cut your tongue out. The chick quickly shut her mouth. At this moment, the car had arrived at Knox's high-class apartment. The chick followed Knox out of the car. As soon as the two of them entered the elevator, Knox started to make his move on the chick. The chick was also very enthusiastic and instantly became unusually engrossed. They kissed from the elevator all the way to the apartment. Without turning on the lights, Knox hugged the chick and threw her onto the sofa. Then, he pressed her onto the sofa and tore at her clothes. Ah! The chick suddenly screamed. It was not a scream that came from lust. She was frightened by the scene in front of her. Knox was also startled by the chick's sudden scream. He turned his head and was almost scared to death. Both of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. Knox hurriedly got up from the chick's body and went to turn on the lights. After turning on the lights, he saw a woman with disheveled hair standing next to the sofa, looking straight at them. Why are you here? Knox's scalp went numb. For a second, he really thought that he had provoked a female ghost. It's the third year of high school this semester, so I'm quite busy with my homework. Your place is close to the school, so Mom asked me to temporarily stay at your place. She said that she called you, the girl said. The girl still had baby fat on her face and wore a pair of typical student glasses. Her figure was also a little chubby. Knox seemed to have just remembered that he had received a phone call from his mother before he woke up this morning. She seemed to have said something, but he did not hear it clearly at that time. He took a deep breath. Shelley Carter, even if you want to stay with me for a period of time, you should at least not look at us.
Oh, Shelley replied, I didn't see anything. You may continue.
Then, she turned around and left. Knox looked at Shelley and was a little angry. The chick was also confused. She twisted her body and moved closer to Knox. Young Master Winter, who is she? My younger sister. Knox had not finished speaking when he was interrupted. Shelley, who was leaving, suddenly stopped. She turned around and said, We're not related by blood. Chapter 89, full of schemes. Shelley said that and went back to her room. Knox's chick hugged his arm and said coquettishly, Young Master Winter, does your sister, who isn't related to you by blood, have improper thoughts about you? I called you here to sleep with me, not for you to gossip. If you say one more word, the sex deal between us tonight will be over. The chick quickly shut up again. All the chicks at the nightclub knew that young Master Winter was generous and good in bed. They always hoped to be summoned by him and hoped to be summoned by him a few more times. How would they dare to offend him?
The chick said with a smile, then let's start the sex business again.
Knox glanced at the chick. After being made fun of by Shelley, he lost most of his interest. Thinking of the long night, he brought the chick back to his room. At this moment, Shelley was lying on the bed in her room, listening to the moans coming from the next room. She got up and closed the bedroom window. The sounds instantly disappeared. Shelley lay back on the bed, unable to sleep. She remembered the first time she saw Knox. At that time, she was only 8 years old, and it was her first time entering the Winters. Shelley was the child bride of the Winters. It was said that a half-immortal told Knox's fortune and said that he was born with a life in conflict and was prone to bloody disasters. The only way to alleviate the situation was to find a wife who was compatible with his life. He had to raise her by his side since she was young because they were afraid that Knox would die before she reached adulthood. According to Shelley's birth data, she was chosen by the half-immortal. Shelley was not an orphan. She was born in a relatively remote village that was poor and backward. The village took pride in having children, but the more one gave birth, the poorer one became. When Shelley's parents heard that a rich family had come to buy her, they happily sold her. After all, having one more child or losing one would not make a difference. Moreover, she was a girl. A girl was not favored when she was born. The local people said that they were money-losing goods. Sooner or later, a girl would have to get married. In Shelley's case, she simply got married ahead of time. She did not blame her parents. Compared to the life of her original family, the Winters gave her a world of difference. Therefore, once she arrived at the Winters, she tried her best to cater to the Winters, hoping to stay forever. After so many years in the Winters, she studied seriously, followed their arrangements, and was obedient and sensible. Indeed, she catered to the Winters, young and old. The only person she did not cater to was Knox.
Knox did not like her, and it seemed that he did not want to marry her.
Shelley sighed lightly. She turned around and tried her best to fall asleep. The next day, at the Lawrence Enterprise, Jean sat in the meeting room, going through the proposal for the collaboration with Muck. After 2 hours of on-site modification of the proposal, Jean finally finalized it. She took the proposal and went to Alexander. The proposal involved costs and expenses, so she had to seek the approval of the person in charge of the company. At the same time, she also had to attend the board decision meeting. Once she left, one of the project team members, Kelly Waters, walked into Joshua's office. "You got it?" Joshua was a little excited. Kelly held a USB drive in her hand, but she did not take it out for a long time. Joshua frowned slightly. Kelly said with some fear, "Deputy Director Lawrence, is this illegal?" "Illegal? I just want to know if Jean is working hard or not. I'm afraid that she'll ruin our family business." Team leader Lawrence is quite capable. Under her leadership, we changed 3 drafts of this proposal, and the final draft is the best I've seen after staying at the Lawrence Enterprise for so many years, Kelly said sincerely. "That's why you should let me see it. You also know that Jean has always been against me. She won't let me learn how to make a good draft, so I can only work hard in secret." Joshua was a little impatient. "All right, stop talking. Hurry up and give it to me." Kelly was still a little hesitant. Joshua stood up and went over directly. He took the USB from Kelly's hand. Kelly struggled for a while and then gave up. He said, "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Go out." Kelly gritted her teeth and walked out in the end. Joshua hurriedly plugged in the USB and opened the document. When he looked at the document, he was stunned. He had never thought that Jean only spent 10 days writing such a perfect proposal. From the cooperation between the two sides, to how they would operate online, to offline logistics distribution, to publicity, to marketing, to after-sales. Jean even accurately calculated the budget for each transaction, and the profit value was also estimated. If Joshua had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe that it was written by Jean. It only took her 10 days. Joshua could not have written it even if he had a year. He was jealous. He quickly called Eden. "Eden, what's the matter?" "I've got the collaboration proposal between Jean and Muck." "So fast?" Eden was not praising Joshua's ability to do things, but that Jean's proposal would come out so quickly. "Yes, I'll send it to you." "Wait." Eden said. "Give me the USB flash drive. Don't leave any traces. I'll get someone to go and get it right away."
Okay, Joshua nodded and said, "Eden, I feel that Jean is really, very strong." Eden did not agree. To him, no matter how strong Jean was, how strong could she be?
He still did not regard her as anything. It was until Eden received Jean's collaboration proposal. There was a second where he started to doubt himself.
In actuality, Eden had also written a draft proposal. Although the Swan Enterprise did not participate in the collaboration with Muck, in order to prevent Jean from developing in the business world, he had secretly found a company to help him compete with the Lawrence Enterprise. Once he got the collaboration, the profits would be split 50-50. This way, he could create his business without relying on the Swans.
No matter what, due to his fourth uncle's existence, Eden's status in the Swans had always been low. The Swans were still under the control of his fourth uncle. He did not want to yield to this, so he needed to make his achievements and let the Swans, especially his grandfather, look at him in a new light. However, at this moment, Eden looked at the proposal and felt as if he had been suddenly hammered. He held a breath in his heart and could not calm down. He did not believe that it was written by Jean. It was such a mature collaboration case. If one had not really struggled in the business world and was not familiar with the e-commerce industry, one would not have been able to write it. As for Eden's case, he had even found an international gunman to write it. In front of this proposal, the things that the gunman wrote were ridiculously low class. Eden suppressed his emotions and did not react for a long time. Fortunately, he was smart enough to have Joshua secretly monitor Jean. Why would he not use such a perfect collaboration case directly? Whoever used it first would be the winner. He picked up the phone and quickly dialed. Ms. Sanders. Eden. Yes. Last night, you said that if there's anything I need, I can just let you know. You found a way to get rid of Jean already? I need a sum of money. Melody frowned slightly. A sum of money to get rid of Jean completely. Chapter 90, by all means. On the phone, Melody said seriously, explain it clearly. I have a document in my hands right now. It's a proposal that Jean has prepared to discuss a collaboration with Muck. The proposal is very well written. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's very difficult for ordinary people to surpass it. Get to the main point. Melody was impatient as if she could not bear hearing any praise for Jean. The point is, I'll directly use this document of Jean's to discuss a collaboration with Muck, but I can't go as the Swan Enterprise. The Swan Enterprise currently has no plans to invest outside, so I found another company that I can control to discuss the collaboration. That said, this company has a weakness, which is its funds are limited. If I rashly use the loan of the Swanhaven, it'll easily arouse suspicion, Eden said. Now, I choose to use Jean's plan, which means there'll be two identical plans. In this way, the way we can have the most direct and effective advantage is the price. So, I still need an additional investment. How much? This is a $3 billion collaboration case. It'll be safer to increase the investment by 5%. Currently, the amount of investment I can take out is only $2 billion. So, you're $1.1 billion short. Melody said straightforwardly. She did not like how Eden was beating around the bush. Yes. When do you need it? Right away. There was a moment of silence on the other side. The sooner, the better. Currently, it's a time match. Now, Jean is going to report to the Lawrence Enterprises leaders. If they're fast, it can be settled in the morning, and the contract can be discussed in the afternoon. We have to hurry before that, Eden reminded. I'll call you in a while. Melody hung up the phone and dialed Michael's number. Michael picked up. Melody, do you trust Eden? Melody asked immediately. In what way? Melody told Michael what Eden had said just now. Michael answered seriously, the Swans have always been under Fourth Master Swan's control. Eden doesn't say it out loud, but he's always brooding over it.
He always wants to prove himself. In addition, under the Swan's education, he still has his own abilities.
If you want someone to help you do things in the business world, he's the best candidate. This is just one of the reasons. Secondly, Eden has very strong self-esteem. Back then, Jean was abandoned by him. Now that Jean has returned to shine and even went against him everywhere, he won't tolerate it. Therefore, you're not the only person who wants to destroy Jean's reputation. Eden's desire in this aspect is also very strong. You mean that Eden is trustworthy, Melody said. In dealing with Jean, it's worth it. Michael gave a positive answer. Okay. Melody was about to hang up the phone. Melody, are you sure you want to deal with Jean like this? Why not? Melody's tone was not good. Are you worried about your old lover, Monica? That's not it. Michael directly cleared his name. I'm just worried that if this matter is not done well and if Jean gets hold of something, you are, after all, a princess of a country. I'm afraid that at that time, given your identity, it won't be easy for you to step down. Jean doesn't have the ability to do that. Taking a step back, even if such a day comes, my dad will still protect me. I won't hide it from you. The matter of me marrying Edward was arranged by my father. Previously, my dad asked Master Swan to discuss the marriage between me and Edward, but Master Swan rejected him. Since the Swans have a special status, my dad couldn't force it. He asked me to have a relationship with Edward on a personal level and not on a national level. So, my dad supports me in everything I do now. Since it's the leader's arrangement, I won't say anything more. Michael, we grew up together. I trust you nobody but you. If it weren't for the fact that your family has enough power in the government and the public, my father might have even arranged for me to marry you. Although we don't have that kind of affection for each other, no matter what, I still hope that you can develop better in the future. As for whether Monica will drag you down, you'd better think it through. Getting back together with Monica is not only my decision. It's also your dad's decision, Michael said straightforwardly. What? Melody was a little surprised. Don't worry about politics for the time being. Your current task is to marry fourth Master Swan. Don't think too much about anything else. Okay. Melody did not ask anymore. It was useless to ask too much about politics. After hanging up the phone, Melody quickly transferred the money to the account designated by Eden. Eden made a simple modification to the collaboration case and personally handed it to his partner, Cameron Hall. He also emphasized some negotiation skills and contingency plans for unexpected accidents. Cameron had been in the business world for many years. He started from scratch and relied on luck to develop. At the moment, he had some small business dealings with the Swans. He had taken the initiative to fawn over Eden when he stepped into the business world. Eden was new to the business world and needed help. After a few encounters, he felt that Cameron had little tricks and was obedient, so he had been secretly interacting with him. Extensive preparation would eventually pay off. Now was finally the time for him, Eden, to show off his skills. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. What's the use of Gene's strong abilities? In the business world, one has to resort to all sorts of tricks.
Gene spent an entire morning trying to convince all the board members. Without any changes, she had completely finalized the collaboration proposal.
She returned to her office. Gene had not caught her breath when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the incoming call and picked it up. I'm very busy, make it short. I've found a helper for you. Kingsley was really concise. He'll go to Southampton City today and report to you tomorrow. Who is it? Jean put the phone to her ear and sorted out her proposal. It's Miles. Oh. Jean responded and asked, he's free? If you need me, I'm free too. Jean smiled. The moment she wanted to hang up the phone, she suddenly thought of something. By the way, the last time I asked you about fourth Master Swan and the third Princess of the Sanders, you still haven't answered me. I thought you had given up on being tangled with fourth Master Swan. Kingsley was very serious. I've disappointed you. I've gotten more involved in him. Kingsley was speechless. Melody is very active about her marriage with fourth Master Swan, and the royal family also supports it. To put it bluntly, your enemy is Melody or Warren Sanders. Warren was the head of Harkin and was also the highest ruler of Harkin. Harkin had a hereditary system. Warren was the second leader of the Sanders, succeeding his father's position. His father seized power from the previous emperor of the Duncans. Zachary of the Swans was originally the defense minister of the Duncans who held military power. At that time, during the internal war, he defected to Warren and helped the Sanders take over. Then, Zachary returned the military power and resigned from his position to live in seclusion. It was rumored that Zachary was guilty toward his former leader, so he chose to abandon politics and enter the business world. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, in the end, Zachary was still the founding hero of the Sanders. Therefore, the Sanders always treated the Swans with respect. Due to that, even if the Sanders took the initiative to have a marriage agreement, if the Swans did not agree, the Sanders could only give up. If the Sanders still wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Swans, the only way left was to let Melody and fourth Master Swan fall in love themselves. After one big round, Jean roughly understood everything. Chapter 91. Tit for tat. Jean, are you listening to me? Kingsley did not get a response and was a little unhappy. Jean came back to her senses. I heard you. From my standpoint, I think you could fix up the marriage between fourth Master Swan and Melody, Kingsley said seriously. Do you think I can fix it up? Jean put down the document and casually lit a cigarette. Sometimes, when she was not in a good mood and had a lot of stress, she would want to smoke a cigarette. Smoke less, Kingsley reminded when he heard the sound of a lighter. Jean did not reply him. She took a deep breath and said, What do you think is the main reason why fourth Master Swan did not agree to be with Melody? Old Master Swan did not agree. That's why matchmaking is a waste of time. Think about it. Back then, when old Master Swan helped the Sanders family conquer the country, he suddenly chose to give up military power and leave the political arena. I don't know the reason, but at least everyone can see that old Master Swan really doesn't want to be involved in politics anymore. So now, the Sanders family wants to make the Swan family return through marriage. They even want to control the Swan family. It's originally a matter of self-entertainment. Self-entertainment? Kingsley smiled. You know that you despise the leader of Harkin. Stupid, regardless of the position. Kingsley was speechless. Rather than doing something useful and unrewarding, it's better to do a favor along the way. This time, I've helped Fourth Master Swan a great deal. Maybe I'll still need him in the future, Jean said straightforwardly. You're determined to fight with Melody, aren't you? Just let the Sanders family know how useless those canaries he raised are, Jean sneered. Kingsley was silent. Jean's personality was really the same as her mother's. If it was not for her mother's willful behavior back then, she would not have ended up like this. I originally wanted you to come back to take revenge and start a small business at the same time. Kingsley sighed with a little sadness. Jean was indifferent. In the end, you caused me a lot of trouble. Kingsley was a little helpless. In short, don't let your guard down. After all, it's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. I'm far away. Even if I wanted to help you block the arrow, I wouldn't be able to fly over so soon. Yeah, Jean responded. She did not retort back. Her tone still seemed to be a little emotional. It was rare for Jean to be so obedient in front of him. Kingsley's tears flowed freely, and he was about to speak. Jean did not care and hung up the phone. She was just not used to things that were too emotional. It did not match her current life. She put out her cigarette and was about to call West when she suddenly quivered. She pursed her lips and pressed the landline. Amy, come in for a moment. Yes. Amy knocked on the door and entered. Did Deputy Director Lawrence do anything today? Jean asked. What do you mean by anything? Any abnormal behavior? I don't think so. Amy was a little uncertain. She said, for the whole morning, Deputy Director Lawrence was in his office. He did not even come out of the door. Usually, he'll act like this when he has nothing to do. I heard that he's hiding in the room playing games. Jean was silent for a few seconds. It was impossible for Joshua to let her develop in the Lawrence enterprise. She had already passed the board's decision-making committee's proposal. He would definitely not be so indifferent. No matter what, he should at least go to Alexander Lawrence's office to inquire about it. It was really strange for him to be so calm unless he already knew about her proposal in advance. He could even say that he had already started planning. She raised her eyebrows. Then, has anyone entered or left Deputy Director Lawrence's office? I didn't pay much attention to that, Amy replied. Although I'm outside your and Deputy Director Lawrence's office, sometimes I'm too busy at work to notice that much. Okay, I got it. Jean did not ask further. Get Forrest to prepare and meet West at 2. Yes. Jean looked at Amy's back. She sat in her office chair and thought for a while. She suddenly picked up the draft proposal in front of her. After hesitating for a while, she revised the investment cost. It was just a precautionary action. In any case, whether she wanted to cooperate with Muck or not, and how they cooperated, it was all up to her. What she was doing now was just to prove herself, so that she could establish herself in the Lawrence enterprise in the future. 2 p.m. Jean brought Forrest to the high-class hotel that West was staying at. Forrest was a little nervous. Team leader Jean, isn't it a little too abrupt for just the two of us to meet the president of Muck? Are you sure you don't want to ask the general manager to come along? Don't worry, foreigners don't have so many levels. They'll be happy as long as it's win-win cooperation. Forrest sometimes really felt that team leader Jean had a mature and steady personality that did not match her age. She was very convincing. The two of them stood outside West's room. Then, they knocked on the door. West's assistant opened the door and politely led them into the room. There was another person in the large living room. That person looked at Jean and took the initiative to smile. Jean smiled back politely. At that moment, she had a plan in mind. West stood up from the sofa and was especially warm to Jean. The sun has risen from the west. Are you now willing to come and see me? Godfather, I'm a little busy. What are you busy with? West asked angrily on purpose. I'm busy discussing a collaboration with you, Chao Ching said straightforwardly. West looked surprised. Could it be that you're also here to talk about e-commerce marketing with me today? Also, Jean frowned. Could it be that someone has already beaten me to it? This gentleman, West introduced. He's the boss of Ascension Technology, Cameron Hall. Hello, Jean. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Cameron Hall. As he spoke, he handed over his business card with incomparable enthusiasm. Jean took it. Hello. I didn't expect to meet Jean here. It's my honor. You flatter me. Jean was neither servile nor overbearing toward Cameron Hall's compliment. She smiled and asked, Cameron is also interested in e-commerce projects? E-commerce is the future development trend. I think not only me but more than half of the enterprises in Southampton City are interested. So, I volunteered myself and brought my proposal to seek cooperation with Mr. West. Cameron Hall admitted generously. Jean smiled without batting an eyelid, expressing her approval. At this moment, West said straightforwardly, "My principle is very simple. I'll choose whoever's proposal is more attractive and advantageous to me." Jean, don't blame Godfather for not giving you preferential treatment. Business is business. Jean smiled. Godfather doesn't have to worry. In that case, let's sit down and talk together. Yes. Jean and Cameron sat opposite West. Cameron arrived first. According to the principle of first come first served, Cameron will talk about his cooperation proposal first. Then, I'll respectfully accept this arrangement. Cameron quickly took out his proposal confidently. Jean's eyes moved slightly. What made him so full of confidence? Chapter 92. A small victory. At a luxurious presidential room of a high-class hotel. In the living room, Cameron Hall handed a copy of the proposal to West and left a copy for himself. He said, "Muck Group has always been one of the best in the e-commerce world. How can they operate Muck Group better than us? Once we reach an agreement, all the operations of e-commerce will be under your control. These are my thoughts about the cooperation. Next, I want to briefly explain my understanding of e-commerce. In my opinion, the development of e-commerce is a convenient way to satisfy people's daily needs. How to utilize this convenience to the max and how to let users have a better experience would be the key to e-commerce's existence. I personally think." Jean Lawrence listened quietly. Cameron made perfect sense. Other than different wording and logical order of ideas, it was probably the same as her proposal. Jean remained calm. Cameron continued, "Finally, this is my investment in this collaboration. According to our estimations, my investment for this project is approximately $2 billion. Here's the list of investments. Mr. West, you can take a look. Also, to express my sincerity, I will increase my investment by 5%. I think Muck Group will need a lot of public relations in Harkin. This investment amount is for Mr. West to expand the market in Harkin." West listened to Cameron Hall's proposal and glanced at Jean. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction at the proposal. West probably did not expect that such a small enterprise with no notable achievements would have such an amazing proposal. Other than being surprised, he also felt regretful. He regretted missing out on such a perfect proposal. After all, Jean Lawrence would definitely be the final partner. Jean ignored West's gaze and said to Cameron Hall, "I'm really surprised by your company's proposal. I never thought that one day I would be so aligned with a company's proposal." Cameron Hall pretended that he did not understand and said exaggeratedly, "You mean our proposal is the same? How can there be such a coincidence?" "It's true." Jean pulled out her proposal manuscript and handed it to West. She also handed a copy to Cameron Hall. Both of them took a quick glance. West only needed one glance to understand that the original proposal was done by Jean Lawrence and that someone had stolen it.
He pretended not to know anything and said, "They do look similar. If it wasn't because two of you had given it to me separately, I would have thought that the proposals came from the same person."
"Actually, it's my first time meeting Mr. Hall today. Great minds think alike." Cameron Hall smiled and said, "Does that mean our proposal's well done?" "It is indeed a solid proposal," West affirmed. "This is the most satisfactory proposal I have received so far. I don't think there will be a better proposal than this." "So, will Mr. West choose one of our proposals?" Cameron Hall asked hurriedly. "Mr. Hall, aren't you curious how our proposals are so similar?" Jean interrupted suddenly. Cameron was stunned. Then, he said calmly, "Just as Ms. Lawrence said, we had no prior interactions. I don't have any doubts. It's impossible that such a big company like the Lawrence Enterprise had copied the documents of a small company like mine. On the other hand, an insignificant person like me doesn't have the ability to get my hands on Lawrence Enterprise's proposal." Eden Swan had already gone through all the events that might occur prior to the meeting, so Cameron could answer with ease. He had to admit that he really admired Eden. For Eden to be able to think of such a thorough plan at his age, he would definitely have great achievements in business in the future. This was also the reason why he fawned over Eden so much. Other than his family background, he was also different from others in terms of ability and ambition. Jean looked at Cameron calmly. She knew that Cameron had prepared an excuse. If she were to pursue the matter now, it would seem unreasonable and aggressive. After all, Cameron had made it clear that he was only the boss of a small company. How could he possibly get his hands on Lawrence Enterprises' proposal? It was impossible. Chapter 93. Counterscheme. Eden Swan picked up his phone. Joshua Lawrence. "Brother-in-law, did it work?" Was Jean fuming in anger? I was so excited for the entire afternoon just thinking about it. Joshua's excitement was indescribable when he thought about Jean being chased out of the family. Eden's expression turned ugly at Joshua's excitement. Joshua Lawrence, are you sure you gave me the final proposal? Yes, I gave you the proposal the moment I got it. Didn't you remind me that there might be changes when it goes to the board of directors? You asked me to keep an eye on it, so I asked one of the board members. Jean's proposal was approved by the board of directors, word for word. Including the investment amount? Yes, Joshua was very certain. But right now, Jean's investment amount is $2.2 billion. That's impossible. Joshua Lawrence's expression immediately changed to one in disbelief. It's not impossible if it's the truth. Jean Lawrence has secured the muck proposal. How could this happen? Joshua could not accept the situation. He raised his voice and said, "Didn't you say that Jean would be kicked out of the Lawrence enterprise after this? You even told her to scram." Enough. If not for the error in the message you sent me, would I have failed? Eden was furious. I gave you the final proposal, I swear. Joshua refused to let go. What's the point of swearing? In the end, Jean succeeded, and we were all tricked by her. I knew Jean wasn't dumb. She's a smart woman. You must have let your guard down. It must be your fault. You're blaming me. Joshua Lawrence, know your place. What right do you have to blame me? Eden said in a menacing tone. Joshua was so furious that he could not retort. Let me ask you one last time. Did the board of directors approve more than $2 billion for the investment? I'm sure they did not. Joshua said fiercely. Then Jean must have changed the documents after approval by the board of directors. If it's her own doing, then this proposal will no longer be valid. You mean, as long as we can confirm that the board of directors agreed to only 2 billion yuan instead of 2.2 billion yuan, the proposal would be a failure? Don't get ahead of yourself. From Lawrence Enterprises' point of view, if we can't get an additional 200 million yuan for the proposal, we still wouldn't land the contract. Therefore, we would still need to sign the final contract with Muck for 2.2 billion yuan. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to make me laugh? Joshua Lawrence, have you really been working at the Lawrence Enterprise for a year? Joshua Lawrence was rendered speechless. What I mean is that Jean changed the investment amount on the proposal without the board of directors' approval. This is considered a violation of the rules. Although she managed to get the contract in the end, her actions were vile. You can use this against her and incite the board of directors to oppose Jean. Otherwise, she would be promoted to marketing director in return for securing the contract. This way, even if we can't make Jean Lawrence leave Lawrence Enterprise, we won't let her have such a high position within the company. Once Jean Lawrence secures her position as marketing director, it'll be even harder for us to oust her. Are we really not going to kick Jean out? Joshua was still unconvinced. Making sure Jean is not the marketing director is the best thing you can do. Eden didn't say anything else and hung up. His eyes turned cold. Jean Lawrence, you got lucky this time. Jean returned to the Lawrence Enterprise. As soon as she entered her office, Amy said anxiously, "Team leader Lawrence, the chairman is looking for you. He asked you to go to his office immediately." Jean was calm in the face of Amy's excitement. She knew why. It was just an additional 200 million yuan. Someone must have informed them beforehand. She responded, "Make me a cup of coffee." Amy looked at her. "I'd like some coffee before I go." "Yes," Amy said and left. She admired Jean's composure that brimmed with confidence. Chapter 94. A small victory. She smiled and said, "Since Mr. Hall doesn't want to pursue the matter, I don't think there's a need to." Cameron Hall heaved a sigh of relief. Although he looked confident, he still felt guilty. He was still afraid that Jean Lawrence would cause a ruckus and that he would make a mistake. Luckily, Eden Swan was smart enough to know that Jean would definitely not fall out with him in public. If she did, she would only leave a bad impression on Muck. Jean Lawrence was smart enough to tolerate it. Otherwise, Muck wouldn't choose such an unreasonable person to work with. If Jean Lawrence couldn't find anything to use against him, the result would always be a crushing defeat no matter how much of a fuss she made. It was absolutely impossible for Eden Swan to be caught red-handed. Therefore, Cameron would definitely win today's proposal. Thinking up to this point, Cameron Hall's smile became even brighter. With two proposals being so similar, who would Mr. West choose between us? Jean asked West. West looked at the two proposals. "I haven't been in Harkin for long," he said. "I don't know enough about either of your companies. Of course, I'm not going to judge emotionally on who I'll choose. It's business, after all." That was directed at Jean Lawrence. Jean nodded while Cameron chuckled in secret. However, the proposals from both companies are evenly matched. It's very difficult to make a decision. The only thing that I can judge upon is your investment amount. As such, that will be the key to who I'll choose today, West said solemnly. Cameron became even more excited. Eden Swan had added another 100 million yuan to the original 2 billion yuan proposal to create a gap between the Lawrences' proposal and their company's proposal. Eden was able to hit the nail on the head. He was a formidable man indeed. Cameron would need to work harder to curry favor with him. With that thought in mind, Cameron Hall heard West say solemnly, I choose the Lawrence Enterprise. What? Cameron Hall could not believe it. He thought he had misheard. He was no longer confident. Lawrence Enterprise. West repeated again. Why? Cameron Hall could not remain calm. Mr. West, you just said that this is a business decision, but now you're biased. Isn't this too much? If Mr. West decided on Lawrence Enterprise and Ms. Lawrence, why did you waste everyone's time? You should have announced to the public that this project was reserved for Ms. Lawrence. It's well known that Mr. West and Ms. Lawrence is involved with each other. Aren't you just toying with the other companies? As the person in charge of Muck, is this not tasteless? Why do you think I'm siding with Jean Lawrence? West asked, his face darkening. Cameron Hall angrily picked up Jean's proposal. He had read it casually, so he had not read the details. He flipped to the page with the investment amount and pointed at the number and exclaimed, Lawrence Enterprises investment amount is 2.2. Cameron Hall was stunned. Wait, 2.2 billion. Wasn't it 2 billion? How is it 2.2 billion? He looked at the number in disbelief. At that moment, Cameron was completely stunned and he could not regain his composure for a long time. Jean sneered. West smiled. Do you have any objections, Mr. Hall? Cameron Hall did not answer for a long time. He was thoroughly embarrassed. West did not wait for his answer. He said, I hereby announce that MUK's e-commerce partner in Harkin will be Lawrence Enterprise. The Lawrence Enterprise will enjoy MUK's exclusive partnership rights in Harkin. Jean Lawrence smiled. Thank you, Godfather. West held out his hand. Looking forward to working together. Definitely. The two of them had successfully reached an agreement. Meanwhile, Cameron Hall was stuck trying to process the outcome. He was thinking about how he would report this to Eden Swan. Mr. Hall, thank you for your participation. I hope we can work together next time, West said politely. Cameron forced himself to smile. He muttered a few words and left. Jean looked at Cameron Hall's back. She turned to West and said, I won't disturb you anymore, Godfather. I'll go back and prepare our contract. West nodded. With that, Jean left with Forrest Jackson. Chapter 95. Counter-scheme. Jean sat in her office chair and took a break. She sipped her coffee and made a phone call. It's rare for you to call me so frequently. Are you in trouble? Kingsley Thorne's voice was light and cheerful as always. It should be midnight for Kingsley due to the time difference, but no matter when she called him, he always seemed to be available. Sometimes, she wonders if he doesn't sleep. She said, help me investigate a person called Cameron Hall. He's the boss of Ascension Technology. Find out if he's related to Eden Swan. There's no need to go in depth. I want an answer within half an hour. Did that bastard Eden Swan cause you trouble? Kingsley gnashed his teeth. Nothing I can't manage. That bastard will suffer retribution sooner or later. In due time, Jean Lawrence said. Wait for my reply. I'll find out if Cameron Hall and Eden Swan are related. Thanks. As Jean Lawrence hung up, the phone rang again. Jean Lawrence looked at the caller ID and answered, Dad. I told you to come to my office the moment you came back. What are you doing? Alexander Lawrence's furious voice came from the other end. Jean Lawrence remained unmoved. I have some matters on hand. I'll come once I'm done.
Jean Lawrence, do you know that in the workplace, you have to obey the orders of your superiors? Jean sneered.
She finally knew about the so-called workplace mistreatment often talked about in Harkin. It was these so-called leaders who had a strong sense of superiority. They thought themselves superior to others and were the only ones who mattered in the company. They acted like kings of olden days and that everyone had to obey their orders. To do otherwise would be treason. She said, I'll come up to you when I'm done, and Jean hung up. Alexander Lawrence held his phone, fuming. At this moment, Joshua Lawrence was in Alexander's office. He took the opportunity to sow discord. Dad, I can't believe my sister doesn't respect you. Alexander suppressed his anger. She took the liberty to change our investment amount today. Even if it was a favorable outcome, it was still something she acted on her own. She didn't even inform you, nor has she taken the initiative to explain to you. Dad, don't you think that's too much? Does she think she owns Lawrence Enterprise and that she can do whatever she wants? She must think highly of herself. Enough. Alexander snapped at Joshua. Cut the crap. You're one to speak. Joshua was embarrassed by Alexander's sudden outburst. He said, Dad, I'm only 23 years old. It's only been a year since I graduated from university. Most of my peers are still fooling around. How can you say that? And Jean's only 25 years old. Why didn't you mention that? Eden Swan's only 25 years old, yet he's in charge of the Swanhaven Bank. Why don't you think about how Edward Swan, who's only 23 years old, is in charge of the Swan family matters? You're 23 years old. Aside from playing games and pretending to work in the company, what else can you do? Alexander directed his anger at Joshua. Joshua was not pleased to be scolded. He could not help but say, I take after you. Joshua Lawrence. Alexander was even angrier now. Joshua trembled in fear. Fortunately, someone knocked on the door. Alexander suppressed his anger and said fiercely, Come in. Jean pushed the door open and entered. Joshua let out a small sigh of relief. With Alexander being this angry, Jean was in for a good scolding. Joshua looked forward to seeing her make a fool of herself. Jean felt Alexander's anger the moment she entered. However, she acted dumb and said in an amicable manner, Dad. Call me general manager in the office. Alexander Lawrence put on airs. Understood. Jean nodded. How did it go? Alexander Lawrence looked serious. I wanted to report this to you privately. Jean Lawrence picked up the contract in her hand. I went amok today to discuss the proposal, but at the last minute, I changed the investment amount. Jean Lawrence, who do you think you are? What right do you have to change the company's investment amount? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're my daughter? Do you know that the investment amount is the decision from the board of directors? If you change it without permission, the proposal is invalidated. Alexander Lawrence was furious. Chapter 96. A Small Victory. Forrest Jackson was stunned. He clearly remembered that when they decided on the proposal, it was 2 billion yuan. He thought that they would definitely lose, so he did not expect it to turn around like this. The reversal was extremely satisfying. None of Cameron Hall's arrogance remained when he left. It was the first time Forrest felt overjoyed at having witnessed such a scene. It was a slap in Cameron's face. Forrest followed Jean into the car. He could not help but ask, when did team leader Lawrence change the investment amount? Before I came here, did you know that our proposal was stolen? It was obvious that Cameron Hall had copied their proposal. Who the hell would believe Cameron Hall's lies? It was just a hunch, Jean Lawrence said indifferently. When Cameron Hall left, the grown man had almost cried. By the way, is there a mole in our project team? I believe so. Who is it? I don't know yet, but I'll find out sooner or later. But why did they give the proposal to Cameron Hall? Cameron Hall owns a small company. How could he have the guts to go toe-to-toe with Lawrence Enterprise? No matter how bad the Lawrence Enterprise's financials have been in recent years, it was still one of the 12 family enterprises in Harkin. There was a huge gap between its status and assets compared to an ordinary enterprise. Someone must be backing him, of course. Who? Forrest Jackson asked nervously. It's someone who doesn't want me to do well in the company. She knew this person very well. Forrest Jackson thought about it and blurted out, could it be Deputy Director Lawrence? Yes. Jean Lawrence gave an affirmative answer. Forrest Jackson was her first confidant. There was no need for her to hide anything from him. What the F***ck? Forrest Jackson could not help but exclaim, isn't the Lawrence Enterprise your family's business? Deputy Director Lawrence actually used such despicable means to oust you. If it really succeeds, how much money will Lawrence Enterprise have lost? Jean sneered. Joshua was indeed that stupid. However, based on my understanding of Deputy Director Lawrence, he doesn't seem to have access to external resources. Plus, he doesn't know how to socialize. It's impossible for him to have known someone like Cameron Hall. Forrest Jackson was puzzled. Jean smiled again. There was someone backing Joshua Lawrence. That person was most likely Eden Swan. She wondered if she was blind to have fallen in love with such a dark and vengeful man. After Cameron Hall left West's hotel, he hurriedly called Eden Swan. Eden Swan tightened his grip on his phone, his expression turned dark. How did he fail? He gritted his teeth. I told you to record the entire negotiation process, did you? Yes, Mr. Swan, I'll send it to you now, Cameron Hall said hurriedly. Eden Swan hung up. He had never thought that this matter would fail. He only had Cameron Hall record the meeting as he was afraid that Jean Lawrence and West would pull something underhanded behind the scenes. If there was, he would release the recording. He also wanted to hear Jean Lawrence break down with his own ears. In fact, he even imagined how happy he would be. He gritted his teeth and clicked on the recording and listened to the recorded conversation. Everything Cameron Hall did was according to his request. There was no mistake. The negotiation process was not a failure, nor was there any underhanded manipulation. In the end, it was only because of the investment amount. 2 billion yuan? How did it suddenly become 2 billion yuan? Had he been fooled by Jean Lawrence? He could not accept it. Chapter 97. Counterscheme. I know, Jean replied. You knew, and yet in order for a successful negotiation, I think it's acceptable to make necessary changes. Or do you think it's more important to abide by the company's rules and lose out on the contract? Stop trying to change the subject. Why didn't you report to me when you changed the contract? Instead, you made the decision on your own. It was an emergency, so I didn't have time to report it. It's also to prevent anyone from tampering with it. What do you mean? When I went to the meeting today, Ascension Technology's proposal was almost the same as ours, and the investment amount was just 100 million yuan more than ours. It's impossible for this to be a coincidence. Someone must have leaked it. Alexander's expression changed drastically. That's right, our company has a spy. As she said that, she glanced at Joshua. Joshua's heart skipped a beat. His body trembled slightly. But since I don't have any evidence, I can't confirm who it is for now, Jean Lawrence said bluntly. You must find out, Alexander ordered. I will, Jean agreed. But even so, you could have given me a call to report. How am I going to answer to the board of directors when you increase the investment amount by 200 million yuan? Alexander Lawrence was still very angry. We won't be the ones paying for the additional 200 million, Jean said calmly. Alexander frowned. Joshua retorted, Are you going to pay for it yourself? Do you have money? Jean shot Joshua a sidelong glance. She did not think much of him.
She said, Swanhaven Bank. Who do you think you are? Joshua was agitated, even more than before.
Joshua Lawrence, are you targeting me at every turn? It feels like you're colluding with outsiders in order to make things difficult for me. What nonsense are you spouting? The contract has just been negotiated with Muck and it hasn't been announced to the public yet. How did you know that I've changed the investment amount on the proposal? Don't you think your actions are very suspicious? I have a personal relationship with the boss of Ascension Technology. He came to congratulate Lawrence Enterprise immediately. I just found out, a personal relationship. Is it because of you that my proposal was so similar to his? Jean Lawrence, enough. Alexander turned to Joshua. Shut up. Joshua really wanted to strangle Jean. Alexander did not think Joshua would do such a thing. He turned to Jean. So, how do we get Swanhaven Bank to pay? Jean smiled. After all, Alexander had been in business for many, many years. He still had foresight when it came to profits. She said, when Jasmine and Eden get married, Eden will be the son-in-law of the Lawrences. Should Lawrence Enterprise face financial difficulties, Swanhaven Bank would not refuse to give us a loan. What about paying off the loan? Besides, the interest is high, Joshua Lawrence could help but add. Swanhaven Bank has a 3-year interest waiver policy. Although it's targeted at welfare enterprises, it won't be hard to find a way to get Eden to approve that policy for Lawrence Enterprise. Once we repaid the loan in 3 years, the e-commerce project would have made a profit.
You wish, Joshua mocked. You're asking the Swans to provide you with free capital to invest and make money. Do you think that the Swans is stupid enough to make such a loss? Jean Lawrence smiled. In terms of business, it's a loss for the Swans to invest 200 million on our behalf. But in the end, Eden Swan will be the son-in-law of the Lawrences. From a relational standpoint, Eden Swan wouldn't refuse.
That's just plotting against brother-in-law, Joshua Lawrence said fiercely. Kingsley had just told Jean that Ascension Technology had some business dealings with Swan Enterprise. With that, she was absolutely certain that the person backing Joshua was Eden Swan. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Since Eden Swan was the one who made her to fork out the additional 200 million, he should be the one to fund it. She pondered, how does Eden Swan feel about shooting himself in the foot? Chapter 98. The annoying fourth Master Swan. In the CEO's office of Lawrence Enterprise. What kind of scheme is this? Jean kept quiet as Alexander said, I've already married my daughter to him. Why can't he provide our family some support? I'm just worried that brother-in-law will refuse. It won't be good if it affects our relationship. Joshua hurriedly explained. That will depend on Jasmine, Jean said. She pushed the responsibility onto Jasmine. If Jasmine played her role well, then great. Otherwise, she would be deemed useless. Why did you drag Jasmine into? That's enough. Alexander interrupted Joshua and said, I know how to resolve this matter. General Manager, regarding the matter with Swanhaven Bank, I hope that our plans won't be made known in advance. If Eden Swan learns of our plans, he would come up with excuses to reject us. It's not that I doubt Eden's character, but we must remain wary. Of course, I'm not that stupid, Alexander said disdainfully. I'm not doubting you, Dad. I'm just afraid. Jean glanced at Joshua. Joshua's expression immediately changed. What do you mean? Do you think I'll report this? I didn't say anything. Jean shrugged and smiled. Joshua was furious. Alexander snapped at Joshua, Joshua Lawrence, you'd better behave yourself. If you tell anyone about this, I'll break your legs and make sure you never step foot into the Lawrence enterprise again. Joshua could only grit his teeth and nod. That's all. You're dismissed, Alexander ordered. Understood. Jean and Joshua walked out of Alexander's office. The two of them entered the elevator. What Dad just said was not a joke, Jean reminded as she pressed the button. Joshua glared at her. What do you mean? I'm afraid you didn't understand, so I'll repeat myself. Jean enunciated each word clearly. Don't leak the plan. We're the only people who know that we'll get Swanhaven Bank to give us an interest-free loan. Dad and I definitely won't tell anyone else. You're the only one. Jean Lawrence. Joshua was furious. You'll regret it if you were kicked out of the Lawrence enterprise. Are you mocking me on purpose? Think what you will. Jean smiled at Joshua. The elevator arrived and Jean walked out first. Joshua punched the elevator door angrily. He really wanted to strangle Jean. Why didn't his father beat this woman to death back then? What right did she have to show off in front of him? He was the real grandson and only heir of the Lawrences. What right did Jean have to flaunt in front of him? He must kill her. He must. After Jean and Joshua left, Alexander also left the office and returned to the Lawrences' residence. Alexander reported everything to Jonathan. He was already used to relying on his father for such matters. Jonathan Lawrence replied without hesitation, do as Jean says. Does that mean that the Swans will fund the additional 200 million yuan? Isn't this why we married Jasmine to the Swans? Jonathan said straightforwardly. What's the point if we can't get any benefits from such a marriage? I'm worried that we might offend the Swans if Eden is unhappy. That'll depend on Jasmine. If she can please the Swans, they won't be offended. But it's a business matter. Your biggest flaw is your lack of courage and decisiveness. Jean is so determined, yet you're still so timid. Alex, you've disappointed me, Jonathan said. All right, Dad. I'll do as you say. Alexander Lawrence did not say anything more. He was unwilling to admit that he was not capable enough. As we've seen through this contract negotiation, Jean is very capable. Make good use of her and the Lawrence enterprise will prosper, Jonathan Lawrence said in a serious tone. You should have learned from the incident with Jean's mother. You have to hold on to Lawrence enterprise. Don't worry. In the past, I was negligent towards Jean's mother. I've learned from my mistakes. I will never make the same mistake with Jean. Jonathan nodded but didn't forget to remind him. Let Joshua learn from Jean in secret. I will. Alexander left Jonathan's room and headed back to his room. At that moment, Jennifer Fabian was doing yoga in her room. When she saw him, she quickly stood up. Alex, why are you home so early today? Call Jasmine and ask her and Eden to come over for dinner tonight. Why did you suddenly ask for them to come over? Jennifer was surprised. Don't ask about anything else. Get the kitchen to prepare more food. Okay. Jennifer did not ask further. She hurriedly called Jasmine. After a while, Jasmine replied that Eden had agreed and that they would come straight after work. At 6 p.m. Eden and Jasmine appeared at the Lawrences' main courtyard. Jean received Alexander's message and got off work on time. The moment she returned, she bumped into Eden and Jasmine. Jasmine pretended to be friendly and called out to Jean, Sister, you're back? You guys are here too? Mom called me and Eden to come back for dinner. She said Dad missed us, Jasmine said deliberately. She was deliberately showing off Alexander's love for her. Jean smiled. You'll know what Alexander is thinking soon. Jean said, Help yourselves, I'll head back to my room. Then she went upstairs. Eden looked at Jean's back coldly. It was not an illusion. Ever since she returned from overseas, Jean had never looked him in the eye. It was the same at this moment. He gritted his teeth. Don't think that you can really show off just because you're doing slightly better than me. One day, he would make her regret her actions. Eden. Eden Swan returned to his senses. Why do you keep looking at Jean? Jasmine Lawrence said anxiously. What are you saying? Eden's tone was slightly displeased. If I had any thoughts of her still, would I be marrying you? I can't stand her disrespecting you. Eden made up an excuse. I'm thinking how I should teach her a lesson. When Jasmine heard Eden's words, she immediately broke into a smile. I knew you definitely wouldn't like Jean. She slept with countless men while she was overseas. She's just a dirty wh**re. That bastard George probably doesn't even know who she's been with. Enough. Eden interrupted her. Don't let your father hear you talking about Jean like that. It'll ruin your image. Okay. Jasmine held Eden's hand obediently and walked into the main hall. Eden suddenly felt annoyed by Jasmine's intimacy. There was a period of time when he really enjoyed all sorts of admiration and flattery from Jasmine. It gave him a sense of achievement as a man. It wasn't like back then, when he was still with Jean Lawrence, where he was always the one giving in to her. At this moment, he felt a little tired of it all. He hid his emotions and walked in with Jasmine. Jean returned to her room. George was using the computer in the room. When he saw Jean, he quickly closed the screen. Jean Lawrence paid no attention to it. She said, wash your hands and prepare to go downstairs for dinner. Okay. George climbed off the computer chair and went to the bathroom. Jean looked at George's small figure and got up to follow him. As she watched George wash his hands, she said, Miles is coming to Southampton. What's he here for? To be your designated driver. Why? George looked confused. I need to work, so I'll be busy most of the time. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone, Jean said. The kidnapping by Fourth Master Swan will never happen again. He didn't kidnap me, George explained. I volunteered to go with him. Jean frowned. A few of the older boys bullied me. He saved me. I didn't tell you that because I didn't want you to develop a fondness for Fourth Master Swan. George blushed as he spoke. Who bullied you? Jean's eyes narrowed. In an instant, the atmosphere changed. Fourth Master Swan has already taught them a lesson. Those guys who bullied me before are now my underlings. Actually, Fourth Master Swan isn't that annoying, George said softly. Jean's eyes flickered slightly. Once in a while, he wasn't annoying. But that's if he doesn't take you away. George looked at Jean and suddenly said angrily, he told me that you're his and he's only lent you to me. Jean was stunned. In fact, her heart skipped a beat. So he's still annoying. Very annoying, George concluded. Jean smiled. It was only occasionally that her heart would skip a beat. But most times, he was still annoying. Chapter 99. Successful counterattack, inciting conflict. At the Lawrence's restaurant, everyone gathered around the luxurious table for dinner. Jasmine seemed to be putting effort into it. She acted like a family pet, warming up to Alexander, Jennifer, and Eden. In reality, everything she did was on purpose. It was to make Jean jealous. Of course, Jean wasn't jealous. She even thought that Jasmine was stupid. Hence, she ate dinner with her son calmly and ignored Jasmine. In Jasmine's eyes, she was sure that Jean was acting cold on purpose. In fact, Jean must be jealous of everything she had now. Not only her status in the Lawrences, but also her love with Eden.
Jasmine felt a little smug. At the dining table, Alexander suddenly said, Eden, how have you been doing after taking over Swanhaven Bank?
It's been good, Eden replied. It was a little tricky at first, but I've gotten the hang of it. That's good. Alexander nodded. Young people should prioritize their careers. Yes, Eden said respectfully. To outsiders, Eden Swan was an ambitious, polite, humble, and hard-working person. He would make others think that he was very well-mannered. Among the arrogant and conceited young heirs in the upper-class society, he was as refreshing as spring water and was highly regarded by the elders. Eat more, Alexander said to Eden. Thanks, Dad. The two of them chatted casually. It seemed unusually harmonious. Jasmine glanced at Jean from time to time, her eyes smug. Jean pretended not to notice. Some people were born stupid. After dinner, Alexander asked Eden to have tea with him in the tea room. Jasmine accompanied Eden affectionately. What made Jasmine unhappy was that Alexander also called Jean. Naturally, Joshua was there as well. Alexander took a sip of tea and finally went straight to the point. Eden, do you know that the Lawrence Enterprise has been negotiating with Muck? I've heard of it, Eden replied. But because the Swans had no plans to invest in the external businesses, I don't know much about it. Alexander Lawrence nodded. The Swan Enterprise already owns many businesses. If the group expands further, there would be imbalances in the market. Yes, that's why we at Swan Enterprise hasn't had much contact with other companies. Eden, I won't beat around the bush. I need your help with something. Please go ahead, Dad. Although he appeared enthusiastic, Eden was already planning his answer. Alexander sighed and looked a little solemn. He said, I won't hide it from you. The Lawrence Enterprise and Muck have agreed on a contract today. That's a good thing. Congratulations, Dad. Eden knew how to flatter someone. I heard that many in Muck wanted to collaborate with us. Now that they have chosen Lawrence Enterprise, it proves that our company is better than the competition, Jasmine quickly flattered. Jean was the one who secured it. Jasmine's expression changed visibly. She turned and glared at Jean, who was sipping her tea calmly. Jasmine gritted her teeth, unhappy. The contract has been negotiated, but Lawrence Enterprise is short on funds. Eden, you should know that the Lawrence Enterprise has invested a lot in this period of time for our restructuring. In a situation where funding is already very difficult, we have resorted to using our reserve funds to negotiate the contract with Muck. However, because of something that came up at the last minute, the original investment amount increased by 200 million yuan. 200 million is not a lot, but at this critical juncture, it has stumped me. Dad, do you mean you want to take a loan from Swanhaven Bank? Eden was smart to begin with. Moreover, Alexander had already made it so clear, so he couldn't play dumb. However, he felt a little uncomfortable. Eden was already unhappy that he did not get this project, and now Alexander was asking him for help? That's right. Alexander Lawrence nodded. I will get the staff to come to Lawrence Enterprise tomorrow to do the calculations for the loan. I will try my best to settle the loan amount of 200 million yuan. As for the interest, I will do my best to give you the best rates. Eden Swan had his poker face on. Eden, Alexander said, I heard that Swanhaven Bank has a 3-year, interest-free loan. Eden's expression changed slightly. Give me the 3-year loan, Alexander said matter-of-factly. Chapter 100. Successful counterattack, inciting conflict. Dad, that is only for welfare companies. To put it bluntly, it's for public welfare. There are rules and regulations within Swanhaven Bank. Ordinary companies, I know. That's why I just told you to do me a favor. That's so I don't have to waste time. Eden Swan pursed his lips. Alexander Lawrence's rebuttal meant that he won't take no for an answer. Or is Fourth Master Swan still the one calling the shots at Swanhaven Bank? Should I go look for him instead? Alexander saw that Eden didn't agree, so he said that deliberately. That's not it. My fourth uncle has already handed over all aspects of the management of Swanhaven Bank to me. He basically doesn't oversee the management anymore. Of course, that would be best if you could make the decision. Alexander appeared to be a little intimidating. I need the funds urgently as I have to sign the final contract with Muck in the next 2 days. Within 2 days, I hope you can approve and transfer the funds to us. Eden gritted his teeth. He was holding it in as he could neither agree nor disagree. I know of your capability, so I'll leave this matter to you. Alexander stood up and patted Eden, appearing sincere and earnest. Eden braced himself. I'll do my best. Alexander nodded slightly. It's getting late. You guys should head back early. Everyone has work tomorrow. All right. Alexander left after saying that. Eden suppressed his anger. He turned to look at Joshua Lawrence. Joshua's eyes flickered. However, as he was threatened by Jean Lawrence, he did not dare to leak any information. He quickly found an excuse and left too. Jean, on the other hand, was leisurely sipping tea in the tea room with a calm appearance. She said casually, the thought never occurred to you that the extra 200 million yuan would be on you? It was your idea, wasn't it? Eden was certain it was her doing. Jean glanced at Eden. If I say it was Joshua's idea, would you die of anger? Jean Lawrence. Eden was furious. Jean stood up from the tea chair and stretched herself. She yawned and said, Eldest young Master Swan, I've said before that evil doing brings about karma. How does it feel to shoot yourself in the foot? I imagine it must not be pleasant. Don't you get cocky in front of me. It's getting late. I'll head back to my room to rest now. I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Jean ignored them and left. Eden gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He had been tricked by Jean. He hadn't even thought that Jean would stage such a powerful counterattack that he was caught off guard. It was a heavy blow without any warning. Eden, what did Jean do? Shut up. Eden was in a rage. The moment Jasmine spoke, he was furious. Jasmine felt aggrieved and her eyes turned red. She looked pitiful. In the past, Eden would coax her whenever she cried. Now, Eden looked at her as she cried. He became even more impatient. Eden said, "What else can you do besides cry?" Jasmine looked at him with wide eyes. "You can't help me at all. You're only a burden to me. You allowed your family to put this on me. How useless," Eden said fiercely, and he ignored her and strode away. Jasmine looked at Eden in disbelief. She had never been scolded like this by Eden. He had always said that she was gentle, considerate, and 100 times better than Jean Lawrence. Now, he suddenly said that she was useless? No. It wasn't Eden's fault. It was Jean. She was the one who had schemed against Eden. It was that BTCH who had hurt their relationship. Jean Lawrence must experience a horrible death. Jean returned to her room and the light was on. As George had to go to school, he had developed the habit of sleeping and waking up early. Around 9 in the evening, George had already fallen asleep on the bed. Sometimes, Jean felt really grateful to God for giving her such a son that made her heart warm. She tried not to make any noise as she took a shower in the bathroom. After washing up, she picked up her phone and casually glanced at it. She saw countless missed calls from Monica Cardellini on the screen. Jean pursed her lips. She wrapped herself in a towel and went straight to the balcony and dialed. "Hey Monica." "Jean, I'm going crazy." Monica Cardellini broke down. Jean heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Monica had called her so many times, Jean was worried that something had happened to her. Now that she's heard Monica's agitated voice, she concluded that it was nothing serious. Hey guys, don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button and turn on the notification bell icon for more content like this. It helps the channel a lot. Thank you.